My clock is different than that clock, so just, I don't know which one to go off of, but today is Tuesday, February 17th, and the time is 6 p.m. And I'm going to call this meeting to order. Can I get a roll call, please?
Floresville,
Here.
Tobias,
Present.
Rosa,
Here.
Medina,
Here.
Zapata,
Here.
Harris,
Here.
McKinney.
Here.
All right, we have 7, so we have a quorum. I'm going to do citizens' comments period. The city council welcomes comments from citizens early in the agenda of city council meetings. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before the meeting begins. Speakers will be provided with an opportunity to speak during this time period on any agenda item or any other matter concerning city business, and that we ask that you observe our 3-minute time limit. All right, it looks like I have a few up here. First up, I have Oscar Garza.
Green means go, right? All right. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thanks for the opportunity to address you. I am here representing El Tigre convenience stores, in reference to the project that will be discussed later today. My background and why I have been brought to the project is my expertise is in traffic engineering, transportation engineering. About 15 years of experience working directly with TxDOT as a former TxDOT employee in the traffic operations division, and now as a consultant doing mostly TxDOT and Regional Mobility Authority, Toll Road Authority type work. And looking at the current design in front of the subject property, I noticed that there may be some potential opportunity to optimize the design, right? Not only keeping safety as our priority, which is everybody's priority, but also while maintaining that safe goal that we have to the safety goal that we have to improve the entrance, but we could also look at alternative designs that also optimize access, overall operation of the corridor, right? Keep in mind when we make changes to a corridor or a segment of roadway, because when we change traffic patterns, that traffic goes somewhere, right? It goes downstream or upstream. So I think my recommendation from a traffic, transportation, and I don't know how we're doing on time. I don't know where my timer is, but from a traffic and transportation perspective, I think we need to take a look back and look at overall impacts. Are we moving the problem downstream or upstream? That's something that we have to take in mind. We also have to look at just overall impacts, right? What is this change in access going to do to economic performance of that property, short-term, long-term? What that does to that individual, also to the city, and again, back to the operational impacts to the rest of the infrastructure that the city is, under stress already, right? To maintain and to improve, right? Are we just again moving that problem downstream or upstream? So, anyways, just from my my 15 years of experience dealing with these types of problems, I come with some viable solutions that the owners and myself would like the opportunity to investigate. Quite frankly, you may have the best option there that balances all of those metrics that we have to look at when we implement designs. You may have that, but I think we need to step back and take a look at it just from an objective perspective, right? About, is this the most optimized decision design for this very unique scenario? And we would just like that opportunity to look at it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Julio Cerda.
Good evening. My name is Julio Cerda. I have a little bit more experience. I wish I had only 15 years, but I got 27 years experience in this engineering field. Within the 27 years, I had 10 years experience as a city manager of a city that's 1.5 times the size of City of Kyle, with the same explosion and opportunities that City of Kyle is providing right now for its own citizens and so forth. We did have a pretty large, fastest growing city in the valley, and this is in Mission, Texas. I was there from 2003 to 2013, serving both as city engineer and city manager. City manager the last 8 years, of course. But I wanted to give you a little perspective. When we put projects together, and I know that the city manager has a lot of work to do, aside from making sure that the roads are clean and making sure that the citizens are taken care of and so on and so forth. I've known that job for a long time. And I'm pretty sure that the discussion with you all on a monthly basis on these projects, especially $100 million projects, has been over and over. I'd like to discuss what you have showing to the public. And what you have in front of you is a schematic that shows the existing scenario that you have currently, which is a painted median instead of a raised median in the intersection. What we'd like to do, by the way, I'm representing TexBest. What we'd like to do is for you to continue as is, as the intersection as is, just because it serves two purposes, for the economic purposes and safety purposes of the intersection. We wouldn't like for it to become an intersection that's going to be dangerous for everybody. I heard something earlier today that says people are normal people that we just flow like water. We find the easiest way out. And if people are going to be cut off from going into this restaurant, this convenience store, they're going to find a way to get there. If not, they're going to go to another convenience store a mile away. We're trying to make sure that we work together with the city, ourselves, to capture the traffic that's coming from the east towards the interstate. And of course, there's others that will be coming down. As you know, that they're building a McDonald's next to us, and we'd hate for traffic to follow God, I'm nervous. I'm sorry. I haven't done this in a while, guys. But an actual neighborhood that is a 30-mile neighborhood that people are going to flow traffic through there to get to the McDonald's or get to the TexBest. I'd like to just, if you give me 1 minute, Mayor. This actually shows you what you have showing to the public and what you've been showing since 2022. And I know that you meet on a monthly basis again to discuss these projects over and over, but we'd like for you to make sure and you at least take a close look at what you have. And following on Oscar's earlier comment, that just the data itself as far as traffic can allow you to make sure that traffic that is going there will work both economically and safely for both of us. I know I presented something to your engineer earlier, a couple of months ago, maybe 3 or 4 months ago, and it got denied due to safety, but we have that current situation in Mission, Texas, on a TxDOT highway to a TxDOT intersection highway, Interstate 2. It's the same similar situation, but even worse in Mission, Texas, because we got 37,000 cars coming down that same roadway, and it safely has a left turn on a 250 feet away driveway for a CVS pharmacy in Mission, Texas. And it's a TxDOT highway, approved by TxDOT, done by TxDOT. And all we're asking is for us to work together to have flow in the community for both economic purposes and safety purposes for us.
Okay.
And
Thank
if you'll
you.
allow us to continue to work with you, that'd be great.
All right, thank you.
For your time.
Up next, I have Joseph Phillips.
I apologize for, I guess we're kind of teaming up, but since this issue is going to be an executive session, we don't have an opportunity to discuss it. if it were in public. So I did want to clarify that, yes, that one admission, I think it was 260, 240. We have a lot of flexibility that if we're given the ability to continue to have an access from the east side, to move that back as much as 300, 350 feet back, which is substantially greater than some of the other textile places. We want to make it safe too. And we appreciate the fact that the city has indicated it's willing to work with us on this. And that's all I ask. We've obviously been in this community for 30-something years, and having that substantial amount of potential business cut off from us, not only for us, but also the McDonald's. Kids are going to want to get to the McDonald's, and if they can't get in that way, they're going to probably come through Amberwood, which is not to anybody's benefit. And we believe, my engineers believe, that we have a very viable option, and I'm going to give you back the minute that he used extra.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, does anybody else like to come up and speak? All right, seeing none, citizens' comments is now closed. Up next, we have executive session. The city council will now go into executive session to discuss agenda items A1 through H pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.072, and 551.087. I'm also going to recuse myself for sections 1D. We are now in executive.
Order now. There's no action that was taken there. We will be taking action now, and we have the mayor to recuse at the moment, and we have Councilmember Mark McKinney.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion authorizing the city manager or designee to negotiate and execute a final settlement agreement in the state of Texas, X-Ray 1200 South Old Stagecoach LLC versus City of Kyle, Texas, litigation in the amount not to exceed $235,000 with such funding to be identified from available city funds.
Okay, motion's been made by Councilmember Mark McKinney. Do we have a second?
Second.
You have a
Just a note,
second
Mayor Pro Tem, that is for item 1D.
for item 1, David. Okay, we have a motion on the table by Councilmember Mark McKinney and second by Councilmember Dr. Lorley Harris. Do we have any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, motion passes 6-0. Okay, we're moving on.
I'd like to make a motion on item 1C, authorizing the city manager or designee to negotiate and execute a purchase and sale agreement with Kyle Acres LLC in the amount of $10,455,707 with a 60-day feasibility period for the purchase of approximately 25.381 acres of land in Hays County, Texas, with the listed address of 2301 South IH 35, with such funding available in the water and wastewater funds.
Second.
Okay, motion was made by Mark McKinney on item 1, Charlie, for that amount there. It's okay. We have a motion that was made and second by Dr. Harris. Do we have any discussion on the motion?
I do.
Okay.
I just want to say that I am not in favor of purchasing this land. We have no idea how it will look. We have no idea how we want it to look. We have not had an open discussion with our residents about this, and we've received 0 resident feedback. And so until we do, I will not be in favor of this.
Okay, all right. Anybody else having discussion on this?
I'd just like to add that I plan on taking my 60 days in this feasibility time to discuss with the residents and get some feedback, and I encourage my peers to do as well. Ultimately, I feel like this could definitely be a long-term strategy that we're glad we made the motion on when it was available.
Okay. Do we have anybody else? Okay, Councilmember Goza.
I want to add that I have a lot of concerns about the cost of this property. Our citizens already are experiencing extremely high water bills. There's a lot of affordability issues. This comes out of our water and wastewater funds. And so we need to, I think, really think about whether we want to go ahead and buy such an expensive piece of land. And as I've expressed, there are other parcels that are available that are much less. So I'm not going to be in favor of moving forward with this either.
Okay. If I could add, is there, with this 60-day feasibility, what does that really account to on that end, if you don't mind adding to that, to what this motion is really stating?
So this would allow us to have our architect on contract, which we have an item later on your agenda for Randall Scott Architects to begin doing some work on the property, to bring you back schematics to show you kind of what could be planned on those. We've already done some preliminary work on that, but this would give you kind of a land plan for the Public Works facility as well as this new piece of property and how that can be used over time. Additionally, how it can be used for our fleet maintenance facility, which is a project that we've talked about as building an actual in-house fleet maintenance operation, as well as a fueling facility for all of our city vehicles. So it's really a strategic use over time, over the next 20 to 30 years of how that property could be used, but we'll be able to bring you back some information in the next 60 days.
Okay, so basically, it's not in referencing and purchasing the items, the product, the land itself at this time, but to bring back schematics as far as what this property would be used for, correct?
Right, so it's an option on the property that you would not have an obligation to buy. You would have, I believe it's $10,000 that would be at risk if you decided not to buy it. But you would have 60 days to bring back that information and then decide if you wanted to proceed with the actual purchase.
Okay. Do we have anybody else that would like to add to the discussion?
I do have a question for staff. What information are we going to provide them with the engineering? We really haven't had a deep discussion on how we want this area to look. So meaning, are we going to go all out and say we want the fuel tanks and we want everything else that we've semi-discussed? I guess another reason why I don't want to vote on it is because we don't have a good idea of what it's going to look like. We have bits and pieces, but not a clear idea. So when you go for the engineering plans, how do we, as council, know what we're asking for?
Well, I think that the discussion has been to include a fueling facility and a fleet maintenance facility. Those are projects that we had included in the past budget and the council had directed us to proceed on. So we do think those are going to be items that we would look for the feasibility for them to see, is it feasible in this location and how would you align those operations? So that would be part of it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. So do we have a motion on the table already? Yes, we do. Okay. All right. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Motion passes 5-2. Okay. And I believe that's all we have.
You want to close?
Yep. We will go ahead and close the executive session, and we will now turn it over to Mayor Yvonne Forrest-Gill for the regular meeting.
Thank you so much. I want to apologize for the delay. We just have a lot of business we're trying to get through, and I appreciate everybody's patience as we work towards that. So the time is 7:31. It is Tuesday, February 17th, and we are going to start our regular council meeting. Jennifer, can you please do roll call?
No. Pledge.
Wait, did we do pledge before roll call?
Flores Cal.
It's okay.
Here.
Tobias.
I'm present.
Goza.
Here.
Medina.
Here.
Zapata.
Here.
Harris.
Here.
McKinney.
Here.
All right, that is 7. We're going to stand up and do the pledge now. Thank you. All right, thank you. Up next, we have agenda item 2, approval of minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve minutes for February 3rd, special meeting, including the regular minutes for the same day, February 5th, February 5th, 2026.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Tobias, a second by Harris. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, up next, we have citizens' comments. It's my favorite. The City Council welcomes comments from citizens early in the agenda of City Council meetings. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before the meeting begins. Speakers are provided with an opportunity to speak during this time period on any agenda item or any other matter concerning city business, and we ask they observe the 3-minute time limit. Up first, we have a Robert Duckworth. Is it Duckworth? And let me know if I've said that right.
Revolution. The William Hightower chapter is one of many chapters throughout Texas and the United States. The SAR, as we call the Sons of the American Revolution, has over 38,000 members. They became into existence at about 100 years after the Revolution. It was descendants that formed the organization to be able to honor all of the patriots who fought for this country, to establish, as what will happen on July 4th, 2026, will be 250 years that the United States of America has been in existence. And tonight, I believe we will receive a proclamation honoring our first president, General George Washington. It was a pleasure for me to be here tonight in front of all of you, residents, non-residents, to come here tonight to be able to honor our first president, George Washington. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Ken Gribble.
I'll be brief. Madam Mayor. My name is Ken Gribble. I've lived in Six Creeks for about 5 years next month. We have great neighbors, a nice house, and recently a water bill that's outrageous. Just to show up, before one drop of water is delivered, the bill's almost $200. Your plan to increase this even further in the coming year, on what justification, I have no idea. We've severely curtailed our use of water, and the bill is still about $400 in the winter, not watering. I'm on a corner lot about 1/3 of an acre, so my water bill is going to be outrageous. This is insane. Dana will talk later. We plan to retire soon, and this price gouging for a basic necessity is going to impact not only us, but the entire neighborhood. Do any of you live in Six Creeks? No, you don't. So you have no idea the impact this is having. I doubt you would subject yourself to these outrageous costs, but you still have no problem forcing those of us who can't even vote for you because we're in the county to pay for these extremely unfair costs. So we in Six Creeks are being singled out. I would urge you to rethink this disastrous policy. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Vic Allen.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I wanted to take a moment to recognize Councilmember Tobias. Tobias? Sorry, Tobias. Well in advance of the water rate increase, he took the time to host a town hall meeting to exchange views of the imminent water rate increase the city was about to vote on. He encouraged conversation and invited everyone to speak at the Tuesday's council meetings. So I went, as well as many others. One night after the meeting, on one of the council member nights, after the meeting had ended, I approached Mike to discuss the rates further. Standing next to him was Mayor Mitchell, who told me that the best thing that Six Creeks residents could do was to petition the council to be annexed into the city, and in return, Six Creeks would get the in-city rates and a tax rate of 0.27 basis points. He also said that was the same deal he had given Toll Brothers, which I later found out was absolutely not true. I later learned, so please do not tell me that this is not about the money, because I will laugh. Six Creeks already paid the city tax up front with the PID bonds because the city was too cheap when the development was built to front the money. Taxing Six Creeks now is plainly double taxation. At this point, the city is billing Six Creeks about $200,000 a month in overages. Additionally, the city has failed to amend and update its own Chapter 50 ordinance, which limits all rate increases to 1.2 times the prior year's rate. Not only was it not amended, but it was buried on a consent agenda to make it appear legitimate, and then removed in its entirety from the city's documents when it was brought up to the city's attorney's attention. You now have been illegally billing the entire ETJ for that overage for 4 months now, and it gets worse with each passing month. So, in the event you can't dig a hole deep enough, I guess that you should find a bigger shovel. Langley has stated in his letter to me that he stood behind the Raftelis study, never mentioning the developer agreement. Do you know why? Or has anyone even bothered to ask? Well, it's because there's a clause in the rules of the Utility Commission that states that the municipality can increase rates to this degree of ridiculousness only if they produce a water rate study. In researching other jurisdictions Raftelis is involved in, it appears their work is more than a wing and a prayer and just to see what happens. In this case, for Kyle, it appears that the city's budgeted dollars were needed, and they were the answer, and Raftelis created the proof by reverse engineering the solution. Has anyone in City Council written the city manager for the checklist of documents Raftelis wanted to be able to complete an accurate assessment? The real issue here is that City Council is utterly dependent on the city manager and attorney to give them accurate and unbiased leadership and direction. You have no resources and are denied them when you are asked. It is utterly an impossible situation, which I do not envy. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Domingo Castillas.
Mayor, City Council, my last name is Castilleja. I'm going to talk about two issues. First one is I'm the vice president of the Kyle Lions Club, and we're having a fundraising activity this coming Friday. It's H Hall here in Kyle, and it's to raise funds for certain activities we have here in Kyle. One is we provide vision help. We pay for some of the vision costs for some of our citizens. And we also have what we call, we have scholarships. Like last year, we gave 8 $1,000 scholarships to Lehman High School seniors. We also had a mental awareness panel established last year after the Veterans Parade. And we'd like to continue with that. In fact, in your item 27, I think you can name somebody for that panel, right, to be in the mental awareness. We would like to coordinate our efforts with that person also. And also we're working with the Parks and Recreation to get involved with some environmental issues. So once again, we're the local chapter of Lions Club International. And so we're looking for that fundraising this Friday. We'd like to invite all of you, all people here, and all people that are live streaming to please attend. The other issue I'd like to address is going back. I live also in Six Creeks. And as the gentleman that talked before me stated, there is an existing contract that states that we should be charged 1.2, I think it is, in comparison to the citizens of Kyle. I'm not sure why you're avoiding that, because it's strictly against the contract aspect. I know what I'm talking about because I told you many times before, I have a degree in business, right? And I've taught a lot of my students involved in business law and all that. So you're in violation of that contract. So I would like for you to address this. I know this gentleman here is going to talk after me that he's brought this issue to you I don't know how many times before. I would like to see that issue placed in an item on this agenda for the next time you meet. So can it be discussed? So stop avoiding this issue, because the longer you wait, the higher it's going to cost you. All right? So I'm in total support of what this gentleman and the rest of the other gentlemen talked about Six Creeks. And whatever it takes, I'm in support of whatever we undertake. Okay? Thank you a lot.
Thank you. Up next, I have Sharon Thompson.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Sharon Thompson, and I live in the Six Creeks subdivision. We bought this house this past December as our retirement home. Had we been aware of the high water rates, we wouldn't have purchased here, but now seemingly we are stuck. Tonight, I wanted to make you aware of the human element and the hardship your decision to raise the water rate has caused. I would like to ask each of you to take a second and imagine that you are going into retirement. You have your Social Security, probably a 401k, and you have the home you want to spend your remaining years in. Now imagining opening up your water bill, and the amount is $500 to $800. Each year you're projected to have an increase in water rates for ETJ neighborhoods, and water bills are projected to be $900 plus by 2029. How do you deal with that on a retirement income? How do you expect retirees, veterans, and families to pay on a monthly basis this extraordinary amount? I received my first water bill at the end of January. It was for $127. I'm sure you're thinking, that's not very much. However, this was only for a period of 3 weeks, not a full month, and for only one person in the home. Let me tell you how I live. I only use the washing machine every 7 to 8 days. I eat off paper plates so I don't have to use the dishwasher as much. I collect the wastewater in my sink, and I use it to soak pots or flush the toilet. I don't wash my hair as much as I used to and forget about the lawn. I use a trickle of water to wash my hands. No one thinks about how much their water bill increases every time they wash their hands. I do, because I'm afraid I won't be able to afford to pay my water bill. Would you want to live like this in your retirement years? I have been told that people think Six Creeks is a wealthy neighborhood, but that could not be further from the truth. The neighbors on my right are retired, and on my left is a working family. The man across the street works, but his wife is currently unemployed with 2 children. I've had 2 elderly ladies reach out because they are terrified they won't be able to afford their mortgage payment due to their high water bill. This neighborhood is filled with families, retirees, and veterans, not wealthy people, and we cannot afford expensive water bills. I will be retiring in a couple of years. My request to mayor and council is to please lower the water rate. If rates aren't lowered, I will have to sell my retirement home, which many others in Six Creeks are already doing because no one can afford these rates. Our retirement income will not be enough to support us and a high water bill each month in this ever-increasingly expensive economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Leslie O'Pry.
Good evening to the Mayor and Council. My name is Leslie O'Pry. I'm here tonight to speak in support of a forensic audit. First, I want to be very clear about what a forensic audit is and what it is not. A forensic audit is not an accusation. It is not a political weapon, and it is not an attack on staff. A forensic audit is simply a professional, independent review designed to answer one question. Are our public funds being managed exactly as intended and exactly as required? In recent years, many residents have struggled to understand where money is being spent, why certain costs increase, and why basic financial information can be so difficult to obtain. Transparency should not require formal requests, time, money, or specialized knowledge. Transparency should be the default. Trust in government does not come from asking people, just believe us. Trust comes from verifiable facts, clear documentation, and independent confirmation. A forensic audit protects everyone in this room. It protects elected officials by removing speculation. It protects staff by confirming compliance, and it protects residents by ensuring accountability for the taxes and fees they pay. If everything is in order, a forensic audit will confirm that and strengthen public confidence. If there are issues, it allows them to be identified early and corrected responsibility. Either outcome is a win for this city. Refusing an independent review does not build trust. Avoiding transparency does not calm concerns. But choosing accountability sends a very powerful message that this council values openness, stewardship, and the public's right to know. I urge you to support a forensic audit, not out of suspicion, but out of responsibility, not out of politics, but out of principle. I want to say two more things since I've heard other people speaking. Please honor the contract for Six Creeks. Quit ignoring it. And the next thing is we're already $1 billion in the hole for this year, over. And I know that we've got $1 billion more planned. Quit spending money. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Betty Conley.
Good evening, Council. My name is Betty Conley. I thank every one of you up there. I'm thanking you all for the Senior Center. I went and looked. You can't see much through the window, but I'm too excited to even wait. And so are the seniors. I wanted to let you know that under the Older American Act, the OAA, a senior center is a community focal point. It serves a gateway to the nation's aging network. We have many, many seniors that are just ecstatic that there is a senior center ready for us to get into. Today's senior centers are reinventing themselves to meet the needs and desires of 3 generations of older adults. Baby boomers now constitute more than 2/3 of the 50-plus population. Senior centers are developing new programs and opportunities for this dynamic generation of older adults and have an eye towards the future with the leading generation X turning 60 in 2025. So we are so excited to have the room finally that will accommodate all these generations, all these seniors, and all the younger people too, because we're doing intergenerational programs, and we are just thankful to every one of you up there that have worked diligently and hard to help our seniors. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Larry Golick.
Mayor, Council, good evening. I just want to talk about the water rate impact on Kyle. Is it reasonable? Is it just? And is it non-discriminatory? These are things the Public Utility Commission is going to ask. This rate increase has affected single mothers raising small children, college students trying to balance studies with their part-time work, disabled veterans like myself trying to remain housed, and seniors on fixed incomes. This is about monthly survival, not about lawn maintenance. These actions of city management and staff make one wonder if they understood their presentation. The city's false claim. The 2025-26 water and wastewater FAQ posted on the city's website as of right now states the majority of your bill is based on how much water you use. That's false. The city's own average says 5,500 gallons is what an average household will use. Well, if you take that 5,500 gallons and you break it out to base the water and the wastewater rates, for in-city customers, 54% of that goes just for the connection fee. For outside city, it's a 50-50 split. So neither in-city or outside of city for 5,500 gallons is the majority of your water bill, the water you're using. It's just the connection. For the average or less than average household, the majority of their bill is their minimum monthly connection fee, no water included. The city's own material contradicts their public messaging. The disparate impact on the average outside city customer. The rate increase revealed a staggering inequitable increase. Inside city customers, on average, on that 5,500 gallon monthly usage, saw an average bill increase of $18.07. The outside city customer average bill rose by $93.84, a 520% difference. for one of life's basic necessities. Not all ETJ residents live in Six Creeks or Anthem or Crosswinds. They live on fixed incomes in smaller communities on the outskirts of town. This isn't a manageable adjustment. This is potentially insurmountable. Council's failure to examine the facts. The previous city council was clearly blind to facts, with a notable exception of Councilmember Tobias, who understood what he reviewed. This wasn't neglect born of hidden information. The city's own consultants prepared these findings. The data was available. The previous council chose not to reckon with it. Your community is struggling. How will you respond?
Okay, thank you. Up next, I have Diane Harvall.
Mayor, Council, my name is Diane Herval, and I live at 1528 Amberwood Loop. I want to speak in reference to several agenda items. First item I'd like to speak to is item number 7. Can you please explain why we're negotiating a professional services agreement for a new water utility and public works building at this time? There appears to be multiple studies and consulting agreements underway. From a taxpayer's perspective, it feels excessive and potentially unnecessary. Most importantly, what is the projected timeline and financial plan that demonstrates when the city can realistically afford another facility? I would appreciate clarity on funding sources, prioritization, and long-term physical impact before moving forward. Item number 20, committee, it's in regards to committee staffing. Why are these committees not primarily staffed with citizens supported by one council liaison and one city staff member? The current structure appears to rely heavily on council and staff participation, which could spread both groups very thin. Citizen involvement increases transparency and community engagement. Please explain the reasoning behind the current structure and whether alternative models were considered. Item number 23. This was in regards to the road bond. Based on the backup materials, the best I can tell, it appears we are way over budget on the road bond projects. If that is the case, this should be all the more reason to reduce spending in other areas and focus on completing the projects that were presented to and approved by the voters. What is the plan to address these overruns? Are there cost controls in place to ensure we complete what was promised without further financial strain? Then item number 25. This item is in regards to the Windy Hill project. Please clarify for me the proposed egress and ingress specifically for the Texas Best convenience store and those 2 homes and the actual junkyard. It appears that a median may be constructed. Will that block access to the store, to those homes, and to that junkyard? As you know, Texas Best operates a truck stop, and 18-wheelers require adequate access. If access from Windy Hill is restricted, will truck traffic potentially be diverted into the Amberwood subdivision? That would be a significant concern for resident safety and infrastructure impact, and I would strongly oppose any plan that results in that outcome. Additionally, why are contingency fees being offered to contractors? Shouldn't performance standards include penalties for failure to complete by an agreed upon deadline rather than additional compensation? And then lastly, item number 28. Why would council members consider allowing others to control or significantly influence the agenda setting process? That appears to diminish the authority entrusted to each elected official by the voters. Council members were elected to represent the people directly. I urge you to carefully consider whether this change strengthens transparency and representation or weakens individual accountability and authority. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Stephanie McDonald, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'd like to begin with item number 23 and ask you to pause all roundabouts. Planned roundabouts, there's a lot of areas of construction on the 2022 road bond, and there are a lot of other areas that can be worked on besides roundabouts. Please pause these until they're reviewed for safety and to determine if a roundabout's the best option for each location. The city's roundabout policy needs to be removed. It's in the Code of Ordinances, Section 3823. It states roundabout shall be constructed unless the property needed cannot be acquired by the city. There's no wording stating the roundabout will be placed if it's the safest option or if it's the best option. Lehman High School has a 2-lane roundabout. There'll be new drivers changing lanes, entering and exiting the roundabout during high traffic times while children are trying to cross the street nearby. Please take the time to get this right. The time is now for a forensic audit of the city. The residents I've heard up here speaking to you have been calling for a forensic audit for the city to go back 10 years, to review the past 10 years. We all know that it'll cost money, but we just canceled a pocket park at Six Creeks by the Heritage Oak that was going to cost the taxpayers $784,000, and the council even considered adding a parking lot in addition to the park. I don't anticipate a forensic audit will surpass that amount. The city has lost the trust of the residents, and this is a step to restore that trust. Please add discussion of a forensic audit to the next city council meeting agenda. Item number 28 is a staff-sponsored item concerning the resolution approving 3 subcommittees. Why vote on this item now when the council voted on February 3rd on agenda item number 23, which was a council-sponsored item, to listen to the finance director's presentation on the history of a previous finance and audit committee, which included bringing back options to reinstate this committee. The committee included residents. Why wasn't that item placed on tonight's agenda? Instead of placing that item on tonight's agenda, you're proposing these subcommittees. Why vote on this tonight before hearing the finance director's presentation? Is it because you do not want the residents involved in the committee? How are you deciding and prioritizing what goes on the agenda? Currently, the agenda is set and approved by the city manager and mayor according to the city charter section 3.07, which needed no change while the former mayor was in office. Also about the subcommittees, this will obviously create so much more work for the city staff and council. It'll take many more meetings. Then the subcommittee members will not be able to speak with council members about their meetings until regular council meetings because of the issue of rules of quorum. Members of council have already voiced how much work they're doing. Be careful what you ask for, council. The emperor has no clothes and we all see it. Please place Six Creeks water situation on the agenda, and please move tonight items 23 and 28 to the top of the agenda. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Up next, I have Howard Connell.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to speak on the subcommittee issue here. I entitled it Council Subcommittee, Divide, Conquer, and Control. In my opinion, this proposed plan appears to be a strategic maneuver to undermine citizens' participation and consolidate power in the hands of our city manager. It seems the plan structure would necessitate a significant time commitment from citizens like myself, potentially dominating my weekly schedule. Attending multiple council committee meetings that provide 180 seconds for each speaker's comments. As a retired individual, I had anticipated having more flexibility in my schedule. But what about the folks still working full-time jobs with extended travel times and stuck in gridlock? The proposed meeting structure, potentially spanning multiple days, would require a substantial time investment, likely demanding at least 6 hours twice a month. That's an unsustainable schedule, month after month after month, for volunteer council members and citizens alike. I am concerned because this plan obviously prioritizes convenience over transparency, and wonder whose interest it's really serving. Limiting council debate to specific topics by council committees may inadvertently contribute to the community polarization and committee alliances. Instead of elected representatives should focus on serving the community needs rather than special interests, prioritizing expedience over transparency. I am concerned this plan may set a troubling precedent. I want to hear diverse public opinion and council reactions to potentially all agenda items. Should this plan be materialized, the best citizens could hope for attending a council meeting would be to hear batches of predetermined recommendations from the committee. Public comment sessions would only serve to check off the box required for open meeting requirements. Divide, conquer, and control is not a good idea for a city, particularly corrupted and at war with itself, as it seems to be Kyle is. Vote no on this nightmare. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Kushi Patel.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kushi Patel, and I'm back because I'm still trying to make sense of the math on our recent bills. While I understand that rate increases happen, the current charges feel really unfair to those of us in ETJ. We have looked at the numbers, and the difference is hard to ignore. While the average inside the city bill went up by about $18, our bills in Six Creeks went up by nearly $94. Our neighborhood is surrounded by the city of Kyle, so it's confusing to see such a big price jump compared to our neighbors in Cypress Forest or hometown Kyle. Our development PID funds actually help build the utilities the city is actually using to serve even more new homes. So it's tough to hear that we have to pay so much more for longer lines. On a personal note, this has been going on since September, and it's been a lot to carry. As a student, I'm losing sleep over these bills, and it's making it hard for me to even focus on my schoolwork. I shouldn't have to be this worried about basic utilities, and honestly, nobody else in our community should have to be this worried either. It is not fair that most of anyone's income should have to go only toward their water bill. So I'm asking the council members, please, it's time to make some changes and help our community. To move forward, if possible, I ask the council members to take action and please pause the specific ETJ rate increases until this can be resolved fairly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's all the forms I have. Would anybody else like to come up and speak? Come on up. Please state your name for the record.
I didn't do it correctly, I guess. Good evening, Kyle City Council members. I'm Dana Gribble. We bought our home in Six Creeks 6 years ago because we love the community and plan to retire here. We're retiring next year and will be on a fixed income, and rising water costs are deeply concerning. Water is a basic necessity, yet the large rate hike and future increases are financially overwhelming. On a fixed income, there's no flexibility. When utilities rise so sharply, something else has to give. We're not alone. Retirees, young families, and working households in Six Creeks are feeling the strain of rising water bills. Our reality is, with the current steep water rate hikes, we may be forced to sell our home. But then we have to ask, who would buy in a neighborhood with extremely high water rates? Judging from the number of homes not selling in our neighborhood and the number of renters moving out due to the large increase in water rates, it appears hardly anyone would. This raises our concern about affordability and property values. We see clear answers on how you will protect residents on fixed incomes. We love our home and our neighborhood and want to stay, but This and future water rate hikes threatens that. We've worked hard and saved for retirement, but these increases are turning our dream into a potential nightmare. A city's success shouldn't come at residents' expenses. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? Seeing none, citizens' comments is closed. All right, next is agenda order. Would anybody like to move any agenda items up? Yes, I heard 23 and 28. So 23 is after, almost right after consent. So we can move that up above 22, and then we can have 28 right below it, if that's okay. Does anybody have any?
Mayor,
Right, so-
Mayor, over here.
Yes.
No, Mayor, the only thing I would suggest is that we do item 24. We do have legal counsel here that we're paying by the hour, so just for
Perfect,
dollars.
okay. All right, so I can move actually that up before reports and presentations. So it'll go 21, 24, 23, and then 28. All right, up next, we have recognition and proclamations. I have a proclamation recognizing President George Washington's Day. If you want to come up here. I just want to say that this gentleman reached out to me reached out to the city and asked if we could do this presentation. And for those who are not aware, usually we have, I can't remember his name. Do you know his name? The gentleman that usually does this? Stu Hoyt. And he's been coming since I can remember. So I am honored to do this proclamation, and I appreciate being asked. All right, so whereas the United States of America was established following the War of Revolution from 1776 to 1783, a war won through the brilliant and courageous leadership of George Washington, revered father of our nation, and whereas George Washington, who lived from 1732 to 1799, mobilized the Continental Army and led the American colonies against the most powerful country in the world, finally defeating the British at the famous Battle of Yorktown, Virginia. And whereas the revered founder of our nation resisted the efforts of many supporters to make him a king or dictator, instead using his influence and power to support the creation and adoption of the Constitution of the United States. And whereas George Washington was elected as the first president of the United States, serving 2 terms of office from 1789 to 1797, and through his devotion, wisdom, and vision became the exemplar of distinguished leadership for all future presidents. And whereas the William Hightower chapter of the Sons of the American Revolution wishes to encourage all citizens to recognize the epochal contributions of George Washington to our nation by celebrating his birth on Sunday, February 22nd, 2026. Now, therefore, I, Yvonne Flores Kell, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Kyle, do hereby proclaim February 22nd, 2026 as President George Washington Day, and call upon all citizens to recognize and honor the brilliance, courage, and vision of the father of our nation and the relevance of his life to the preservation of our democracy in today's complex world. In testimony thereof, I have unto set my hand and caused to be affixed the seal of the city of Kyle, Texas, on this 17th day of February, 2026. Would you like to say anything before? I hope we can take a picture, but if you would like to speak as to maybe why you do this or anything? You did? Okay, all right. Well, we're going to take a quick picture if that's okay.
I got the fancy camera today, and now it's like going in and out. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have a proclamation recognizing Black History Month. Item presenter Claudia Zapata.
All right, so there wasn't a formal request to have this proclamation, but it's the 100-year anniversary of Black History Month being officially recognized, so I felt it pertinent to recognize that here in the city. So whereas Black History Month began in 1926 as Negro History Week, founded by Dr. Carter G. Woodson as an intentional act of resistance against the exclusion of Black history from textbooks, classrooms, and public memory, taking 50 years of advocacy, scholarship, organizing, and cultural pressure before it was formally recognized as a month-long national observance in 1976. Reminding us that this commemoration is an acknowledgement that American history has too often erased the contributions of Black leaders. And whereas the City of Kyle preserves and honors the full breadth of its history, including the Kyle Railroad Depot and Heritage Center, the Kyle Pioneer Family Cemetery, historically referred to as the Old Kyle Slave Cemetery, recognized in 2015 by the Texas Historical Commission, and Skyview Cemetery, founded in 1899 as the Kyle Cemetery for Colored People, and through honoring the public service of Maddie Welch, Kyle's first elected African-American city council member, former council members Ray Bryant and Dex Ellison, and former Mayor James Atkins. And whereas Black women have consistently led transformative movements in this country, often without the credit proportionate to their impact, including Shirley Chisholm, the first Black woman elected to Congress, who became the first woman and first Black candidate to seek a major party's nomination for president in 1972. Dorothy Height, who for 40 years served as president of the National Council of Negro Women and was a strategist in the fight against lynching and for criminal justice reform. Hazel Johnson, widely recognized as the mother of the environmental justice movement, who exposed the disproportionate placement of toxic waste in Black neighborhoods. Audre Lorde, scholar and poet whose foundational critiques of racism, sexism, homophobia, and systems of power reshaped academic discourse. Marsha P. Johnson, a Black transgender woman whose courage at the forefront of LGBTQ+ liberation movements expanded the meaning of civil rights and bodily autonomy. And Audley Queen Mother Moore, a lifelong advocate for reparations and Pan-African solidarity. And whereas Sojourner Truth wrote, "If the first woman God ever made was strong enough to turn the world upside down all alone, these women together ought to be able to turn it back and get it right side up again. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the City of Kyle that February 1st through March 1st, 2026 should be celebrated as Black History Month in appreciation of the many achievements of Kyle's African American community and those across this nation and its history. Signed and entered this 17th day of February 2026.
All right, would anybody like to say anything? Councilmember Tobias.
Thank you, Councilmember Zapata, for bringing that forward. When I was looking at the agenda item, again, reviewing it today, of course, the news came across where the civil rights activist, Jesse Jackson, had passed away. And so today, and that left a momentous moment because as a teenager in the 80s, I followed along when he was going to run for president back in, I think it was 1984 or so. I might think that it, or 84, yeah, something like that. And so twice, right, in 88 too. So he was a pioneer on that end. He was somebody that I studied during that time in school. So, when we're bringing this forward, we do need to recognize a lot of the people in our community and embrace all our differences and so forth. And so I wanted to say thank you, Councilmember Zapata, for bringing this forward and recognizing our members in our community and the Black community.
All right, anybody else? All right, I will say I have personally met Maddie Welch, who was our first Black council member, and she is amazing. And I encourage her, hopefully, if we have the Progress for Peace dialogue, I would love to see her up there. Her stories are amazing. And you talk about, I think she's in her 90s, and she remembers Kyle for what it was at that time. And so, I served with Dex Ellison, and I just feel like they've all given such a tremendous amount, to our community, and for that, I will be forever grateful. So, would you like to say anything else? Are we done? Okay, all right, moving on. We have item 5, recognize the Kyle employees of the quarter for quarter 1 of fiscal year 2026. This recognition honors employees who exemplify the city's core values of teamwork, accountability, integrity, visionary leadership, and transparency. Item presenter, Julie Beggs.
Good evening, council members. My name is Julie Beggs, and I serve as your Director of Talent and Culture for the City of Kyle. Tonight, we have the opportunity to recognize employees who have been nominated and selected by their peers for demonstrating the Kyle core values. These values include visionary leadership, integrity, accountability, transparency, and teamwork, and they were adopted this fiscal year after months of internal discussion, collaboration, and feedback from our employees. During those discussions, the Employee Engagement Committee felt strongly that the Kyle core values be a part of an employee recognition program. This program is employee-based, supported, and scored. And after the nomination period closes, a review panel comprised of employees, not managers, review submissions and decide on who best exemplified the core value for that quarter. Tonight, it is my privilege of sharing the names of the 5 city employees who have been selected as Employee of the Quarter, Quarter 1, fiscal year 2026. We're excited to share the names with you and our community and provide comments that were written on their behalf. Additionally, we have an award for them to signify this accomplishment and hopefully show as an example of what can be achieved together. Recipients are here, and so when I say your name, if you will join me at the podium, I would appreciate it. The first is Doggo Pates. Officer Pates demonstrates visionary leadership through his proactive and people-centered approach to recruitment for the Kyle Police Department. He invests significant time with applicants, creating a welcoming experience and building strong connections that reflect the values of the city. By continuously developing a strong pipeline of qualified candidates, even while staffing levels are nearly full, he ensures the department is well positioned for future success and continues to attract top talent to serve the city of Kyle. Thank you. And I'd like to show you his award that you'll receive. So congratulations to you. Appreciate that. And I'd also like to note thanks to the chain of command of these employees who are here tonight. So thank you for being here to support them in this presentation.
Can we have them stand up there so we can look at them? Like kind of like the Oscars, or you know what I mean? Everybody just stand up there. Take your minute. You guys are great.
They were very clear that they were not going to speak. So, so we draw the line there. But take your moment. Take your moment. Yes. Thank you, Mayor. For integrity, we'd like to honor Amy Caswell. Amy demonstrates integrity through her careful and ethical administration of the city's payroll process. She ensures payroll is accurate, asks difficult questions when something does not look right, and addresses issues across all levels of the organization. Her diligence reduces risk for the city, ensures employees are paid correctly, and has built strong trust and relationships across teams. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Accountability, Officer James Plant. Officer Plant consistently goes above and beyond his role through dependable leadership and a strong commitment to service. He supports community events such as Grinch Fest, Santa Rides, and Coffee with a Cop by ensuring clear coordination and smooth operations, often volunteering his own time during the week and on weekends. His professionalism, accountability, and positive example strengthen teamwork and build trust between the Kyle Police Department and the community. Kristen Lightnin. Kristen demonstrates transparency by ensuring city information is accurate, accessible, and regularly updated, giving the community clear insight into budgets, key performance indicators, and strategic process. She works closely with teams across the organization, offering support and flexibility to ensure data is reported correctly and on time. Through her oversight of the city's transparency page and her ability to turn complex data into clear visual stories, she is rebuilding trust and confidence with those that we serve. Kristen actually had a prior commitment tonight, so I'm going to ask her director, Marco, to come up and accept on her behalf. We can still clap for her. Yeah. Thank you, Marco. And teamwork, Ian McGuire. Ian exemplified teamwork during the library renovation project by serving as the lead point of contact for vendors and coordinating carpet, paint, and moving schedules. With a colleague on leave, he took on full responsibility, arriving early, staying late, and working weekends to keep the project on track. His positive attitude, strong coordination, and willingness to go above and beyond allowed teams and vendors to work effectively together and ensure the renovation was completed on schedule. Thank you. Thank you for the privilege of highlighting the contributions of these 5 employees. We have such exceptional talent at the city, and it's an honor to take a moment and say thank you and share their contributions with the community. I look forward to seeing you next quarter. Yeah. I think that we'll take a quick picture.
Are we going to take a picture? Can we say a few words real quick? Just because I know I want to, but I'll let other people go first if they want to say anything about these amazing employees.
I'll say something. Yep. I know. I say all the time that our staff makes me look good all the time, and you guys being the cream of the crop, at least for this quarter, is a true testament to how exceptional that is. Like, we have such a phenomenal staff, and to have you guys get recognized is a huge deal. So pat yourselves on the back is what I'm saying, because I speak highly enough about you when you're not in the room. So
yeah. Congratulations to everybody for your hard work, and including Bates, and then of course Plant. We've known each other for 20 years. Even back then, I saw a drive in you when we were at Travis County together, and the programs that you have brought to the police department, like with the Citizens on Patrol, Citizens Academy, everything that you've done through the years, especially Blue Santa, and you too as well, Pates, and as well as you, city staff. Thanks for all you do, but congratulations. It's well deserved on all 4 of you. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I just wanted to say thank you so much. When we're up here reading over the agenda items and talking, we're talking about concepts, right, that can seem pretty aloof. And so it's great to be able to recognize and hear the stories of the real work that individuals are doing, and to hear the extra commitment and dedication and passion that you have in your job and for the city. I think it's absolutely commendable. And so I appreciate y'all from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
All right, Councilmember Gosa.
I just want to say I've not had a whole lot of time to work with all of y'all yet, as I'm just coming on new, but I have never had a bad interaction with any of our staff on any level. And I want to say thank you so much for showing the pride in your job. Your passion for serving really shows through, and thank you for all that you do.
All right. Well, I just want to say you guys are what makes our city run. And I've spoken to, I think, everybody except for Ian, but hopefully that'll change. I will say this is so important. This award is important because it's not chosen by us. It's chosen by your peers. And so that speaks volumes. And that also creates it to where it's not, there's no negativity with that. And so the fact that your peers chose you guys is a big deal. So thank you to them. Thank you guys for showing up every day. I saw somebody working on a Saturday. And so I want to say thank you for all the extra time and effort that you guys put in, because this is not an easy job. And we couldn't be where we are without you guys. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we have consent, but Brian, do you think it would be okay if we moved to 24 up? Because you said they're attorneys? Yes, I think that would be a good idea.
Yeah, we'd be glad to do item 24.
All right, we're going to jump around here a little bit.
Item 24.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. They're
You're
on the
welcome.
clock.
You're welcome. Okay, up next, we're going to have agenda item 24. Under consider and possible action, consider an approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, a public utility easement over 2 parcels of land containing a total of 2,420 square feet, as described in Exhibit A to the resolution from certain real property owned by I don't know how to say that, Mr. Castillo and Julia Castillo for the public use and purpose of construction, utility improvements for the Center Street off-system project. A roll call vote will be requested. Item presenter, not Amber.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not Amber Schmeitz. Mike Trimble, Director of Transportation Public Works. I'll do my best to sub in for her. And so, yes, the property we were talking about tonight is related to the Center Street off-system project, but it's also a part of the 22 road bond. As you recall, in November 22, City of Kyle voters approved Proposition A, road bond for 8 transportation projects across Kyle. This project will improve the conditions of Center Street from Old Stagecoach to Veterans Drive. And a reminder about the project scope, it includes center lane of the existing 3-lane road section will be widened to enhance operations. There's a roundabout at Center Street and Old Stagecoach Road, sidewalk and vibe trail through the project limits, roadway illumination and drainage infrastructure improvements, and this project will reduce traffic congestion and enhance safety. Also, alignment design features were approved by Council in January 2024. Task order was awarded to Pape Dawson to complete the final design in September 24. The project currently is in bid phase. It's actually out to bid right now. Anticipated award date by spring 2026, which we anticipate actually will be later in March. Anticipated construction completion will be in summer of 2028. And this is the actual property in question. These are PEC easements. You can see the 2 easements there. They total 2,420 square feet or 0.056 acres. The improvements include really for the utility infrastructure there on either side. Summary, public convenience and necessity refers to the City Council determining whether the city's acquisition of an interest in a specific piece of real property, such as an easement or fee simple title, is necessary to effectuate a particular public use for the public's convenience and necessity. In this situation, the PCN finds that the Center Street off-system project is necessary and required to promote the public health, safety, and welfare of the community, and that the acquisition of the identified property is required to complete the project. When the property owner and the city are unable to reach a negotiated agreement, the PCN authorizes the city to initiate eminent domain proceedings and, if necessary, to acquire the needed property. So what we are asking for council action tonight is to consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, a public utility easement over 2 parcels of land containing a total of 2,420 square feet or 0.056 acre, as described in Exhibit A to the resolution, from certain real property owned by Eufemio Castillo and Julia Castillo for the public use and purpose of construction utility improvements for the Center Street off-system project. And options are to approve the resolution or option 2 to deny the resolution. And we're recommending option 1.
All right, are there any questions?
Good.
Go ahead.
On the recommendation, what was the reasoning on just for the, is it because of the, obviously for the road bond, but have we made any consensus with the actual owner themselves? Is there, if you go back to the map itself, there's property that's in the back there, and do we have any issues with those? Is that the same people there that live there?
So the situation, I might ask Ken Stick, our attorney, to help me with this. But the property owners are the Castillos. They do have a resident who's been living there for a number of years, and so there is, so to speak, a kind of a dual interest in that property. And so this would allow us to basically take this forward and kind of clarify that as far as the settlement of this property.
Okay. That was my question. Yes, thank you.
All right, so can we confirm, because it is my understanding that there are no disagreements for the amount, but there are other underlining issues as far as who would get paid. Is that correct?
Right. So I guess based on that, I guess I'm getting over my skis. I'm going to turn this over to Kent.
Good evening,
Sorry.
members of council. Kent Sick, outside counsel for real estate acquisition. That is correct. There is a title dispute, and my understanding from visiting with the negotiators is that none of the parties necessarily have an issue with the amount of compensation, but they just can't decide who's entitled to it. So that's what makes this necessary.
Is there anything that we can do for future situations so we don't have to go to eminent domain and we can write a check to whoever the land is deeded to?
We can look into that, Mayor. It's just not possible for the city to ignore the fact that everyone involved here has a legitimate claim. And so it's not up to the city to adjudicate who gets what. That's got to be on the court.
Well, is there, okay, help me understand this, because if my house is deeded to me and I live on there, then the city is then obligated to give that to me, because factually, the deed is under my name, correct?
Yes, ma'am. If there's a situation, using your example, if your house is deeded to you and there had been someone living in your backyard for 20 years and the city needed to acquire the property, the city would have to account for the interest of the person that had been living in your backyard. The city could write a check to both you and the person living in the backyard, but then the question becomes, who's going to cash it?
Yeah, could you write both their names on it?
And who's going to endorse it?
Is that our concern?
Again, Mayor, what usually happens is we just let the judge adjudicate who the money goes to.
I guess if eminent domain was not being used for that, I could understand. But since we're having to use possible eminent domain to move forward with this, I would just want to be a little bit more clear of an understanding of who the city should even be paying it to.
It's my understanding that it has to go through the eminent domain so that it can go to the court, so that a judge can determine
which person gets
what.
Yeah, but if we wrote a check to both of them, they would have to go to the court on their own anyways.
Where they're going. So the eminent domain proceedings does not deal with their ownership issues. That will be a separate issue for them.
In an
We
ordinary
don't deal with
circumstance,
that.
one of the competing landowners could have brought a suit to clear the title, but that's not up to the city. The city just takes them as it finds them when it's time to acquire the land.
How did we find out the people behind there lived?
And for what it's worth, in the situation that you've outlined, there's no guarantee that all of them would sign the purchase contract or that all of them would sign the deed. I mean, they would.
Or are they all on the deed?
Well, excuse me, all of them would sign the conveyance to the city. Like, the city has got to get the interest of everyone that's involved, because it's clear that they all have an interest, even though only some of them is recorded.
Okay.
Okay. With that, ma'am, I'd like to go and make a motion to approve agenda item number 24.
Can we have a very specific, this is when we have a specific motion. Will you give that to him?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Will you give that to him?
I'm sorry. You're right.
Give that to them.
Okay, I'd like to move, I move that the City of Kyle authorize the power of eminent domain to acquire a public utility easement over 2 parcels of land containing a total of 0.056 acres from the property owner by Afino Castillo and Julia Castillo, as described in agenda item 24, for the public use of constructing utility improvements for the city's Center Street off-system project.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Tobias and a second by Councilmember Harris. Any other discussion? All right, well, this is going to be a roll call vote.
Goza,
Yes.
Tobias,
Yes, ma'am.
McKinney,
Yes.
Medina,
Yes.
Flores Kale,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Zapata.
Yes.
All right, We have 7-0. Item passes. Okay, next we're gonna do you want to go back to consent? Okay, we're gonna go back to consent. Are there any items that anybody would like to pull?
21.
21?
I got all my questions answered before the meeting, so I'm good.
Okay, I would like to pull agenda items 7, 8, and 19. So we have 6. Just trying to see which ones we're gonna approve. 7, 8, 19. And 6. There's just so many.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda items 6, 9 through 18 and 20.
I'm gonna have a second. I'll second that. I'd like to have a motion made by Councilmember, McKinney, to approve agenda items 6, 9 through 18 and agenda item 20. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, passes 7-0.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So up next is agenda item 7. Consider approval of a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate a professional services agreement with Randall Scott Architects, Inc., which will be brought back for council approval at a later date to provide architectural design services for a new water utilities and public works and transportation headquarters. Item presenter, Mike Murphy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Murphy, Director of Water Utilities. Here to answer any questions you may have.
Are you going to do the presentation?
Sure. Is that what you want?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So this project is to hire is to allow the city manager into contract negotiations with Randall Scott Architects. This firm was selected from a group of about 8 or 10 other architects. And what this is to start the design work necessary for the construction of a public utilities facility to house water utilities, wastewater, transportation, public works, fleet services, a fueling station, and a large truck washing facility. So the reason behind this currently Public Works sits on about a 14-acre tract of land right now where Water, Public Works, Transportation have outgrown the existing facility. When this site was constructed, it was constructed for 20 to 35 employees, and currently we have approximately 120 employees and continue to grow. The employees are now relegated to offices that are in mobile homes, old storage sheds, and off-site trailers. The lockers, like I said earlier, was designed for a staff of up to 35 employees. We have 3 showers and 31 lockers. Okay. So the new facility is planned to accommodate fleet service bays, fueling stations, truck wash, and all. Like I just mentioned, we estimate that a cost savings for on-site truck washing facility is about $150,000 per year. The $66,000 annual labor savings and up to 88 cents per gallon on wholesale fuel, which we anticipate that being you use about 3,000 gallons per week. We estimate that to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000 to $150,000 per year in savings. This is typically handled through the state supply contract or wholesale fuel delivery service, and it provides safer operations for our heavy equipment. Right now, our heavy equipment, we have to take them to one of our local fueling sites, typically a convenience store location like a Poco Taco or something like that, to get the fuel. It's not safe. We got large equipment moving in and out of these facilities. And this is just some of the pictures that we put together. And for those of you who have toured the facility, and we appreciate the mayor and Councilman Goza for walking through this with us last week to see what the conditions were, and just kind of starting up in the upper left-hand corner. That is our fleet services bay right now. and we keep that full of equipment that doesn't do well outside, and so we have to park those vehicles inside at night. And you kind of go down the list there, and it shows that's inside of a mobile home where we've got all of our division managers that are working in those type of conditions. The hallway to our administrative services where the boxes are lined up. Upper right-hand corner, we've got 4 men operating off of one desk. Our parking lot is full. The situations where we're anticipating rainfall, we have to move our equipment around to keep it out of the water. And then bottom right-hand corner is just a typical day. If we have a meeting in our conference room and our internal bay is complete, or is being used for some other operation, our training center is being used for other operations, the parking lot is overflowing, and so those are just kind of some of the conditions that we're working in. Oh, I'm sorry. And then you can see the 30 lockers that we've got over there. This is to accommodate the full staff. So background. Authorizes the hiring of a firm to design a new multi-purpose headquarters for water utilities, transportation, public works. It will serve up to 200 employees, and what we're designing and building this facility for is for future growth, not just for current needs. And so we'll be working on that with Randall Scott Architects. It centralizes critical operation functions such as fleet fueling. We've been through that, all those facilities right there, and provides improved site organization and asset protection through covered and uncovered equipment storage, which is a really big deal because, like we showed you guys this past Friday, the very, very expensive pieces of equipment that we use in our day-to-day operations. So what we're asking for right now is, or what we did was we sent out requests for qualifications. We advertised on August 11th and closed it on September 18th. 19 submittals were received. In response, we narrowed that number down, and then we selected Randall Scott as our selected choice. And this is based on evaluation by staff panel, and Randall Scott's architects were obviously the ones that we are recommending to go forward. So a couple of things that we talked about. We know this is a big ask for water utilities, public works, and transportation. And our goal is to work, like you just approved earlier tonight, on a piece of property that we're looking at acquiring, and they're going to do a site assessment, environmental assessment, and surveys to get on that property. And this will allow Randall Scott to do their thing, to do their architectural engineering, and come back to council within the next 60 days with a set of design schematics to show you the possibilities of that particular site. And so we're recommending that you approve option 1. And then obviously this resolution gives the city manager into contract negotiations with Randall Scott, and we hope to come back to you at the next council meeting with those results.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
Go ahead.
Okay, Councilmember Tobias.
Thank you. All right. I know that there was some hesitance about us moving forward on this, but I know that this is something that you were stating that we've got to look forward to the city 10, 15 years from now. And I know that there's a specific piece of the property the land that we're looking at. I do hear the concerns from the residents about the spending, and that's what we're hearing a lot of. Do we have the money for this and the feasibility for a lot of this? My thing is, and you heard me speak and back there, was if there's a way to where we could be able to see exactly what the concept design would be. Let's say if we decide where the Public Works is going to have their office building, where a maintenance barn would be. That's where you would have all your vehicles come in for maintenance. Would this also be able to, you think, supply any of the maintenance or equipment for Parks and Rec? Let's say they needed mechanic work done to where it's a combined use, like I was stating before, more of like a City of Kyle, City Public Works complex area to where you had the fueling stations for all the vehicles, including the police department, to come in to utilize versus having to use gas stations and so forth. I hear what a lot of people are saying, that we're spending a lot of money on these things. It is a concern of mine as far as the budget. Where are we going to accumulate the money from? Where are we going to get this from? So I'm not so much on the fence as far as the need, because I know that it's there, but it's the sustainability that we have in our city because of our increase in water, because we're already at a stage 3 or 4, I believe. Also, the infrastructure around there off of 150. I just want to make sure that whenever they come back with the designs, they look at everything. And my other ask would be is, could we get public feedback? Could we do a town hall? Could we do something to where we could show the residents, this is a big project that the city's looking at doing, and getting feedback from the residents, or explaining to them the reason why we're doing this, and actually add in the cost. Is it going to be 20 million? Is it going to be 10 million? The land itself and so forth. Because another big project we have that's a time ticking right now is that animal shelter. So a lot of different projects are going on in their city, and I think that's kind of why we're the ones that hear from the residents the most. Right. But if there's a way to where we could get that if this passes through, we can get a real narrow down as far as what the schematics are going to be, and who's going to utilize it, and going from there.
Well, thank you for that, Councilman. Yes, all those things will be discussed. I think there's a fleet study that is underway right now, and it'll determine the maintenance of the police vehicles. Obviously, Parks and Rec will be a part of this facility, bringing their equipment in. Our goal is to have a large equipment bay in the fleet services section of this design. There'll be a large equipment bay for our large dump trucks, Vector trucks, large water trucks, things like that. That'll work on one side, and then you'll have another side of that garage will be for small equipment, which is like the pickups, the 4-wheel drive pickups, normal pickups, police vehicles, things like that.
And
that's a conversation that is
okay.
happening right now in the fleet.
And what was the reasoning for this location? Was there other sites that could have been a possibility? What was the reasoning for the why you guys decided on this specific location?
Okay. Well, we felt like this was a really good site for us. We started this about 8 months ago, if you guys remember, where we had a piece of property on the other side of 35, but it needed extensive road work to accommodate the heavy equipment, and it was sort of tailored within residential areas. This particular site is there's no residents around this facility. The property is adjacent to the prison, and that in itself lends to challenges for that piece of property. We feel like we got a really good deal on it, and you add all those things together, there's just not that many large pieces of property available in the city of Kyle. And we felt like this probably is the highest and best use for that piece of property, being immediately adjacent to the correctional facility.
Okay, do you have any idea that any of these trucks or larger equipment would be impacting 150, or will you think a lot of this would reflect where the vehicles would come in and out more on the service road?
Yeah, so our goal is a combination of both. We're hoping that we can work with the property owner and get an easement from the south corner of the facility to the, what would that be, the northeast corner of that facility. And it would be a closed road, access road for our equipment only. This will be a totally gated facility. We'll do all the aesthetics necessary with high quality cast iron fence and masonry to sort of shield it from view. But we are planning on using both 150 and the service road on 35.
Okay.
And basically, we're already doing that. You can see with the location of the existing facility right there, you can already see that we're using 150 solely, and this gives us another access point.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. I yield, Mayor.
All right, I have Councilmember Medina.
Sorry, mic wouldn't turn on. So I know we spoke earlier on the agenda item or executive item we approved earlier for the 60-day feasibility study with the possibility of an extra 30 days for an investment of $10,000. We didn't discuss, the question wasn't asked, is there a cost for that feasibility study? If we approve this agenda item for Randall Scott Architects to come back and bring us a feasibility study and an environmental impact, what is that fee associated with that?
So the way that we've got it broken down, this project was approved in, I think, in the 2024 capital budget for $35 million, which includes site study, which will come out of that fund, which is the feasibility surveying, that sort of thing that you would do your due diligence on that piece of product, because we want to make sure there's no environmental impact to that property that would keep us from building a facility like this. So it's in that original plan. We did in 2024, we did a 5-year budget to do this project, which is start with the feasibility study, hiring an architect, obviously purchasing the land, or getting the access to the land so that we can do all these things. And then the remainder of the funds will be associated with construction.
So if I could just add on to that. So this is for the request for qualifications award. It's the first of a 2-part process for a contract. The second part of this would be after the company is selected, it comes back for actual contract that come to the council for award for that work. We don't know exactly what that cost will be. It will be, fairly significant for the type of work we're trying to do in the next 60 days. I just don't know what the number is going to be, but you'll have that in front of you on the 3rd for consideration. And then we can tell you specifically what all tasks will be required, how much it will cost, and when we expect to get that work done. But that would be on the phase 2. So again, it's the RFQ is awarded. There's no cost associated with this particular item, but it does direct us to bring that back to you. Hopefully that helps a little bit.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Councilmember Zapata.
It's my understanding that our current public works facility is built on top of an old wastewater treatment.
That's correct.
Yes. Can you kind of speak as to, I guess, the issues that poses with why there's only certain things that we can do with our current facility?
Yeah, so we're actually, per the mayor's request, we're looking at the original design for the public works facility. It is built on the old wastewater treatment plant before we took over the water treatment plant out on Heidenreich that you've all taken a tour of now. So there are going to be challenges with that. We don't know what the disruption would mean to the environment if we go in and do it. Obviously, when they built this facility, they had to go back, they had to go and cut out a lot of soil and replace with older soil. But those were challenges because of the condition of the environmental challenges associated with having a past wastewater treatment plant there. So we really won't know until we start digging into that. No pun intended. But if we did do that, it would have its own set of challenges for sure before we could put a new facility on it. I just don't know what those would be right now. But
Yeah, I think I just wanted to speak to the fact that there would be challenges associated with it, especially the environmental concerns that folks may have, and then maybe I think additional concerns with what we're able to actually put on the land itself. I think, can we speak a little bit towards the real life consequences of having all of our 120 full-time staff members stacked on top of each other? Because for example, sometimes you'll see some of our trucks, unfortunately, are having to receive maintenance on the side of a road. And so the way that I see it is that having a facility and having space to where we do have the maintenance bay and whatnot, that allows us to actually repair our vehicles a lot faster because we'll be able to do it quicker in-house and safer for our staff members. And so all of these things feed into how quickly our staff members are able to get back out to the roads, to answer calls, to fix issues and whatnot. So can you just speak a little towards the real life consequences?
Okay, I'll take a shot at that. So you can look at this picture. These are the challenges we're faced with. We've got 100+ employees scattered around the city, whether they're at the wastewater treatment plant, they're in one of these. You can see the mobile home all these pickups are parked in front of. You can see the challenges with office space. There's absolutely just out of space, and we're having to move people around. And then you can see inside the fleet service bay right now. It's really not a fleet service bay, but it's a bay. So we have no room to do any work on our equipment. We don't work on our equipment. We contract all of that work out, and so we have to get in line because there may be other cities or there may be other businesses or something like that that's in line waiting for their equipment to be worked on, and probably have to speak with the police department to find out what their challenges are with that sort of thing. But if we had our own facility, and we'll give you the data on that too. One of the things that we were talking about after our exec meeting is we need to get you some data on what that would look like as far as providing fleet services to our equipment, and what that would look like, and the benefits that it would pay us, not only in loss of time, because if we lose one of our large trucks and it's going to be 6 months to get it repaired, that means we have to go out and rent a piece of equipment to offset what that truck was actually doing. And we've done that. We've done that several times in the past. So we'll get you that information on that.
Thank you. And so I think I just want to reiterate that this is something that we are doing in order to ensure that we're able to service our residents faster and at a cost savings. I know it is a big investment, but it is one that we are paying for because we didn't, previous councils, years and years past, did not plan for us to be the size that we are now. And we are, in one of the other reports that we have on the agenda, we're the second fastest growing city in the nation. And so we can only expect that in the next 5 to 10 years that we are going to have facilities and I think just space in order to perform the duties that we have to our residents. And so, yeah, if we could actually also make sure that we capture data that talks about like that, I guess that time from when like a vehicle like goes offline and is broken down to like the service, like just kind of like some of the averages of the times that has associated with it. In comparison to like what potentially we could have. Because for example, if we could work on one of our larger vehicles and spare ourselves contracting out and 6 months, and we're able to do those repairs faster and in-house, like that is getting our services to our community done faster and cheaper. And so that is something that I really do want to make sure that we capture. Thank you.
And routine, I'm sorry, I'll lift out routine maintenance. Routine maintenance is critical for city our size, and right now we're depending on outside contractors to do that, which is a critical thing to the longevity of these very expensive pieces of equipment.
All right, thank you. Councilmember McKinney.
I would like to add that, you're right. Prior councils have been heavily criticized, and I defend them usually because nobody could have anticipated the level of growth that we had. We don't have that luxury. We are anticipating the level of growth that we've got coming. And this is, while yes, it's expensive, it's a necessary piece of infrastructure so that we can provide the services to our water customers. And really to all of our residents, because it accommodates for so many different departments. It's a necessary and worthwhile investment in the future of Kyle.
Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, not only are we behind on our infrastructure in many areas, but this is one of them. And this is one that pays back. We will have very significant cost savings by doing this whole process in-house instead of outside. Everything about it saves us money. And it will be savings for 30 years. We anticipate that this will, I believe you said that this will serve our city for 30 years. It's not just now, but we're anticipating the growth.
Right. And when you see the schematic designs that we're going to be working, hopefully with Randall Scott, you'll see that we're not gonna occupy every square inch of property out there. We're going, like the city manager was saying earlier, this is for growth. This is when you build or have an investment like this, it's not a 10-year, even a 20-year. This is more like a 30 to 50-year project that we'll have the ability to grow into. So,
Right. If we're done, I'm gonna address a few things, and I think we all kind of know where I stand. $35 million is a big ask from our residents, and if it's going to be for 30 years, because that's how long it's going to take to pay back these CO bonds, which, by the way, CO bonds do not go to the residents. It's a vote that we take up here as council members, and we decide whether or not we want to fund a $35 million project. My concern is that there has been zero resident feedback as of today. They don't even know. This is our first open discussion, and I think we can all agree that we need this. We need some kind of expansion. I was in that building during Snowvid. I understand how hard those boots on the ground work. I've seen them. I've seen them upset and worried about how we're going to get our water. So my heart lives with them. But with that said, I still think moving forward, we need to be conscious about how much water or how much money we spend. I think we also need to figure out what we want this to look like. We're going to put out some RFP? We don't even know what we're asking for. I don't know what we're asking for. I know you said it's for future growth, and I just found out at this very moment it's for 30 years, which is probably going to be the life of the bond. So we're going to be paying for something for 30 years. I want to make sure that we have resident feedback, that we're not going to have eminent domain for an easement that we don't know if we can get. I will not vote for eminent domain if, in the event that guy doesn't want to give us an easement, what is the city going to do? Also, is this best use for that tract of land? When we're planning a city, we always talk about what is best use for our comp plan. I don't know if that is the best use. The east side has very limited area to expand and grow, and what we're going to do essentially as a city is take that opportunity away, and we're going to use it for city use. We have 14 usable acres out there. I would like, if we're going to move forward with this, I would like to have a couple options. So maybe we see an option of all 39 acres, and then maybe we see an option of the 14 that we currently have. My suggestion has been to have water and wastewater expand over by the wastewater plant, and then to have public works expand where they're at, or not even to expand, but like build on where they're at. Me and Councilmember Gozo walked it on Friday, there was a lot of unused area, or not well planned and well-used areas. I would like to see that kind of tightened up. I want to vote yes because I want to make sure that we have needs met for our future. I'm not trying to stop that, but I also want it to make sense, and I want to be fiscally responsible because at the end of the day, we are taxpayers. Anybody that sits up here, we pay taxes, and so I want to make sure that when we pay for our taxes, that it's going to the most thought out possibilities. So I would like to see more than just one schematic or more than one layout. I don't know if that's possible or if you guys just have it for, I don't even know what we're putting out for. We're putting out for the whole 29 acres, 39 acres?
Yeah, so, do you want me to answer that? So, like the city manager said, the before you tonight is allow him to negotiate a contract with Randall Scott. And as part of that negotiation, we'll go over scope and fee. I mean, that's what the negotiation is all about. And so, yes, you will have more than one option to choose from. That's the whole idea of getting them on board as soon as possible while we're doing the site assessment for the facility. We can go ahead and get them to start doing their personal interviews because I've done this, look at me, I've done this before. And so the first thing that they're going to do is they're going to start and they're going to meet with staff. That's going to be their original one, and then they're going to get an idea. And then somewhere along the way, we're going to bring council back in, and we'll have public meetings where we can show what their ideas are that you've already seen, the city management has already seen, and we'll work on it. But this is just a typical process, and we're at. I'd like to say we're at like step 5 out of 20 steps. That's about where we're at right now. The first one was to find an accessible and usable piece of property that was not surrounded by residents. You saw Friday what that looks like. And when we visited the wastewater treatment plant, we don't want to have that issue on this one, because we are loud in the morning. You have the backup, beepers from the equipment backing up and getting ready to do their day's work and stuff like that. So it's a continual operation that we're going to be doing. So it doesn't necessarily fit into a good neighborhood environment. We could put one there, but it wouldn't be our first choice. And so that's why we looked at this piece of property. There's a lot of things about it that sort of lends itself. It's sort of in an industrial area, but it's also sort of next to a correctional facility that is not the most desirable piece of property if you're going to invest in property.
So is it possible to do like 3 different designs? One for the 14 acres, one for 39 acres, and then one with wastewater by itself?
Sure.
And then I like Mayor Pro Tem Tobias's idea of presenting these to the residents, and then they can look and say, no, we don't think that's necessary, or yeah, we like this, or hey, can we include this? I would like to get that feedback before we take a vote on a CO bond.
So lots of discussion, all good points. Certainly we can look at any number of options that you want to look at. This is going to be at a very high level conceptual basis of what we think could be there after some site visits and some work that they'll do on the site, but it's still very high level. The actual design, the actual documents, construction documents, actually bid some project out, those are months away from happening. So I do want to manage expectations of what we can do in 60 days. I think we can certainly give you some high-level options and concepts and bring back some options for these 3 different scenarios, Mayor, that you suggested. We can certainly look at that, to how that could be done. But in resident feedback and getting some kind of open houses and things like that, we can do all of those. But I don't think all that's honestly going to be possible in 60 days. And we're really looking at less than 60 days. 60 days starts from today. March 3rd is a contract that comes back to you for consideration to actually start this work. So we've really got about 45 days or so to bring back, and then I have to present those to you back in a public meeting at a scheduled time. We'll have to think about when that is to come back to you and see it. So I think there's definitely other items that we can pursue there. I think the first is, how would it look? How would you use the space? What are our projections about what we think you're going to need over the next 20, 30, 40 years, which those get very difficult to measure after you get beyond 10 or 15 years. But we can give you some projections to show you what we think is needed. And you are going to need more space, there's no doubt about it. We can certainly look at using the space that we have perhaps more efficiently. Those are always good things to do. But it's also, as Mike said, new services that we don't have. The fleet and fueling operation is a completely new operation that we don't have. We share this with the council there's a lot of new council members, 4 new council members, so you haven't seen this presentation in the past. But about a year and a half ago, we shared with council a lot of concerns that we had about the city's fleet. In particular, we had at that time roughly $15 million in equipment that's invested in equipment across the city, but we had no set standards and contracts for how that fleet would be managed and maintained and how it would be fueled. We're trying to create a new fleet management program around all of those things so that you can better maintain that critical asset. It's millions of dollars of equipment that's being invested in that. We really have concerns with how the items have been procured. Mostly they've been leased. We've talked about that. The leases are not a long-term strategy that we feel comfortable with. We think we need to change how we're buying those pieces of equipment, and how we're financing those pieces of equipment. We're not comfortable with how the equipment's been maintained, the contracts, the type of standards that need to be there for how the equipment's been maintained, and the fuel is something that we think we're paying, as Mike mentioned, a significant premium to fill up our vehicles. And some of these are very large, inefficient vehicles because of their size. We pay a premium at retail locations to do that, as well as having a reserve for emergency situations. We think we need all of those things in that fleet and fueling operation, which is something we don't currently have. And the way we look at this operation is, what do we have today? What do we need today? But more than that, what do we need in the future? And we know in the next 10 to 15 years, this city is going to need a lot more of these services, and that's the planning that we're looking at. So it's a long-winded answer to a lot of conversations and questions that have been thrown out. I think the essential point, though, is we can come back with those three options that you mentioned, Mayor, and show you that. It's still going to have a price tag. There's no doubt about it. It's a lot of money. But that we can certainly come back to you on that. I can't answer all of those questions, but I'll answer as many of them as we can in the next 45 to 60 days.
Okay, well, my ask would be to design the three, and then we bring it to the residents, and then we get their feedback on how they would want to proceed.
Well, I just want to be clear, when you say design, to us, that means something different than a conceptual overlay of just some shapes and things on.
It's going to
on
be
a
expensive,
page.
right?
Designing something with three different ways certainly would be expensive. I mean,
Yes, of
You're
course.
talking, typically, you're going to look at 8 to 10% of the contract.
But we're
to
spending
construction.
$35 million.
$35 million is the projection for the land plus all the construction. So if you took the $25 million for just the construction, you're looking at 8 to 10% to do design set of plans for that. What we would start with is conceptual drawing, bring that back to you, let you look at that, and then if you decided you wanted to pursue that, then you go into the actual full design. Again, it's a lot of money. You would not do that 3 times if you weren't sure what you were doing.
And as far as, if you don't mind, Mayor, as far as Town Hall, could be just more of an open house, okay? More of an open house at Public Works. We're having it at this day. We're looking at this conceptual design. This is where our needs are from the city. People can actually hear from you. They can hear from Mr. Stanford. They can hear from whoever it is from the city itself. Basically, kind of like we used to do with our road bond, and say, this is where we're at. You know, this is a projected cost, but to have it broken down as far as the services and the fleet services that's needed for the continuous growth. Because I know there's people here in this city that works in maintenance from different counties. They know about maintenance barns. They know about how these things work. And so given what we're saying as far as from our point of view on the dais, the transparency to the residents, hey, this is a big investment that we're looking forward to for the city, and this is the plan, this is the land, this is the idea, this is where we're at, and it keeps them more informed in that sense. Because again, here's the other flip side. Let's say we say no to all of this. Then where do we go? Then what do we do? We got people that are saying, you guys are spending way too much money. You don't need this. Figure something out. Then what do we do? What do we do from there? Right? We're back to square one. And guess what? We still need maintenance. We still need roads fixed. We still have snowstorms coming. We still have construction. We still got road bond, the road construction that's coming on. Those are going to need repairs once they're done. So we can go on and on about, the cost, which is going to be substantial. But if we pull the plug on all this and say, you guys are spending way too much money, you don't need this, we're not going to move forward, then what? Then we're back where we were 15 years ago when the city council on here was trying to figure out how to get some of these roads built and where we're at now. So we got to kind of look at it from that perspective as well.
So we certainly can do an open house, any kind of public outreach that you want to do. Again, I do want to manage expectations. I don't have any concepts or designs right today. If I had those, we could certainly do it. What we'd like to do is to try to put those together. And if we have time to do that before that 60 days, we'd be happy to try to do that. I just don't know today if I can commit to that because I'm not sure if I'm going to have the designs. So I have to be able to bring something back to you, have a council meeting to show you the designs before I show them to the public and let you see them.
Even if we may not have the actual physical drawings, crayon drawings like I see it, just having the conversations.
Just of the needs?
Just
If you want
having
an
the
open
need to
house of
say,
needs that are out
open
there?
house sometime in March, in 60 days, this is coming back.
Okay.
Like to have the feedback from the community to see where we're at. And then again, because right now we're in a council meeting, right? Not everybody knows about this, like you said. Not everybody knows where we're at as far as our public works and our wastewater is. But just putting it out there, hey, there's going to be a conversation about a new project that's coming around. This is the needs from the city. If you'd like to attend, there's no concept designs, but it's able to basically present what you're doing here. You've got slides. You've got a map. We can utilize that. So whoever decides to show up, again, we're putting it back on the residents now. If there's 15 people show up or maybe 5, at least we're being able to be transparent in that sense.
We can absolutely
Yeah,
do that. Yes,
Something
sir.
like that. That's what I'm looking at.
All right, anybody else? Councilmember Zapata.
Just one more thing, because I know that we're talking about how for a lot of these repairs and whatnot, like we contract out. Can we get like an estimate of like the total cost of those contracts? Is that
Yes.
possible? Okay.
Yes, I think what we can do is send to this council the report and presentation that we did from about a year ago. I've lost track of the exact time, but let me send you that so you can see all the issues that we've discussed that I tried to verbalize, but we'll show you that and show you the cost. Absolutely.
Okay, and then just can we get it updated, like as updated as possible? I know that there's, but so I'm trying to be reasonable here, just so that way we can also present that to the public as well.
Sure.
Yeah,
We'll
we
be glad to
definitely
take a
can
look.
get you that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Any motions?
In the meantime, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 7.
Second?
I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney, second by Councilmember Tobias. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 7-0.
Thank you.
When I say it, I mean agenda item 7.
Agenda item.
All right, up next, we have agenda item 8. Consider approval of a resolution authorizing an amendment to the city's annexation and development agreement with Bee Springs Limited and Property Reserve Inc. for the Nance Bradshaw Ranch development.
Good evening, members of council. Melissa McCollum, Chief Development Officer. Would you like me to go through the presentation for this, or did you have individual questions?
Well, go through. How long is the presentation?
A couple slides.
Okay, let's go ahead and look at it.
All right. So this development is really looking at the area in blue. It was original development was done in May of 2016. It had 3,300 acres. It was called the Nance Bradshaw Ranch, and it is a master planned community that had up to 9,000 LUEs. And the development agreement looked at all things kind of development agreement related that looked at uses and looked at infrastructure framework and zoning. So since 2016, they have a new owner of the property. It's Property Reserve Inc. They now own, they purchased about 3,000 acres. The development agreement from 2016 did mention 2 parcels of molar pasture that was referenced in the development agreement. And the original DA also referenced a co-owned property. So there was some references in the development agreement about potential development of those, and then but that was always governed by a separate development agreement with Blanco River Ranch BRI, and it wasn't referenced in this Nance Bradshaw, but not fully regulated by the development agreement. So with this amendment to the DA, it really looks at pulling out what I'm calling the purple property, which is about 3,000 acres, and having the development agreement apply to that, and really letting go the references to the co-owned property, which was about 300 acres, and then the other tract, the molar pasture, was about 300 acres. So those would be removed from the DA, and we would just look at kind of the purple property only. So again, it would take those 2 properties out. It would confirm the agreement now only applies to the approximately 3,000 acres now owned by Property Reserve Inc. And then that it recognizes PRA as the owner's successor under this agreement. What this amendment does not do, it doesn't really change anything in the development agreement at this point in time. So everything that was still authorized under the original DA would be transferred over to those 3,000 acres to PRI. That does not mean that they don't want to necessarily change that in the future. It's just this amendment at this point in time does not make any amendments or changes. So those would have to come back for future considerations. So again, why this matters to us is it really tells us at the city who we need to be working at with this development agreement, looking at PRA as the new owner, and then just really relinquishes those former ownership interests in the DA and reduces some of the ambiguity and risk of the DA. So if this resolution is approved, the DA would only apply to the purple acreage, or about the 3,000 acres. It would understand and work with PRA, Property Reserve Inc. under this agreement, and understanding that any future amendments will have to be brought back for consideration from council, and just understands that currently, right now, the original development protections and obligations remain. So it clarifies the boundaries. Again, the purple track only looks at the current ownership of PRA, removes kind of the legal ambiguity of those other two property owners and references, and works with that on the original commitments. So you have 3 options you can approve. You can modify the resolution with any kind of modifications that you see, or you can deny the resolution altogether. And staff does recommend option number 1.
All right, can you go back to the map, please?
Sure.
All right, so do we know who owns the orange and the yellow?
So the orange molar pasture is still owned by Bee Spring, and the yellow was recently sold to the McCoys. I'm not sure the exact company name off the top of my head.
Okay, so this is a time for us to negotiate, is what I'm thinking. If they want out of this agreement, if that little area wants out of it, what is the city going to get for it?
So I will say, luckily, these, unlike some other DAs, these properties were annexed at that point in time, so they are still within the city limits. So we do have some authority to work with those property owners if and when they choose to develop in the future.
So my question is, what are the taxpayers going to get out of us releasing them out of this DA?
You have the ability by doing this amendment, so the areas that are being pulled out of the development agreement, they have no entitlements related to that development agreement any longer. So you'll be able to, whenever they do want to develop, which they will, you'll have an opportunity to negotiate a better transaction for those 2 pieces of property. You also have the purple area here with PRI. They've indicated they want to renegotiate the development agreement as well. We are in early discussions with them to see exactly what they might want. There are some things in the agreement that they don't like, and there are certainly a lot of things in the agreement that we don't like. And so we're hoping to be able to bring back a negotiated agreement that would be better for both parties. It's early in that process, but I think for the PRI development, we're hopeful that we'll be able to reduce the number of LUEs that are to that property. That 9,000 figure is an even figure. An old finance director trick is anytime there's an even number, you know it's not a calculated figure, which this is not one. And so you'll be able to reduce that number of LUEs and renegotiate that agreement. And then we hopefully will be able to provide a better development agreement for these other 2 tracts when they do ultimately actually move forward into development. So that's the benefit to the city, and the benefit to the taxpayers is overall better agreements for those tracts of land.
Why wouldn't we do all that at the same time?
So one of the things about when you take an agreement that covers a lot of area and then it gets divided into different owners is that the owners aren't going to have the same interest. And so negotiating with all of them at the same time is muddy, it's difficult, it's time consuming, and it really doesn't get you to where you want to end up all the time. The other thing is the owners of the purple tract, the new owners of the purple tract, they negotiated this with the owners of the Muller tract in order to ensure that they were the only party that the city had to negotiate with. That was part of the terms of the sale. And so all parties, both the owner of the Muller tract and the owner of the purple tract, have agreed that this is the path that they want to take.
So we're going to do them a favor by letting them have different DAs, right?
No, there's not going to be a DA on the Muller tract. It's just going to be
Not
released
yet.
from the
Well, we
DA.
don't know. Right now, they're all included, right? So we're doing them a favor by saying you guys no longer are included in this DA.
I don't know that that's necessarily a favor. They are annexed property in the city, so it's not like they're going to be able to develop without coming to us as a city property.
Yeah, but we're right now
not
it's
gonna
all
have-
convoluted, right?
And they're not going to have any LUEs promised to them at this point. So they're starting from.
It's clearly for those 2 properties, the orange and the yellow colors, if that's what we're calling them, those properties have no entitlements. So that is a net reduction of entitlements for those 2 pieces of property. So those property owners would not agree with you that they've gotten a good deal here. They would much prefer to keep the entitlements that they have, but through the transaction that was facilitated by PRI, they were required to pull out of that DA. So we've gotten a smaller piece of land that's entitled with the current DA rather than the larger piece with all 3 entities. And so that's why we believe it's strategically valuable to bring it forward. And we do think there's a lot of possibilities with both tracks, but this is what's needed to facilitate that.
Okay, I just see this as a time for us to be able to negotiate and say, okay, you guys want out, that's fine. Is the 3,000 acre willing to give up 100 LUEs for that?
Again, I think the way we see it is the two tracks that are being pulled out of the DA, those are both net positives to the city because they're entitlements that you're no longer required to promise. And for the other track, we have interest from that party to negotiate, but we don't know yet exactly what those negotiations will entail, but we'll be bringing those back to you. We see it as a net positive for the city, a positive for the taxpayer, positive for development. These are agreements that were drafted many years ago that we would certainly craft differently if doing them today. And that's one of the reasons with our group on strategic development is that we're looking at all those existing agreements to try to bring you back better deals than what you currently have. This is what we think that does.
Yep.
Any other questions, motions?
I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number, what was it? 8.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Tobias, seconded by McKinney. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. It passes 6-1. Okay, up next, we have agenda item 19. All right, second reading. Consider approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 53 zoning and Chapter 54 landscaping and screening requirements of the City of Kyle Code of Ordinance regarding tree survey and preservation requirements. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted 4-0 to recommend approval on January 27th, 2026. The City Council voted 7-0 to approve with amendments for second reading on February 3rd, 2026. Item presented, Melissa McComb.
Thank you. This item is the second reading for kind of the interim tree ordinance that we discussed at the last meeting. You did approve with modifications really for me to get with our conservation manager to talk about the trees in Table 1 on the tree species list. Table 1 has been modified in the ordinance before you this evening to remove these 7 trees from that list based on their recommendation. Everything else in the ordinance has remained unchanged.
All right, thank you. I pulled this item because I have some concerns. There is currently a resident that's going through eminent domain right now, and several of the trees that are in the backup are on her property. And I don't think it's appropriate that our city remove trees out of what is protected during a time where someone could be at a financial loss for that. And so I would ask if the city chose to do this, that we hold off until after this. I guess I'm also confused as to why this, when we have a code rewrite coming, why is this in particular coming to us right now? Because it's not a good look.
I agree with you that we will absolutely continue to look at this tree ordinance, and I would recommend actually additional changes or modifications with the Unified Development Code on the rewrite on this. This was really kind of interim changes to look at when developers coming in, some of the cut and fill, how they're using some of the building envelope allowances to work around some of the tree mitigation procedures. So this is why I was looking at proposing these interim changes at this point in time and to clear up some of the definitions.
Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, some of this has been at my request because we're seeing developers manipulate our current agreement and not to our benefit and not to the environmental benefit. So it will be rewritten as we're doing the whole code, but these were steps we needed to take right now to assure that we can handle development in a more ecologically friendly basis.
So to confirm, these are being taken out, so we're going to have less protection for the trees, or?
These aren't native.
Well, it's not about being native. I'm just concerned that we have a resident going through eminent domain that has these on her property, and now she's no longer going to be able to receive any kind of monetary, reimbursement for the compensation of those trees.
So that was not the intention at all with this ordinance. This actually, Table 1 talks about there's multiple trees on this. Some are indigenous and some are not, based on our conservation and management. So they were just saying, for example, crepe myrtles, although are a great tree, maybe they're not indigenous and shouldn't be handled at the same level of protection that you would for a live oak or a pecan or some other trees that are on that tree species list. So this was a recommendation from our conservation.
Councilmember Zapata.
So I'm the one that brought up this to be changed on the table on the last reading. And the reason I did so was because I did get several residents reach out to me who, one, were like, this doesn't go far enough. You need to do da-da-da. And I was like, yes, I know. Like, trust me, I know. And I've asked, and we're going through that process, and there will be tons more updates. And so the reason that I proposed this was to do harm reduction, because currently our conservation department is actively like removing these trees, or we're trying to cut down on the use of these because they are adapted. I guess that's I'm learning as I go along in this process, because they're adapted species versus like fully native, and so they are harmful to our environment, and so that was the reason for changing it. I'm not sure if we can. At the time that the ordinance was passed, did it like retroactively affect this homeowner? Because that was not the intention. I don't want it to retroactively affect the homeowner either.
She's going through it now, so it will affect her. She's going through the whole process right now. No?
I don't know who you're referring to. So
Councilmember Goza knows. I mean, she's been here. She's spoken. She talked.
Yeah,
It's Deborah Anthony.
We'd have to look at that particular case and bring that back to you and discuss it. I don't recall.
Okay, I guess I just also want clarification as to whether or not this like affects the compensation that she would get for the trees, because I have a feeling that it probably shouldn't, because if it's like her property and she paid to have them. So I want to make sure that, that we're not doing that.
I'd want you to have some advice from your legal counsel on that. I think, I'm not sure about the accuracy of that, so we just need to go through and look at it with you.
Okay.
Could we postpone?
I would prefer we not.
Okay, so go ahead and make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we pass item number 19 as written.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris, second by Councilmember Zapata. Roll call vote, please.
Tobias? Yes. McKinney?
Yes.
Medina?
No.
Harris?
Yes.
Zapata?
Yes.
Flores Kale?
No.
Goza?
No.
Okay, motion passes through 4-3. All right, up next we have agenda item 21. Consider the appointment of 7 members to the Council Compensation Committee. That's item presenter Amy Alcorn Reed, City Attorney.
Mayor, would you like to go through the presentation? I can't remember who pulled the item.
I did.
Councilmember Tobias.
I did. Not really. I just wanted to say I have an all-star cast right here. That's why I'm looking at it. And I just wanted to say many moons ago, I had a conversation here at City Hall on a Sunday evening, very cold, with Mr. Howard Connell. And we talked for almost 3 hours, I think. And we were going over a lot of the stuff that the council members spend on different things, such as credit cards and also compensation. So when I saw his name on there, I was very encouraged and happy to see that he will now have a voice on this, and so that way he could be able to let himself finally be heard on this item that you had concerns over. And I also want to thank the rest of the candidates and the committees, the nominees that are wanting to be here for wanting to serve, because I know it takes a lot of time and a lot of meetings, And again, thank you, Ms. Diane Herval, for wanting to help out and assist again, and also Mr. Michael McDonald, who's on here. And good to see Julie Orgish's name on there, including Jake Webb. So I want to let you know that every single one of these that I've looked at, and I really support, and I believe that they will give a fair and balanced recommendation. And I'm just very glad that we're getting this done early. So that's really all I had, unless anybody else wanted to add along what I had, because I was ready to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve agenda item number 21 with the nominees listed below.
Second. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Tobias and a second by myself, Yvonne Flores-Kale, to approve agenda item 21. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Great.
All right, we're going to pull up agenda item 28. We have consider approval of 28. Yeah, I think that was asked to be moved forward. Oh, my. 23, all right, we're going to go back to 23, sorry. We're going to do 23. Receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff direction regarding an overview of the schedule, cost projections, and current status of the 2022 City of Kyle Road Bond programs. Item presenter, Mike Trimble.
Evening again, Mike Trimble, Director of Transportation Public Works. So tonight, we want to give you an overall status of where we're at with the 22 road bond program. We did this, I guess, last couple of years. We did one around this time last year, so it's about that time again. And so to really lead us through that, I'm going to turn it over to Rick Klatt, our program manager from Lochner, to kind of walk you through that. And again, we'll provide just a general program status in a couple of different areas. We'll give you an overall view of where we're at with the numbers on the various projects, the costs and projections on all of that, and then talk about some of the other activities we have. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rick Klatt.
Thank you, Mike. Mayor and City Council, it's a pleasure to be here. As Mike mentioned, I'm Rick Klatt, the GEC Program Manager for the 2022 Road Bond Program. First thing I wanted to give is a little update on some of the progress that we've made since the last update. Currently, we have over 80% of the parcels at later stages of acquisition. So we're definitely moving to the right when it comes to the right-of-way acquisition process. A significant achievement that we achieved back in July was the opening of Marketplace. We had a ribbon cutting for Marketplace. You see the grand opening picture there and a picture of the actual Marketplace, and I'm sure you all have been on Marketplace and driven down it. So here's kind of a before. This is December 2023 picture on the left, and then what it looks like today in August of 2025. I'd like to take you through some of the upcoming project schedules. Currently, the Kohler Seton Off System and BB West projects are under construction. We had the bid phase back in April. Contract was awarded in June of 2025. We had a groundbreaking ceremony that occurred on July 9th, 2025. As I mentioned, it's currently under construction, and we anticipate delivery in the summer of 2025. Here's some pictures of kind of the before and after. February 2025 on the left there, and if you look in the middle, we've got an aerial, and also to the right, we've got kind of a perspective aerial taken in January of 2026, showing the progress that we've made on that project. There's some additional photos of Kohler Seton project, kind of a little bit of clearing on the left, and then at a later date, just kind of shows the Kohler's to Seton roadway with the sub base in, and also some of the drainage features. The next project that I want to go over here is the Windy Hill project. We had final design completed in November of 2025. We entered the bid phase in December of 2025. We received bids, and we anticipate contract award or consideration for contract award today, February 17th, 2026, and anticipate a construction start date of April 2026. Windy Hill itself begins at the IH-35 Fringe Road and extends to Purple Martin Avenue. The next project that I want to focus on here is Center Street Off System. We completed final design in December of 2025. We entered the bid phase in January of 2026 with the bid phase currently ongoing, and we anticipate contract award in and around April of 2026. One thing I do want to point out here is the overall duration of the construction. Once it starts, we'll have significant utility relocations occurring up front before we actually get into the roadway construction phase of the project. So, the next project I want to focus on is Bunton Creek Road, final design anticipated in February of 2026 and entering into the bid phase spring of 2026. Once again, I'd like to point out that the up front, this is a very utility relocation heavy project up front. So we have better than a year of utility relocations before entering into the roadway construction phase of the project. The next project I'd like to talk about is the Kyle Parkway Lehman Road extension. Final design anticipated in the spring of 2026. Bid phase in spring of 2026 as well, with anticipated completion in and around 2027. Next project is Old Stagecoach Road. Final design is anticipated in April of 2026. Bid phase will be also in April of 2026. Next project is the Old Stagecoach Road project. Final design, April of 2026. Anticipate going into the bid phase in September of 2026. We anticipate this will be joint bid with the CIP-funded Jack C. Hayes Trail project. So there's kind of integral traffic control between the two projects, so it would be, I guess, advantageous to actually bid those things together. So that's what our current plan is. The next project here would be the Center Street On-System project. This is on the TxDOT system. Final design is anticipated in the summer of 2026, and then we enter into the bid phase in the fall of 2026. Next project to be delivered would be BB Road East. This would be from Sunlight Boulevard to the, I guess, the eastern limit. Final design is anticipated to be complete in February of 2026 and entering into the bid phase in the fall of 2027. Then our last project anticipated to be delivered would be the Kohlers to Seton On-System. This is the IH-35 overpass project that connects Kohlers through the I-35 corridor, connecting the existing Kohlers with the newly constructed Kohlers section on the east side of I-35. Final design is anticipated in spring of 2027, with bid phase in the fall of 2027. Here's kind of a summary of the 2026 milestones. I think we've mentioned this before, that 2026 is going to be truly the year of construction. We anticipate going to bid with all the projects with the exception of BB Road East and the IH-35 overpass. So all of the constructions will be either in the construction phase or in the bidding phase within 2026. A little summary of community outreach. We've in the past held road bond program, open house, and live streams. We've had a roundabout briefing and open house. We conduct public open houses, provides the road bond updates and brief highlights to the public in regards to the city projects. We are having our next open house is scheduled for this February 25th, 2026 from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Kyle Public Library. The public can reach out and visit the kyleroadbonds.com for monthly website updates, which this site is accessible to the community. In addition, we also put out a road bond newsletter, quarterly highlights and progress updates delivered via email to the community. Want to go over the project cost estimates. As Mike mentioned, the last time we reported the cost to the City Council was back in March of 2025. Just to kind of go over some of the cost projection assumptions. Cost estimates assume generally a 10 to 15% contingency. This accounts for the unknowns, unanticipated factors, as well as any changes that may occur during construction. Cost projections are a point in time estimate as of today. Best indicator of actual cost are bids received. City of Kyle and the Central Texas, within the City of Kyle and Central Texas area. For instance, the Kohlers and BB bid, as well as the Windy Hill bid, have been taken into account in our most recent program cost updates. Projections will change as we gain more data point as each of these jobs get closer and closer to the final design, which they are at this point, other than the BB East and Kohler's Overpass projects that are projected to be completed in 2027, we're getting a pretty good idea of what the actual scope of the project is. Some of the keys to controlling the cost changes are to mitigate project risks, by turning the unknowns into knowns. So reducing the need for contingency as we get further and further in design, which we are at this point. A lot of those unknowns are actually becoming knowns. And also trying to accelerate construction schedules to avoid cost escalations and provide certainty in construction pricing. Our current cost projections, we've got a column for design, right-of-way, utility relocation, a construction range, as well as a total project cost range, and then a March 25 total project cost estimate. As you can see, we summarized these and compared these against the original budget by phase. And then also in the construction range, we looked at the probability of the kind of the low end of the construction range, and as well as the high end, taking in consideration the contingency, and then summed up the total project or total cost by project for each of those, and then compared it to our March 2025. We currently anticipate that the overall project cost will vary from $299,500,000 up to $319 million, just a little over $319 million. And this compares to our March estimate where we had an approximately $331 million. So as we get closer to the bidding these projects and the favorable pricing, we're seeing a shift to the left as far as the overall pricing estimates. Current cost estimate projections, the design cost changes, some of the things that are impacting the cost changes. Original budget for design was a high-level estimate. We used a percentage to estimate the overall construction cost. Splitting the projects into multiple packages. For instance, Old Stagecoach Road and BV Road have been split into multiple packages. In addition, we've added scope along the way, revised alignment for Old Stagecoach Road North, additional design coordination with developers, Kohler's and BB Caraway Development, Marketplace Avenue St. David's, additional utility design to meet the city water needs, adding a 5th lane on Button Creek Road, and then incorporation of PEC civil and structure into the actual design and construction packages. Some contributing factors, projected cost construction changes. Construction prices escalated higher than anticipated. We had some significant construction price escalation back in 2023, as well as additional scope, equal higher quantities of materials. Well, some positive news, some positive cost trends. As I mentioned, we've bid the Kohler's and Seton BB West project and Marketplace Avenue, as well as receiving bids for the Windy Hill project. And I guess happy to report that we've actually received, construction costs that were lower than projected. So, and these two projects, along with Windy Hill, are actual data points that we can use moving forward to estimate our projected construction costs. Also, utility relocations are estimated to be less than anticipated. Some cost management strategies. We're going to track construction bids in council year CY 2026 to determine true versus estimated construction costs, and continue to seek efficiencies in the program delivery to manage and reduce costs where feasible, as well as maintaining focus on accelerated delivery schedule, and then pursuing funding through partnerships with TxDOT on the Kohler's and I-35 project and through other agencies. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Rick. I know that was a lot of information to go through, but appreciate you doing that. And as Rick is saying, I think one of the big things is we mentioned it's the year of construction. We're going to see a lot more bids come in this year, get more projects out to bid. I think one of the big things we want to do is we want to see what those costs look like. We've got really positive news on the bids that we received so far. So we want to see what those look like as we get through the year. We'll start to evaluate and reevaluate as we get through the summer and into the fall, and we get some of those bids in, and we're going to see where we're at and see, again, what some of those levers we can pull for additional cost reduction strategies. We're going to continue to tighten the belt on how we manage the program. One of the things I've already asked Rick to do is just scrub kind of all of our activities in the program management approach, just to make sure we're doing it lean and mean and just getting projects out to delivery as quickly as we can. But really the best strategy we have right now is to accelerate delivery. That will save us costs in the long run. The sooner we can get out in this very positive bidding environment, the better off we're going to be for the actual realized costs that we see. Because most of the costs you saw up there are projected costs. I want to turn those into real costs and hopefully cost savings as we get through this program, particularly in this year, 2026. Also, as Rick mentioned, we do have the open house coming up. Is it next week? Yes, the 25th, from 6 to 8 at the library. We definitely invite everybody to come out for that. We will definitely have a lot of staff on hand so we can talk more about the projects, what those scopes are, but also we can talk about what some of the realities are of these projects, what the impacts are going to be. We know it's going to be a lot of disruption in the community. We'll just apologize in advance, pardon the mess. But we also talk about what that looks like from a traffic control plan perspective, how we're going to try to keep roads open. We are going to try to keep mobility on most of these roadways. That's also adding to some of the schedule that we have. But we also think it's very important to keep that mobility for the community. We know that's going to be a challenge, but we're doing our best to kind of balance that amongst all of these projects as well. So we'll be able to talk to the community about that. And again, of course, as we go forward, we'll have continued updates on our website, our newsletter, and other means. And with that, thank you. And then any questions you have for me and Rick?
All right. Councilmember Tobias.
Okay, just to, the BB overhead, so we're going with an overpass now, correct? So are we going to add a stoplight there on the overpass? Or is it gonna go?
Are you referring to the Kohler's,
Yes.
Kohler's I-35 overpass?
Yes.
Yeah, the I-35 is gonna go up and over Kohler, so there will be a signalized, there'll be traditional signalized intersection like you'd see on I-35, 2 sets of signals, a diamond
Okay, yeah,
type
because you're
configuration.
gonna have one at QT, and then as you go up, there's gonna be, so we are gonna have a signal light right at there, because
There'll be a signal.
that's where all the Amazon trucks pull out. So if anybody that comes into Kyle, going southbound, all that heavy trucks that come through, and if it's gonna go across to the Caraway track.
Yeah, it'll basically be at grade.
Okay.
Imagine Kohler's right now would be, well, I think Kohler's on one side is slightly elevated, but it'll essentially be on that first level. And then I-35 is gonna go up and over, so.
Okay.
And there'll be signalized intersections at both the northbound and southbound frontage roads of I-35.
Okay, and we got TxDOT on board with that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so I know we keep on talking about the Kohler's overpass, but really it's an underpass. Kohler's will be going under 35. We'll actually working with TxDOT. They're actually going to raise 35 through that section. So you see that yellow on that map? That's where they're actually elevating the lanes so they can go over Kohler's, and so we can allow us for that underpass.
So it's kind of like when you go into San Marcos, you have by the Bobcat Stadium where you have the bridge that goes up, so you have the vehicles can come underneath, correct?
Creating
It's
that
creating
underpass.
something like that, like an underpass, like by the Bobcat Stadium. It's kind of that kind of scenario, right? Where it's going to go up, it's going to go down.
That kind of concept, probably not that extent, but right, it's that similar concept where we're basically, bringing those, raising those lanes and then creating that space to create that underpass for Kohler's Crossing.
And the last thing I have is I know we're very confident on the schedule. I know we have the dates as far as the year. There's construction going all up and down I-35 from Austin to San Antonio, all over New Braunfels, you name it. Do we feel confident when it's our turn to start getting these roads done that we're going to be able to have the time schedule for them to be conducted, or would we be behind as we're waiting for other cities to get their projects done on I-35, or because I meant to say there's the construction everywhere. Even when you go into Austin at 4 a.m, I mean they're shutting that highway down, building up, right? So I just want to make sure that as we're giving these dates and we're telling people, and I've been telling people for the last 3 years, get ready, we're going to really go into construction, that we don't have any roadblocks as far as like, well, it's going to be delayed 18 months or it's going to be delayed 6 months and so forth, right?
Yeah, and I'll give a general answer, and Rick may want to add more from the coordination we're doing with TxDOT, but a lot of coordination happening. And also, there's a lot of good commitment from TxDOT to partner on this project and meet this schedule to the point where they actually have submitted for funding in the Campo Call for Projects to partner with us on this project.
Great, cool. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, any other questions? All right, I got some questions. Let's go to slide number 22, please.
Sure.
All right, let's talk numbers. This is from March 2025.
One in the column on the right is the March 2025 update that we provided, yes.
Okay, so this has not been updated in a year?
No, let me clarify. So basically, the total project cost is the current update. So those two columns where it shows the kind of the range, the anticipated range for each of the projects. So that's current. And then on the right, the March 2025 total project cost was the update that we provided back in March.
Yeah, Mayor, we just provided that just as a form of comparison to the update that we provided last year.
All right, so we're going to go to design. The total projected cost is $36,380,000. Okay, and our original budget was $20,460,000. So we're talking a plus, meaning an excess, but we're gonna have to pay of $15,920,000. All right. Right away, it looks like we originally budgeted $30,710,000, and this is as of today. Is that correct?
This is as of today.
As of today.
This is as of today what we project for the right-of-way cost, yes.
What we project. Okay, so now that's an excess of $4,540,000. And then I see utility location, kind of excited about that because it looks like we're under budget. Can you explain to me how we are under budget $52 million?
When we originally did the utility cost estimates, we looked at kind of the totality of the utilities. And in the process, we determined that some of the utilities are what we call reimbursable, meaning the utility company is entitled for us to relocate or pay for them to relocate. And then there's other utilities that are not reimbursable. It's the responsibility of the utility companies because they were within, let's say, the city right-of-way, and there was no prior agreement, so they're required to pay for the relocation on their own. So that gets pulled out of there. I think we were, from an estimate standpoint, I think we also overestimated, just like you pointed out in the design and right-of-way, on some of those back in 2021, 2022, we underestimated what it would take at that point.
All right, so I was a little off on that. Looks like it was a difference of 33 million. Okay, so construction range. Why are there two rows?
So there's two rows. We're just sort of looking at what we anticipate the potential range of these projects. So, on the low end, we anticipate, for instance, on Culver's to Seton Overpass, on the lower end, we are projecting the construction cost on that to be a little bit over 40 million. And on the upper range, we anticipate that cost being about a little over 44 million. So it's kind of a cost range. It's not, hey, this is it. We just anticipate, hey, it could be on this low end, it could be in this high end, or it could be somewhere in between.
And Mayor, that's based on looking at the base construction cost estimate for that project, and then also the upper range is then adding in contingency. So Rick had talked about that contingency for the unknowns, any unexpected things that we hit, and that's pretty standard to have as part of a construction contract, is have contingency amounts. You see that as part of the construction contracts we bring to council. So what that upper range is that projected estimate with the contingency loaded in, that was counted for in the original budget, but this is just showing that range. Hopefully we get really close to that base construction cost estimate and hopefully don't have to use as much contingency. So we just want to provide that range of estimates.
Okay, so I'm just trying to do some easy math. So it looks like there's going to be an overage of anywhere between 27 million to 46 million when it comes to construction.
That is correct, approximately.
Where,
That's what we currently anticipate, yes.
okay, but our bond was only 294 million. So it looks like there's going to be a huge, probably 30 million that we're going to be over.
Right now, I guess when you look at, you add everything up and you look at the total projected cost, I guess we've got one column that says, hey, we could be as low as 299 million or just a little over 299 million. And the next column over, we say, hey, we could be as much as 319 million. So I guess, once again, we anticipate, falling within that range when we're all said and done at this point, based upon, I guess, the inputs that we have and the recent construction bids that we have received. So it's kind of a low end and an upper end.
And if I could just kind of chime in on that as well. These are all estimates, right? So we have 2 bids that we've gotten in, and the rest are theoretical figures and estimates that we have. So as Mike talked about and Rick talked about, we're trying to convert unknowns into knowns as we go. And as we go through that process, if we end up being on the higher end of these figures that are mentioned here, then we'll look at value engineering for the roads. How do we bring those costs back in alignment with the overall budget to get down to the 294? That's the goal. That's been the goal from the very beginning. But you're looking at a $300 million figure, plus or minus 5 or 10% is really hard for us to, we think that's really good estimating to be that close at this point in the project. But as we go through that process, we'll have to make adjustments if the costs come in higher. Hopefully, they're going to come in lower. We do have some positive numbers that are coming in. We just can't say that for certain right now. These are all estimates in the future, and it is far better, about $11 million, depending on how you look at it, $30 million to $11 million less than what we told you a year ago. So that's also part of the process we want. We're definitely headed in the right direction. We've gotten good information. The TxDOT participation at $8 million, that's an even number. Remember what I told you about the even numbers? So that's an estimate. Hopefully that'll be a little bit better number. You never know. We know kind of that they are going to participate with us, but we're looking for grant funding and lots of different opportunities to do that. But that project is still a year and a half, 2 years out.
Okay, so we don't even know if we're going to get that 8 million?
We do think we're going to get that. It's all been submitted through TxDOT. Mike, do you want to comment on that a little bit?
Yeah, so we've actually met with TxDOT and talked to them about that, and they definitely want to participate with us on this project. I'd mentioned they had submitted for the Campo Call for Projects. They submitted for partnership funding for this project. Again, if that's not successful, we would still look to them for some partnership funding. I think that was just an avenue to partner with us on this, but that we're going to continue those conversations with TxDOT to see exactly what that number looks like, to Brian's point.
Okay, and what would the $8 million, where was that going to go to?
The underpass on Kohlers and I-35. It's for that partnership.
It'd be that
project.
top line.
Basically, it's paying for TxDOT's future expansion on I-35. So it's the additional lanes for the future that they, we're not constructing those now, but we're providing for, a wider bridge or, wider approaches or whatever. So it's that cost difference delta between replacing what's there today and then providing for what TxDOT wants to have there in the future.
Okay, I appreciate this, and I think this information is vital to the council when we move forward and we're voting on things, such, lights versus roundabouts versus stop signs. All that stuff is important to us, so we can make sure that we're spending our taxpayer dollars as wisely as we can. And so I think we just, as council members, need to keep in mind that we're already looking at, a deficit of anywhere between $7 million to $46 million. And we just need to be conscious about that when we move forward.
I want to be clear, the total number that we provided is 319 compared to the 294. So I don't know where the $41 million figure came from. For the record, I just want to be clear, that's the bottom line that we're looking at is upward of 319. And if we end up having these costs that are going to be higher than the budgeted amount, we're going to bring you options to come in under those figures. So I want to make sure that I don't leave anybody with the wrong representation here. We're not saying we're going to come in at $320 million and that we have no options or choices. That's not what we're telling you. We're going to come in, we're going to continue to manage these projects and try to bring them at budget. And if we can't get it with the existing scope, then we're going to look at revising that scope.
Perfect. Okay. I do appreciate the presentation. Anybody else?
Well, I was going to say, if it makes you feel any better, I've been able to attend one Campo meeting so far. And, this was one of the 3 projects we kind of went over, and there's been no pushback so far. I mean, granted, it's incredibly early on, but everybody seemed agreeable and eager to move forward. So I came in with a very positive and optimistic, overall feeling about the whole thing.
Okay. I appreciate that. All right. I think we're ready to move on.
Oh, I just had one.
Okay, go ahead. Councilmember Spada.
So I guess for the total projected range that we have in comparison to what the original bond amount approved was for, is this, in your experience, on par with other projects? Because I feel like, to me, it seems kind of reasonable and expected that something that was priced out in 2022, 2021-ish, is going to be a little bit more expensive because, we all feel that in our everyday lives too.
Yeah, and I guess I kind of mentioned it before, and one of the things back in 2023, there was substantial escalation in construction costs. Since then, we've seen a leveling. I think we've even seen some very favorables. The faster that goes that way, the better. But yes, there was substantial escalation back in 2023. You know, within our original cost estimates for the program, you know, we input what we thought were, at the time, back in 2021, 2022, we input what we thought were reasonable and normal escalation rates on a yearly basis. So we took our original estimates, we applied the escalation rate, and we said, okay, we anticipate that this is a $294 million program. Unfortunately, we did not anticipate. I think you could say it was 20 to 30% construction cost escalations back in 2023. We did not anticipate an escalation of that severity. So, which is why you're seeing the construction cost range, or the current construction costs, so much higher than what we initially anticipated.
Add to that too. Just a few more comments on that. Another thing, because Mayor, you had mentioned the increase in design costs. And so one thing we have also seen in the industry is increase in design costs. And so that just goes with increased costs for all kinds of services. We have seen an incremental increase in that over the last, 5 to 8 years or so. And so that's also some things maybe we don't always account for as well as we should. The other thing too is for a program like this, I can tell you in my experience, if you land a program like this, but within 5 to 8% of the original budget, you're doing a really good job. So again, not to say that we're not going to try to hit that 294 number. I'm just telling you from industry experience, from my own experience, and just working in this field. Rick can probably say the same thing. Landing a $300 million program like this within 5 to 8%, you're landing it on the runway.
Well, I mean, I think that's what our residents expect. And we started this during COVID, and so prices were much higher during COVID, and so I do know they've come down. And so although we should anticipate this, the bonds are created to include those costs of raises going up over time, because most of these projects are not used to being done within the first 5 years. So that when we were doing the bond, because I was on council for that, yeah, we did include that expected increases in price.
Yeah, but I think it's because 2023 was the anomaly, I think, to that experience. And it looks like we're on the right trajectory here, especially if last year, during the same time, we were at that 330 million, and now we're kind of under that. So, that number seems to be going down. And I mean, yeah, I think I appreciate
that's where
it.
It was when I came on council. And, it was definitely, I'll just say discouraging, because that's the nicest way I could describe it. And I'll also give Mike a lot of credit too, because we kind of started at the exact same time. And for the impact that he's had in his short tenure here, I mean, that's real money. And so I appreciate you, Mike, everything you've done. You've it may not look like it on paper, but I know that you've saved the city a significant amount of money with the work that you've done.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. That's agenda item 23. We're going to move on to agenda item 28. That is consider approval of a resolution amending the rules of council to create city council subcommittees for finance, development and infrastructure, and agenda setting, as well as regularly scheduled city council special work sessions meetings. Item presented, Jesse Elizondo.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As I step right up here to the podium, I notice it's very low. Everyone's been, I think somebody lowered it. All right. Tonight I have an amendment to your rules of council that is related to 2 items. For anyone watching that may not know the history on this, I'll run through it a little bit. On January 24th, this city council had a visioning workshop, and as part of that visioning workshop, many things were discussed, but as part of that visioning workshop, we had a large discussion on kind of broader governance and meeting structure improvements on how we're taking multiple items, both work session, prioritization items, deeper dive items, and then also regular meeting items, and how we can better streamline, how we can get the workflow of those items put together to where they flow and have a lot more planning across multiple meetings, across multiple months, and all of that, and have more transparency, honestly, for everyone involved in that process. So all of those items put together came together in those conversations as 2 main items. That would be 1, council subcommittees, which we'll review very quickly, and also council work sessions and strategy meetings. On February 5th, we came back to council, and council had a discussion on the subcommittee structures, as well as additional monthly special work sessions to improve efficiency and transparency in our regular meetings. So we'll go through each one of those quickly, and then we'll have a final ask for council. So the subcommittee structure, what we're looking at and what was discussed on February 5th with this council was these subcommittees would be subcommittees of city council. They'd be made up of 3 city council members. Specifically, they are made up of city council members. These are not boards and commissions that we have with our citizens. These items would be different of what we would bring to boards and commissions. We specifically need the city council on these subcommittees because these items would be items that are coming to council for council's vote and for council's evaluation. But most of the time when these items come to council, you're getting a high-level overview of these items and then probably a pretty extensive QA. But the QA is based many times on a presentation and then also the backup that we expect council to go through and look through and evaluate and have all of that time from your side. These subcommittee meetings would allow, before that item comes to council, 3 council members to look at these items in a deep dive way where they can ask as many questions as they want. We'd have much more time because there would be much less on these agendas. And then we'd also have the subject matter experts in the room to answer any of those questions. And then those council members essentially become subject matter experts on those areas. And then those items would be brought to council. So they would be made up of 3 council members. They would be focused on key areas for deep dives, and it would be advisory in nature. So just like our boards and commissions come to you guys to council and they say this was recommended by the board and commission, these items would also come back to you guys as a full council for approval, but we would have this is recommended by the finance committee, which you all would know whoever is on that finance committee once it's selected. Those council members also, while staff would still give a presentation and still answer any questions, those council members would also have a deeper dive and more of a subject matter expert knowledge in that. The rest of the council can be confident that their colleagues have looked into this and have had lots of questions, especially if all 3 are recommending it. And then as those questions come back, not only can staff answer those questions, but the council members who had plenty of time to ask and deep dive into those elements can answer those questions as well. So it's a much more 360 view from the council side and from staff side, and a lot of more alignment from staff and council as well as we go through these complicated, complex items. The other element of these is that they would be open meetings. So there was a lot of discussion on February 5th about the ability for 3 to talk about it in a meeting, and then the other council members would not have the ability to talk about it with other members. That would not be the case because these would be held as open meetings. If citizens did want to attend, these would be posted just like regular meetings, so they could attend those meetings and listen and see everything that's going on. And then those meetings are held just like these council meetings are held, all according to the Open Meetings Act. So every council member, regardless, would still have the same requirements of that behind the scenes quorum of not talking to more than 2, I guess it would be for each one of you. So it wouldn't change anything as far as how much you could talk to your other council members since it's posted as an open meeting and discussed as an open meeting. And then finally, these committees would not be making any final decisions. Obviously, everything would come back to council and it would all be voted on from the final board. But we would also have those council members present that could also talk about those items. The subcommittee structure that we talked about in both scenarios was a finance subcommittee, an infrastructure and development subcommittee, and then an agenda subcommittee. And I won't go through all of this. We've been through it several times, but I will say that the finance and I&D committee would be scheduled as needed. So as certain elements like deep dives into the audit when it's completed, or financial policies that we bring forward, or deep dives into development applications that are either coming forward or being further reviewed, those would be queued up for the finance committee and the I&D committee, whoever sits on them. And then we would bring those to a meeting and look through them, and then eventually it would be brought to council. Those would come and go. They wouldn't necessarily be every single month. The agenda subcommittee, however, would be queuing up and the workflow of not just the upcoming council agenda and work session agenda, but multiple council agendas and multiple work session agendas and multiple finance committees and I&D committees. So we would be looking not only at the next council meeting and the one after that, but even the future months and what would be queued up. This would allow not only the public, if they'd like to come and sit through this open meeting, but also the other council members that are on there to be able to see a full view of everything that's coming, where items are, especially given the fact that many times council will ask for items to come back, and depending on the complexity of the item, how long it takes to come back could take time. So we've heard many times from council members, where's that item that I asked about? Is it coming? And we're working on it, but we don't have a specific date for it. This would allow us to queue up all of those and work with you guys so that everyone would know exactly when stuff is coming back and where and the timing of it. So those are the 3 committees that are presented tonight. Obviously, we could do more committees in the future if need be. Real quick on the work session and strategy meeting, this is also an amendment in the rules of council. This is a separate meeting, separate from our 2 council meetings a month. What we would do is we would take work session items. A great example is the road item you just heard, the library master plan, and the naming policy that we have on tonight's meeting. We take those and we put those on these meetings. These are work session items where they're not necessarily deep dive or particularly super complex, although they can be, but they mainly just need a lot of time to present and have conversation, and then a lot of time to get council's feedback and to get cute questions and questions answered. And so the Greg Clark Park Master Plan that came last council meeting, if I'm correct, was another great example. Lots of great feedback from all the council. I think everybody spoke multiple times. The presenter presented really well, and it was a long presentation. But by the time that was over, I think we were an hour and a half into the meeting. And so that took a huge chunk of the regular meeting. So what we see with these work session items, they would probably land in between our regular meetings. So you'd have a regular meeting, the next meeting, depending on the day, whatever council would like, we could schedule a work session meeting, have work sessions. We could also queue up executive session items if we have extra ones that we need time for on this meeting. And then we could also queue up items, especially if we're looking multiple meetings in advance with the agenda committee. We could queue up items that the council has prioritized but aren't necessarily set to go onto a meeting. So if a council member has an item that they'd like to queue up or put on a future agenda, and they want to have a longer discussion about it, we could put it on this work session strategy meeting so that we could then queue them up from there after having the discussion onto either a regular meeting or a future subcommittee meeting to eventually come back to a regular meeting. These are not set dates, but we wanted to at least throw up a couple proposed dates. We're looking at March 19th, which sits in between our two council meetings in March, and then the future items there, but the future dates there. But we could have those dates be any days that we want or whatever fits the council schedule. I will say one last thing I forgot for the agenda subcommittee. That one, for whoever's thinking that they might want to be on that one would be a regularly scheduled meeting because they would meet before that we post each agenda. So if you were on the agenda committee, that would be a much more scheduled regular meeting. I put the amendments in here just in case we have any tweaks or changes to them. I'm obviously not going to read through this, but these are the amendments that were in your backup that were redlined in the rules of council. This is the amendments to the subcommittees. If anyone wants to look at any particular tweaks or changes, we can pull them up and look at it. Here's the special meeting language that's in the rules of council. And then before you tonight is an approval of the amendment as presented, approval with any tweaks or changes, or to deny the amendment. And I'm open to any questions.
All right, Councilmember Medina.
I've got just a couple of questions. How would we be selecting the members for each committee?
It would be up to you, but I would recommend all of the council members just send a specific staff contact who we can name later, your first, second, and third priority. And I've done this many, many times before. Sometimes it falls perfectly where everyone gets their one. Usually most people get their one and someone has to take a two, but what I would think is whatever you're most interested in, you would send in Finance Committee 1, IND 2, Agenda 3, something like that, and then we would take all of those from council and bring those back for you guys to approve at the next council meeting.
And should the committees be formed, would it not be better to have an aging council member with a new council member on the committee rather than sticking two brand new council members on the committee together who both don't know anything about what's going on and they don't have those expertise?
Certainly we could do that if the council wants to. I think that's a good idea. Although if you are on a committee and you're relatively new, everyone in the room, it will not just be you and executive staff. We will have everyone in the room. We'll have a presentation to present. We'll do a deep dive. We'll have everyone in the room to explain any questions and answers. So there'll be plenty of backup in the room in case there's a lot of questions, but it's a good point.
Okay. And then another question, just kind of on the time factor. I know we say this will save time on our regular meetings, and to quote, a lot of time because there's a lot of questions. How does that cut that out? Because if, say, Courtney, I, and Mayor are on one committee together and we're discussing finance on something, we've come to a recommendation, we've dug deep into everything and answered the questions of to why, but then we have to bring it back to the other four. how do those four not still have all those same questions, and it turns into another hour-long conversation to answer all those questions?
Well, I will tell you that when it comes back to council, the intention would not be to go through the long, deep dive of everything that happened in that subcommittee. That would be because the subcommittee exists because we have the time to go through that. You would get a much more overview presentation, which you are getting now. We're not doing deep dives in council right now. And then secondly, the three council members that have that knowledge and that asked all of those questions, from what I have seen in all the cities I've worked for that have subcommittees, they're able to help guide and help educate and understand the understanding of the other four. I will tell you, every city I've ever worked in has had council subcommittees. We looked at our sister cities that we benchmark for all of our budget. 9 out of the 11 have council 9 out of the 11 have council subcommittees, and 8 out of the 11 have the subcommittees that we are proposing. So this is not a new innovative thing.
Right.
This is every major city has council subcommittees for this reason. And I will just tell you, there may be double questions. That might be a thing. You asked it in the subcommittee, and Councilmember Tobias asked it out here. But it's not. I will tell you that every city I've ever worked in, this has enhanced and made much more efficient those conversations. And those double questions do not come up as often as you'd think.
Okay. And then last question, can you walk me through again how, if we're on a subcommittee and we've discussed, I get it's an open session, so residents here as well, and we met on Tuesday and we talked about something, and we went Wednesday and came across another council member and we spoke about that same item. Can you walk me through how that doesn't break a quorum?
I can, but I have my city attorney
blinked.
present, so I would much rather her.
I think I blinked when you were talking.
So, a walking quorum is defined, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't have the law right in front of me, as communications amongst a quorum that occur outside of an open meeting. Typically, they're individual communications, like I'll talk to Councilmember Goza, and then I'll talk to Councilmember Medina, and then I'll talk to Councilmember Zapata, and I've now talked to 3, so I know that 4, assuming that I was on council when I was doing this, that 4 have been talked to. So that's a problem. What's not included in the definition of walking quorum is conversations that occur in an open meeting.
Got it. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I understood correctly. That was the questions I had.
Can I confirm? So if I'm not on the committee and 3 other people are, and I know where they stand on a subject, and I talk to Mayor Pro Tem Tobias, and then I come back and talk to a council member that's on that committee, that does not constitute a walking quorum?
I would believe that you've talked to 2, so you've participated in the conversation with 2. That is not a
But
quorum.
I've watched the TV and I see where these 2 people stand. Not only 2, I've seen where 3 people stand. And then I have the ability to go talk to, I can then go talk to 2 other people.
Mayor, I would equate it to in any of our meetings where we get to have a work session and you guys give feedback, we have a pretty good idea of where you stand. Now, you haven't made your vote, you haven't actually voted on it, but we get feedback from you all on certain items. If you left that open meeting and talked to another council member, you'd be fine, even though you may know where other people stand based on their feedback, because it all happened in an open meeting.
Right, so if I wanted to talk to somebody not in an open meeting, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's an open meeting, there are 3 council members. I, watching this video, know where these 3 people stand, right? And then I go and I talk to Councilmember Tobias. And then I go and talk to Councilmember McKinney. And now I know where 3 plus 2 people stand, and 6, including myself. So asking the attorney, how does that not constitute a quorum?
So that's a quorum. However, it's not a walking quorum because 3 of those people discussed that publicly in an open meeting that anyone could go and see where they stand on that issue. It's just like if you, as Jesse was saying, if you guys talk about a pending project in here and every single one of you has said how you feel about it, and then you go quietly talk about it amongst yourselves outside of this, you know how the other people feel, but they expressed that in an open meeting publicly.
Yeah, so I would just try to reinforce that point. If we just had the meeting about the road bonds, that was a work session item. There's no action that was taken. You heard all the comments. If 2 of you got together to talk about that afterwards, that's totally acceptable. So it's the same kind of format. And I would tell you, council committees are very common in local government. What committees you have and how you structure them, it's all about how you view governance and how you're trying to approach your work. So each council in each place has different committees for different purposes, but it's never been an issue in any place I've ever been with any kind of issues like that. I do understand the question, but we wanted to make sure we got that on the table very clearly today. We don't believe that's an issue.
Okay, any other questions? Councilmember Tobias.
All right, so I'll start here. How does that affect our charter itself? Because when I'm looking at the quorum and the attendance, and I'm looking at the charter here, 4 members of the council shall constitute a quorum for transacting business, and no action of the council shall be valid or binding unless in an open meeting with a quorum present. The quorum may adjourn any meeting, and it shall be the duty of each member of the council to attend each regular and special council meeting, which this would be considered a special council meeting, correct?
No, these would be meetings of the subcommittees.
This
It
would
would
be
not
so
council meetings.
the charter according here, it says they have to attend each regular and special council meeting. Of course, it says if you miss 3, then you're in trouble, right? And then it says they should hold the meetings shall be 1 regular meeting each month, and meetings shall be held on a scheduled as the dates assigned, and the council shall fix the dates and the times of regular meetings. So how would these subcommittees interact with the charter itself as far as the structure? Is it going to be separate?
These are separate. These are not considered regular meetings or special meetings. They're very similar. Many of you have served on task forces before, whether it was Lake Kensington or the sports complex or other matters that have been out there. These are very similar. What we like about the committee structure is that it is more transparent. There are open meetings. There'll be set agendas, and they'll be public. The task forces have not been that way. And they were very similar, Councilmember, that they did not count towards any of the requirements for attendance at the regular meetings. So the committees will function just like the task force, but we think with an additional layer of transparency and backup materials and their open meetings.
Okay.
So hopefully that helps a little bit.
All right. I guess for me, being on council for 6 years now, I'm just curious to know at this specific moment in time why it's being considered. Is it because we have a new council, a new dais that may not, I guess to say, to get caught up on projects? Because again, we have 4 new members. Is this some of the reasoning why we're looking at getting those subcommittees versus previous dioceses or previous council members, previous councils where we didn't bring this up before? I'm just wanting to know the timing.
I wouldn't say it's because, Councilmember Tobias, I wouldn't say it's because we have new council members on the dais. I would say it's part of the city's natural growth curve. Why it wasn't brought up or why they were never put together in the past, I can't speak to. However, the amount of items and the complexity of the items that we have coming forward from a staff perspective and the ability to get through them in just 2 simple regular meetings as we go through is becoming harder and harder. This meeting is a perfect example. I don't think we've hit actual council action yet. We've hit some work sessions, we've hit consent. This might be the first action that we pulled up, and it's 10:30. So we've had a couple meetings in the last couple meetings that we've had to push items, and we're just watching the amount of items that are coming in and the speed that they're coming in, and evaluating as we go through those meetings that those work session items take up a long time. We need to go through them, and we need to get council feedback. It's very important, but by the time we get through those work session items and some prioritization items, I mean, we're looking at a very short window of time to take care of very critical council action. So this is just the natural curve of a city as it grows and the size that we're growing at, just like many of the other items that are coming in.
Yep, and I think that's kind of why I had made the suggestion many times before about when we have heavy, let's say, executive session items, that we would hold a special meeting with all 7 of us, whether it's on a Thursday or Friday or whatever day it would be, Because I think with the executive sessions, there's a lot of you staff that are involved in, that needs to be involved in those conversations. A lot of work that's being done behind the scenes, whether it's the economic development, whether it's with Victoria or with the parks, that you need feedback from an executive part. That it is true. It is not fair that they are spending days and hours of getting these things, and then when we go into exec, for example, you've got 5 minutes to spill, and you got to give it quickly because we got 6 other items up on the agenda item, versus having a regular council meeting on the Tuesday. And if we were to just break off and say we've got a heavy executive that we've got to get your opinion, we've got to get your feedback on, that would be at a separate time, but it would be with all 7 of us. I just think that the compensation committee is going to be like, wow, look, these guys are actually going to be spending more time here at City Hall or more time on a task force. I guess that's kind of where we're moving to, is we're moving away from the task force part of it and bumping it into subcommittees. Is that correct? Like whether it's parks?
That's correct. Those subcommittees are more for more specific complex items. I have heard you many times, Councilmember Tobias, talk about that extra meeting. We have done it many times. That meeting that meeting serves as the work session strategy meeting. So many times we've loaded up a Thursday meeting or even a Saturday meeting at the request of council because we have too much in exec we need to go through. We have too much work session items that are starting to stack up, and we can't get those items to a regular meeting until we get them on a work session meeting. We've been through this many times, and again, I've heard your suggestion of let's just have a meeting and clear the deck with this stuff, and we have many times. This is formalizing that a little bit and making it more routine, so that we can get those work sessions off the slate and get them onto a regular meeting. And then certainly the regular meetings need to stand for what we saw tonight. You have your proclamations, you have your appreciations, you have all of those things should happen in a regular meeting, but in this structure, we could then jump straight into council action.
The city business.
And city business, and everything else is handled on either a Thursday meeting or a Saturday meeting. The subcommittees are a little different because those are some very specific items. We're talking about deep dives into policy, or we're talking about deep dives into development agreements, or the review of an audit, or something where it's going to take hours and hours to go through one item, and council in a very casual space can ask as many questions as they want and have the experts there to go through it. That's not something you can do even in a work session because you have stuff queued up. Those items will be very different.
I get it, because let's say, for example, Mark and I, and let's say Claudia or Zapata, we're on the infrastructure subcommittee, and we got to meet on a Thursday. We're meeting on a Wednesday, whatever. And the conversations are all about, we want your feedback on all the road bond projects and also this public works project we're trying to look at doing. And we want to get the feedback from you and see where you guys stand. And then we ask the hard questions, we ask the funding, we ask all this other stuff, right? And then we come to a consensus. And I think that's where Mayor Flores Cale is saying, okay, well, that means already these 3 have already made up their mind as far as the direction they're going. And then when it comes down to making the vote or whatever it is, we can then add what we learned from that meeting and to give the rest of the council. But then again, the rest of the council is going to have their own opinions going forward. Is that what the whole structure of it is to be able to break those specific projects that we have down?
That's very well outlined, and to the city manager's point, this question of the multiple questions and it drawing out even longer, I would point to the task force that we've had. We have 3 4-hour conversations about Lake Kensington with the task force, where there's, we've pulled out giant pieces of paper on the table and we've looked at different things. I mean, just half a day to look through that with the task force. When that came back to council, the knowledge and the information that the task force had accelerated the conversation with council because they had that time. It did not make another 4-hour session with council to go through all of that stuff. And we've done that many, many times with task force. The task force, I would say, are less transparent because it's just a meeting and nobody's invited and it's not posted. These would be that same type of thing, but fully open. The public can come and sit and watch. The council members can sit, casually and ask all of those questions, take as much time as they need. Most of the time, they would probably be during the day if the council members are available. And then you will see it accelerate the conversation at council with those council members having a deep knowledge of everything that went on in that meeting.
But I think I use the term like Yvonne uses, the fear would be is that when we have these subcommittees, that somebody's going to give a recommendation. That we would give a recommendation. Okay, well, what do we decide to do? What's the end result of the meeting? Okay, well, let's recommend staff to go and look at this. Is that already giving the assignment to you already without the rest of us?
No, these are
giving
all
say on
items.
that?
These are all items that will come back to the full council for a vote. There won't be any direction given in these meetings for staff to go out and do anything. There will be a recommendation from the 3 subcommittee members that they approve this item as it comes forward to council, but it's just a recommendation. I've seen council members change from what they saw in the subcommittee to the meeting. They haven't voted on anything until it's actually in the meeting.
Okay, that's good.
Councilmember Zapata.
So I think, one, I really like this idea. I like the fact that having these subcommittees would increase transparency and increase accountability, because right now there's a lot of conversations that happen off the dais, and this would force council members, whether they like it or not, to have these conversations in front of the public with posted meeting agendas so people know ahead of time exactly what we'll be discussing, while additionally giving people an opportunity to understand what's coming down the pipeline for regular agendas. Because right now I think like when regular agendas get posted, people are always like, oh my, okay, well that's gonna be on here, this one's gonna be on here. And this will give people more of a heads up as to what to expect in the coming months. It's also my understanding that not every single agenda item will pass through a committee, correct?
That's correct. It will actually be few and far between. There'll be very specific items that come through the agenda committee.
Okay, so I think
that subcommittee, sorry.
Okay, and so I guess my example would be, I think there's been some curiosity around like a payroll audit or like reviewing that. So like, for example, the finance subcommittee could say, you know what, we actually want to do that or look into it and ask questions, see maybe what that looks like. And like, let's sit down with staff and let's go through our payroll numbers, and they get to ask those very, very detailed in the weeds type of questions, correct?
That's correct. I will give you an example. This last week, we had our bond counsel come in, and executive staff sat with the bond counsel. We looked at a 30-year forecast of tax rates. We looked at debt management. We looked at several debt management strategies. We looked at current debt. We looked at future debt. I mean, it was a 3-hour-plus conversation, and the entire time, executive staff went, this should be a finance committee meeting. There should be 3 council members in here. We should be going through this. There should be as much Q&A from those council members as we could possibly have, because it's very complicated. It's very complex, an organization like ours and the amount of money that's passing through it. But that was the perfect time to sit and discuss it. We would never be able to take that amount of time in detail in a regular council meeting or even a work session meeting to sit for 3.5 hours. And I don't think council would want to sit there and ask as many questions as they possibly could, while someone else is waiting for another item that's coming up. So it's the perfect setting for those type of meetings.
Okay, and I think I just want to be very clear that this gives our residents more opportunities to engage. And there is a lot of discussion from recurring individuals about mistrust with conversations that have happened either on or off the dais with previous councils. At a certain point, each single one of us is going to be rotated off the dais at some point. And the way that I see it is that this means that this is going to be a standard that is set regardless of whether or not the council member that you voted for or didn't vote for or didn't like is going to be held to the same standard of having to discuss some of these things publicly. So it actually increases the amount of accountability that you have for your council members and the amount of transparency that residents have, because this will allow the deeper dives into the complex issues and allow us as council members, because I mean, for example, know that I never have the opportunity, and that's because I still ask a lot of questions, and I still never have the opportunity to actually get in depth as I would like. So this would pose opportunities for council members to really find those areas that are really important to them and be able to actually deep dive into it in a public setting with our staff, and all of that is on record. I think it's going to be a way in which we also are, I think it's been talked about, but kind of truncating our regular meetings by saving us some time, because it allows other council members to have asked questions. You know, I know that I would make the time to go back and watch some of these meetings, so I could be like, oh, okay, well, that question was already asked. Like, okay, yeah, and I got my answer from that, so I won't need to ask that like on the dais. And I think that also allows us the opportunity to get through more work as well, because I've heard complaints and just concern about how packed our agendas are, and I think the reality is that they feel packed because that's just the rate at which we're growing requires that we have these heavier agenda items. And so this allows some of that to be kind of spread out so that way we're not all, you know, trying to sit here before midnight when we all turn into pumpkins. And so I think that this would just, you know, allow those detailed conversations, increase the amount of transparency and accountability, whether council members, you know, like it or not. And I think give our residents a lot more opportunity to actually engage. Like, we're increasing those opportunities to engage with the city, and I think it's so important. And yeah, that's all I have.
All right, anybody else? Councilmember Goza?
I had some concerns. So one, I know our charter says that the mayor and the city manager are the ones that should be making the agendas. So based on that, I'm not quite sure that an agenda committee works with the flow of how the charter was structured. Two, I am seeing a lot of comments from people on these agenda items that they are afraid that it will make it actually less transparent. So even though we're doing these deep dives in an open executive session, there is not anything that prevents us from going and figuring out where everybody's going to vote. And so then when we get on the dais, we may have already discussed it all behind the scenes. So maybe we don't talk about it as much up here. And then the citizens are deprived of hearing that information that we all needed to get during that meeting to come to our conclusion. And I know that there was a lot of residents that felt that that was happening behind the scenes with our previous council. And I don't really want to give any illusion of that appearance here with this council, because we've been all about being transparent, all about making sure that their concerns are heard. And I think that's really, really relevant here.
Sure, absolutely. First of all, hopefully you'll learn all talking behind the scenes. But the first thing to the point of the mayor setting it, the mayor would be on that agenda committee, and that agenda committee, she would lead that agenda committee. So with the city manager there as well, so they would still be setting the agenda. And then the second thing is, we view this as being twice, if not three times, as more transparent. We would never truncate anything or any backup that we're putting into a regular meeting as we bring those items forward. If anything, it lets the public have two looks at it and a deeper dive look at it. So these open public meetings that have never happened before, and these deep dives that have never happened before, would be completely open to the public. They could come, they could watch it, and then all of the backup for all of those deep dive items and everything would also be posted with these items, just like we post for these. And then on top of that, it would come back to this meeting, to the regular meeting, with all of the same backup and the expertise of those council members that sat through all those conversations. So I understand that transparency and trust is a huge thing. We feel this is way more transparent than just coming to a regular meeting, having a cursory overview and a bunch of backup, and then not having the time to go through that deep dive and question and answers on some of these very complex issues.
If I could just offer a couple of other things to help with that conversation too. In the charter, it indicates the mayor or I, as the city manager, can place items on the agenda. That would still be the case, that either the mayor or myself could put any item on the agenda that we need to have it on. But the agenda committee, the purpose would be to schedule the meetings to help us have better guidance about what's on consent, what's our good work session items for our work session and strategy meeting, when do items need to come forward. That's kind of been the design by it. And to the point about how additional conversations are provided to the council, what I've done in the past is had a prior action report section of the agenda memos, the staff memos that are provided with your items, and they would list the times that the committee addressed those particular items, what the discussion was, what the overall recommendation was from the committee, and then any backup associated with that would also be included in the agenda material. So you'd have all the materials come forward, hear all the discussions that have taken place, and here's what the various discussions were. So again, when it comes to you as a body, you have hopefully better information to make a decision on. That's the goal of it, and that's how we've done it, at least I've done it in the past in my career.
All right. Councilmember Harris? Okay, no, okay. So I have a few concerns. I've been reading the feedback online, and the first thing that the residents ask is, how do we sign up? That means the residents don't quite understand that this is going to be a council-led committees. And so I have to take that into consideration. I also want to point out that this is the second time that the rules of council have come to council, and none of it was led by council. So I think as council members, we need to be aware that the rules of council are ours to create. And so I do sometimes have a concern that we're seeing these suggestions, and not that I don't appreciate it, but really these rules of council are ways that we hold each other accountable. And so I do understand the want for subcommittees, but I would like that to be from council and giving it to you guys. Also, there was a finance/audit committee presentation that was supposed to come back. And so I don't understand why we're talking about a council-led one when we collectively as council voted 7-0 to have that presentation come back to us and presented to us from the finance director. The time commitment is huge. I don't know which council members respond to their emails. I write 30 to 40 emails a day. And just talking with my residents, and how many to staff as well. I mean, this is huge. Like, I'm already committed probably 40 to 50 hours a week to the city, to the residents, to each other. And so what you guys are asking me to do is to commit additional time. Yeah, and this is going to be staff time as well. And we were just talking about the time commitment it was going to take for staff to put online the credit cards, and now we're also going to ask them to commit more time to prepare for these meetings and to attend these meetings. And so I just want to make sure that we're being consistent. If we're saying we need to utilize staff time wisely, then I want to make sure that's what we're doing. I do not believe that these subcommittees are going to make our meetings go any faster. And I say that because I know I ask probably the most questions and I speak the most, and I'm not going to be on every committee. And asking me to be on an agenda creating committee is a big ask, right? And I'm okay with it if we don't do it all the time. But I have kids, I work full time, and I do counsel at least 40 hours a week. I'm committed to my residents. And maybe if I hear that not everybody responds to emails, and if we are responding and as committed to the residents, not just to each other in meetings, but also communicating with them, I think that's the best way that they ask us questions, we respond, we gather that information back from staff. I will say, I just requested information on the Old Stagecoach Road, and that was from the resident, and I learned a whole bunch about that road and that bond. So my communication with the residents, I think, is what allows me to dive deeper. I asked for a presentation, and it failed, to show financials over salaries over the last 5 years. So then I have to question, do we really want to see the nitty-gritty, the granular information, because it was voted down that no, we didn't. So now I'm confused as to how we went from no, we don't want that information to yes, now let's form a subcommittee. So overall, I'm not in favor of these committees. I am just one vote, so if we must, I'm okay with that. But I just think it's going to take a lot of time for the council members and for staff, on top of the time that we already serve. Our charter makes it very clear, our pay makes it very clear, we are not full-time, we are part-time. And so I think there's gonna have to be a balance of the city and the staff wants us to move us fast forward. And now we have 4 people that work in Austin. And so we may not be able to do that the same way as the previous council where there was not people already committed to full-time jobs. So that is it.
Well, we certainly greatly respect council's time, and we know that you guys put in a ton of time. We work with you guys on a lot of things. We know firsthand how much time that you guys put in. I will tell you from a staff perspective, that's not a heavy lift for us. We're not worried about the time commitment, but obviously from a council perspective, that's why we're bringing it to you. The other thing I would mention, Mayor, I would never want you guys to think that we're bringing something to you and putting it on your rules of council without any direction or talking to you. We spoke extensively with council at this in the visioning workshop, and then again on February 5th in an open meeting where we had a whole discussion on it, and the direction was to bring it back. So that's why it's here on the rules of council. We didn't bring it without having a conversation with council.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I mentioned to a resident the other day, it was Super Bowl Sunday, and family was there, but I was doing online training for the city, because that's just the commitment that we've got to have, and answering emails for Monday. So you are right. I've been doing this for 6 years, and it is a big commitment. And there's times I'm emailing you at 4 a.m, right? When I wake up before I go to work, I'm texting you guys and trying to get a response by the time I get off work. So I'm emailing people at 3 o'clock, sometimes 4 o'clock in the morning, just so that way I can get a response back by the afternoon.
And then I think I'm just genuinely confused how more open meetings with items that alert residents as to what will be coming down the pipeline in future months, with more backup information, with the ability for us to ask more questions, with the ability for residents to ask more questions, how that's not increasing transparency and accountability. Because and time associated with that transparency comes at a cost. For example, for every single open house that we host, that's in the name of transparency and accountability and seeking resident feedback, and that is also time. So transparency and our want for it is going to cost us time. And if that seems to be the goal of this council, is to prioritize that, this is a mechanism to do that. Because currently these conversations are not happening on the dais. And this will allow these conversations to happen on the dais in a recorded setting, in a open, publicly notified meeting. I think I really want to stress that, once again, transparency comes at a cost. It requires us to have time to ask those questions. It requires staff time as well. And if that is something that this council is prioritizing, it's also something that we're going to have to accept. And in addition to that, I'm no stranger to sending 4 or 5 a.m. emails when I'm barely going to sleep, actually. And, then waking up and going to my full-time job. I think that this will also allow me to ask even more detailed questions and know that I will have a specific time and a dedicated specific time for certain agenda items to be able to do so. So in other words, I could also be saving myself some time and getting myself some more sleep as well. So I think I really do think that this is the trajectory that we're on, whether we vote to do it today or at a later date. I think it's something that the council will adopt at a certain point in time. There's other cities across the state who utilize this. I did my own research and looked some up. So cities our size or those whose growth rates that we share a trajectory with, including San Marcos, Temple, Texas, Bryan, Texas, and Round Rock, Texas, already use committees or structured work sessions to manage similar levels of growth and complexity. And we are at that stage too. And it's taking council more time because that is how complex the work is because of how much we have grown. And that's only going to get more and more complex, and items are only going to get even more heavy and more heavy. And yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, what she said.
All right, well, as a reminder, we are not any of those cities. We are the city of Kyle, and we do things the way we do things.
Oh, true.
And we're not Austin. And we're not other councils that take this as a full-time job. It's very specific. Nobody here is getting paid $50,000 a year. We're getting paid, max $1,800 a month. And so these commitments are huge for us. And I don't think this is about transparency. I mean, I don't. Somebody might have stated that, but for me, it's more than that. It's I'm going to these meetings, and now I take time away from my residents that I talk to every single solitary day. My phone, I probably have 15 phone calls from residents, and not my friends, people that I've talked to about their in-city water rates, about the roads. There's so many things, and maybe I'm doing too much, I don't know. But I have a huge time commitment to the city as it is. Maybe if everybody was responding to their text messages or their emails, they would understand how that feels. I get complaints all the time that council members don't respond. And so I'm thinking, okay, well, let's all do the same amount of work with the residents, and then maybe if we have time, we can do these meetings. But it's overwhelming. It's a lot of work. And so I'm not going to vote for this. And unfortunately, I have to be on the agenda one if it passes, and I'm okay with that. But I'm just saying, I got a lot on my plate. And Kyle, Texas doesn't have to do what Bryan does or what Burleson does or what any other city does. We as a council can say, okay, we're going to take some time. We're going to figure things out. Yes, you could ask questions behind the scene. It's what I do. I've got complaints that I have too many emails. Why? Because I want to know. Councilmember Harris.
I said yes, what she said. I think it's a really good idea to have council committees. I think it's a maturity issue for our city. It's what other cities do. I've seen them function very well in other cities. Yes, they take some time, but they do also control the time on the agenda during the regular meetings. Obviously, we are not getting to all of our agenda items, nor are we getting to all of our executive session items. This will help us with that. Splitting it out, I wouldn't mind being on any of those committees. I don't know who's not answering their emails, but I think everyone is. We all spend a significant amount of time with our constituents, and that's not unusual for any person sitting here on the dais. I know we all do. I like the idea. I think it strengthens us. I think it does provide a lot of transparency. I think it will work well. And if it doesn't, in 6 months, we can come back and go, oh my gosh, we made a big mistake. But I would like to try this.
All right, any motions?
I would just like to add that, I can see there are some pros and cons, obviously. To Dr. Harris's point, what we're doing right now is not working. By not getting through an agenda, we're failing our residents, plain and simple. We are not accomplishing the jobs that we were elected to do. And so if this is the alternative that makes us work more efficiently so that we do get through everything and we are able to serve our residents to the capacity that they deserve, then, it just takes a little bit more time. We've got to figure it out. To me, it's either this or we start meeting every week, or we have, consistently more and more meetings as a complete body, which takes up arguably even more of the collective time that we have available. So I feel like trying something different is definitely worth pursuing, considering what is doing right now is not working.
I just have one question.
And we might regret it later. Like, you absolutely regret it.
And then I just
But
have
then
one.
we'll know.
Yeah. And then just a question for my colleagues, because I am also realizing, because I've been stuck on the subcommittee idea, that the other half of this is work session. That's the other half of the amendment, which is different than the subcommittees. So I guess I want to get an understanding for how my colleagues feel about the idea of the work sessions. Like if we're looking at these as two separate things.
I think these are in addition to and also necessary, especially as we start getting into budget season. You know, I think we spent, 2 months where it felt like every Saturday we were having breakfast together and coffee, and some of us were more awake than others. But it's a huge time commitment once we hit budget season, and it's part of the job. It's what we signed up for.
So the idea of like having regular work sessions, like with all 7 of us, is that something that I guess my colleagues don't have issue with, and the issue is solely with like the subcommittee structure?
I think in that situation, if we gets down to where city staff is needing a direction, we can officially give it. We can have the 7 bodies up here to make those recommendations. Okay, because, you know, I get it. We need to be more efficient, you know, obviously, because, you know, it is going on 11 o'clock, but a lot of it's going back and forth right now in conversations. How I do mine briefly is, and I've told this to many people, what I do is Friday, I see the agenda, I look over it, don't look at it till Sunday. Sunday, 5 o'clock, I review everything, go back to my notes, see what my first and second readings are. I review all the information. If I've got questions, I send them straight to Brian. I used to send them straight to Leon Pervez. I send them straight Sunday night, and then Monday I get my response. I needed to follow with the chief. I then send it through there and get a response by Tuesday. So by Tuesday, I have all my homework done. I have all my questions answered. And then that way, when I come up, it's either just a follow-up question or just a rephrase, and I can make my vote. Because that's what matters the most, is the people go, how did you vote, and so forth. Transparency is also responding back to your constituents or answering phone calls or replying back to calls. That's how I do mine. But that's how I do mine on my end. Everybody's different, obviously. But it is going to be a big time commitment. If you do go with the subcommittees, think about that, plus the work session, plus budget season. Budget season, we're here till 2 o'clock, sometimes 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we start at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning on Saturdays. So we need to start gearing up for that. I can understand from some of the other colleagues that it might be a good proposal, but for me right now, I'm just not really fully committed to it just yet, because I know with my experience what's on the horizon. We got a budget. Last year was our largest budget we've ever had for the city. And of course, we're going to be talking about water rates. And so we're going to have to start dissecting a lot of that stuff. So I also have to look at the time of it as well.
Yeah, maybe we can bring it back after budget, and we can look at forming them again. Because my want is to be able to have separate budget meetings so residents can come in and talk to us. And then we can have that conversation individually. I know year before, maybe last year, they were all together, council meetings and budget meetings.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to see that. I would like to see standalone budget meetings. And as I've lived through for 3 different budgets, that is a full-time commitment as well. You're talking about several, but 3 or 4 meetings a month for hours at a time.
Plus regular visits, plus executive, plus presentations and so forth. All in one night.
We do have the upcoming, just throw this in there as a plug, at the upcoming visioning, March 6th through 8th, where we have a section there where we're going to talk about budget and how we want to bring it forward. There's different ways to do it. We've done it differently here, year over year, so that'll be a great conversation to have. The other thing with the work session versus the regular session meetings is the idea is not that we have on Tuesday night go to 1 in the morning, then the next week on Thursday go to 1 in the morning, then the next week on Tuesday go to 1 in the morning. The idea is that we're giving you time back. That the regular meetings are shorter, the work session meetings are shorter, the next regular meeting is shorter because we're leaving all of those elements off of one meeting.
Well, hopefully, that's the plan, right? But there's no guarantee that this is gonna, having these committees is gonna shorten our meetings.
Well, I think there's two separate things that we're talking about, just to be clear. I mean, the work session and strategy meeting would be a third meeting once a month, and that the work session items that don't include a vote on them would be presented there. So items like the library master plan, which they've been waiting very patiently all evening for, the bond presentation that we gave, things like that, that you could take off of your regular session agendas and put on this once a month work session agenda, as well as any strategy items that the council had. Again, that was one of the things that came out of the retreat is if you have other topics that you want to consider and you want to try to see where your colleagues think those, or if they're interested in those topics and you want to try to put that into a future agenda schedule, how do you do that? This is a way for you to have that conversation with your colleagues once a month to try to provide some planning around when you would do those discussions. So if that is a separate item from the committees, but again, what we talked about with council, what council directed us to come back to is with both of these. But it's all about governance and how you want to approach your work. You're in a very difficult job, a lot of complex information coming at you all the time, and we're trying to figure out how best to package that for you and give you the right format to make the best decisions. How we do that and where you go from there is up to you, but we're trying to give you options to see how you can process that. I just see there's more items that are coming. We have a tremendous workload headed your way, and we're trying to figure out how best to give that to you in a way that you can make decisions on. So that's the nature of the conversation. It's really meant to empower council and to try to figure out a way to get you involved in the decisions that are most important to you.
So technically, tonight we could, like, let's say, for example, because I think I'm reading the dais. Let's say, for example, the majority of folks don't want the subcommittees. Tonight, we could pass with the work session, work strategy session part and leave out the subcommittees, correct?
Sure. You guys could do anything you'd like.
Just make a motion on.
So the work,
Would
the
be
work
once a
session, do we
month?
have dates?
On the screen?
Yes.
Oh, those are it, okay, just making
Yeah.
sure.
Those are tentative. They can move.
Okay, so we would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 work sessions.
Ultimately, we can decide when. I mean, that's up to us.
And those could be budget sessions.
And just
I
for,
didn't hear it.
She said that these wouldn't be budget sessions, right? They would be different.
These are different.
okay.
Again, we may be confusing different topics, but these are just a third meeting once a month that you would have for work session only topics. So items that don't require a vote, but we're looking for general consensus and direction on.
And it would only be for 5 months?
Well,
No, this would-
the intent.
I don't want to make
the-
it permanent.
the-
We can schedule some. I don't really want to put it in the rules of council.
Up to you.
I'd like to see how it works out first before we codify it. I'm not
well,
opposed to this. I do like this idea. But what I don't want is another 6-hour meeting with all these, you know what I mean? If we can make it time efficient, 2 hours, extra meeting once a month.
I want to make it very efficient, but 2 hours is not going to do it.
No.
I probably have 2 hours to 3 hours of exec session items that I've been waiting to get to you tonight.
Yeah.
You just can't get through them in an hour. You can't do it between 6 and 7. The council cannot get through them. And so we have many more items that are stacking up that need direction and discussion from you. And then the work session items as well. We certainly, as Jesse said, the goal is not to have a bunch of 1 a.m. meetings. The goal is to be very efficient with your time and get you in and out as quickly as we can. But it wouldn't be a 2-hour meeting. That could be just one discussion, honestly. So there's just a lot of work. The question is how do you want to approach it? And that's what we've probably been trying to discuss with you, the governance and the retreat and then the subsequent discussions. How do you want to approach all of this? There's complex information.
Okay.
I would just make a motion then, if we're going to do this, is to leave out the subcommittees for now and make a motion to make the recommendation to approve agenda item number 28 based on the work session and strategy meetings for regular meetings in agendas on that end. But I'd also like to be careful if we go with the proposed date of the 19th, that is spring break week.
Those dates are just tentative. We can change those. It can be anything you want.
And then at a later time, if we decide after budget to come back with those subcommittees, we can decide to do that.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor.
Okay. Go ahead and make a motion to approve agenda item number 28 with just the recommendations for having the work sessions settings with no subcommittees at this time.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Tobias, a second by Councilmember Medina. My only request would be that we do not put this in the rules of council until we know how it fits.
Okay.
So we can't, I don't think he can't approve agenda item 28 with that work session, because does that codify it?
So I think what we're wanting to do is make a motion to direct city manager to bring back these special council work sessions and strategy meetings.
Yes.
At least until the end of the budget session, and then we can, is that when you want to reevaluate, is at the end of the budget?
Okay, is that right? Yes. So does he need to amend it?
Or do you,
He
can
would
you
need to
take
amend
the,
his motion, yes.
Okay. So do we have to take a vote to amend?
If Mayor Pro Tem Tobias wants to rescind his motion and restate it, and Councilmember Medina
Yeah.
is willing to second the changed amendment, we can do it that way.
I'd like to go ahead and rescind my motion.
Second?
Okay.
So we had to vote on the rescind, so I
No.
second that?
No, Councilmember Medina would have to rescind her second, and
Mm-hmm.
then he would put a new motion on the floor.
I rescind my second.
Okay. Mayor, would you like to make the motion then? That way it's clear on that end, because I think we're in the
You
right.
bet, clear as dirt, all right. I would like to make a motion to approve regularly scheduled city council special work sessions through the budget. Is that right?
Without putting them in the rules of council.
Yeah,
Without
well,
putting-
yeah. Okay, that's my motion.
My second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Flores Kale, seconded by Councilmember Medina. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Item passes 7-0.
Thank you.
And you know what, I do want to say thank you to everybody. This was a really hard discussion. I hope everybody feels heard, because I know we can kind of get into our own feelings and our own ideas, but I do think this is a good medium for now. So up next, we have, let's see, we've jumped around everywhere.
A2.
Yep.
Library.
Agenda item 22, receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff feedback on the library master plan. Item presenter Leslie Scott.
Thank you, ladies. Appreciate it.
Good evening, Council. Leslie Scott, Library Director. This evening, we are going to present our Library Master Plan presentation. This is Maureen Arndt, the principal of 720 Designs. And I'm going to go ahead and just let her take over.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us tonight. We're excited to share with you the results of a years-long work with the community, with library staff, with the city staff, to come up with a master plan. Am I pointing at the wrong thing? Can I do this? Nope.
Is Marco still here?
It's not moving. Oh, there it goes. Oh. The fastest year-long summary.
There we go.
Okay. Okay. I wanted to start with methodology, so how we got to the recommendations will be last. We started with a kickoff meeting where we presented and listened to the library staff and the city staff about what are the goals for this project. And the overall goals were to create a roadmap for the future of library services for the city of Kyle. It needed to be community-driven. That was the most important aspect. The library is a community building. It needed to be data-rich, and you'll see that in our methodology with benchmarking and standards. It needed to be innovative. We needed to look at potential locations and coordinate across city initiatives. These are Kyle's 2030 comprehensive plan initiatives. The library neatly fits into every single one of them. Some of the most important ones, a thriving and prosperous economy. The Texas State Library did a return on investment for libraries and found that in Texas, for every dollar spent on libraries, $4.64 comes back to the community in value. The library is continuously offering new and innovative services. It is, of course, a welcoming place where people go to meet their neighbors, and as more new people move into Kyle, that becomes increasingly important. And a vibrant and fun destination, which as an architect who designs libraries, this is the most fun one for me, to design a library that people are excited to go to and children cry when they have to leave. So the first thing that we did after we set the goals was really evaluate your existing building, understand what was working, what was not working. We met with all of the library staff and listened to their challenges and concerns. We went on a discovery tour. What are 21st century libraries, new libraries that have opened in Texas doing that might fit for the community of Kyle? We visited Cedar Park and Round Rock. We saw maker spaces. We saw parking garages. We saw technology that makes the staff more efficient. We saw really interesting meeting rooms and a lot of other things. We engaged the community. Some of you may have participated in this. We made big posters of library possibilities, gave everyone 5 tickets to be able to vote and help us set priorities. Of those priorities, 5 of them were related to children and 3 of them related to outdoor spaces. So there were really clear themes about early literacy, places for families, places for the community to gather. Outside, doing a STEM or a music garden. The existing library has a beautiful garden right now. Places to do arts and crafts, interesting seating, being able to sit outside, imaginative play, and even potentially a coffee cart. We did an online survey. 628 residents participated, including 20 Spanish language responses. And almost all of them live or work in Kyle or Hays County. And you'll see the engagement, 26% were non-users. And that is the golden unicorn that we look for when we're doing surveys, is who's not using the library and why. And so you had 26% of these participants who aren't using the library but cared enough about the library to do the survey. So that was really exciting for us. So why aren't people using the library? The biggest reason is the children's area is too small. You can see the picture of story time. Kids are overflowing. Story time, they're overflowing into the entirety of the library. Doesn't occur to me to go there. This is public relations that the library has actually already been working on with new websites, new calendars, new ways to reach people. The hours aren't convenient. This is a challenge with staffing. The library doesn't have what I need. There's not enough space, and the building doesn't feel comfortable. So over 76% said the children's space is very important, and that aligns with our in-person community engagement where so many people said children's spaces were the most important. Many families go to other neighboring libraries for children's services. And what do they want? A separate, more spacious children's zone, interactive play, STEM and STEAM elements, more program rooms, and indoor and outdoor spaces. Books are still the brand for libraries. Even in a digital era, collections really matter. Almost 77% said physical collections are really important. As children take over all of the space in the existing library, quiet spaces and study spaces have become more important. This is number 3 of the most important spaces. And then we ask about meeting spaces, and the respondents were evenly divided about the types of meeting spaces that they want, and even more so that they want more meeting spaces. For outdoor spaces, they talked a lot about children's outdoor spaces, interactive experiences, porches for studying and reading, and shaded areas for natural play. And then, as we said, one of the goals was to determine where a library should be within the city of Kyle. And so we asked the question, if you had the choice between one centrally located large full-service library versus one not quite as big library with a branch, or multiple libraries, a branch system, so in quadrants, which do you prefer? And by far, one large centrally located library was selected. This becomes important in the recommendations and affects the size of the building. We also did leadership interviews. Some of you participated in those as well. We met with city department heads, library board, library staff, and got all of your input. The number one theme that came out was the library is critically undersized, that geography and equity of access are a major issue. 35 goes straight down the middle of your city. There's a big demand for community gathering spaces. Those are the top 4 themes that came up. Overall, we had 800 citizens participate in the process and give us input. So I feel like we met that goal of this being a community-driven process. We also did an environmental scan. What does the city of Kyle look like? And we pulled this from your comprehensive plan, that your biggest demographic is up-and-coming families, almost 88%. None of the other demographic categories had a significant percentage that were even worth putting in here. And so this really shows up in the results from the survey and the results from the community engagement. As part of this, we also looked at population. So the target that was set was to plan for a build-out population of 200,000 people. The goal, and we'll talk about this in the standards, is for 8.8 square feet per capita of space within the library per person. The state library determines the service population for all Texas libraries, and so part of Hays County population needs to be included in the planning process as well. So we looked at benchmarks. We looked at all Texas cities. We looked at those that are larger with a fast-growing population. We looked at some that are aspirational. What does Kyle want to be in the future? And then also cities that Kyle typically compares yourself to. We look at the benchmarks for square footage. The yellow bar is Kyle's current square footage per capita. It's listed as 0.3. This is actually rounded up. The actual number is 0.26. So you can see only Leander is smaller than yours. And with a planning target of 0.8 square feet per capita, you understand why that theme came up, that the library is critically undersized. We looked at the collection as well. The library has a big physical collection, but it's not being used. And so the library jumped on this data point right away. They've been working on weeding the collection, replacing it with curating the collection in a way that the community wants to read, and joined a consortium that increased the digital collection significantly, almost 1 million titles on the digital collection. So this part has been addressed already. Your community uses the computers a lot. And so this is being addressed as we speak as well. New computers are being installed in the library. The Wi-Fi is being made more robust. This is the library use and visitors. You remember I said 27% of the respondents to the survey were not library users, and you can see that with the benchmarks, we're amongst the lowest. We know that the geographic divide complicates this. We know that the size of the building complicates it. We know the location complicates it, and hours. All of those things play a role in the library usage, and certainly that is something that is a target to improve. So really the benchmarking really sends a clear message that the library is outperforming what it's building, what its staffing levels, what its square footage allows. We didn't talk about staffing in this. That is part of the report. The report is about 250 pages long. So we tried to pick key elements to share with you tonight. Community demand is outpassing capacity, and a new and future-ready facility is essential for a growing city. So now we move into standards, the second part of the objective data. The state of Texas has standards, an enhanced level and an exemplary level. The enhanced level, building upon foundational services, focusing on continuous improvement. This is the level that the library has chosen to meet. And then the national space standards include 3 levels. 0.6 square feet per capita is standard. 0.8 square feet is where we said was the target goal at the beginning of the process. And 1 square feet per capita is exemplary. And then we have the average square footage per capita for the state of Texas for communities of your size, which is smaller than any of the national standards at 0.47. So we like to look at what happens if the library takes no action. This looks at the building through 2024. We would be down to 0.16 square feet per capita, which is quite low. So using the standard of 0.8 square feet per capita, you can see that calls for a building, if we're looking at the 200,000 population target with the Hays County population of 180,800 square feet, which is quite a large building. Well, we could look at this another way. We can look at it from the Texas state average, which is about 106,000.47 square feet per capita. So there's a range here between needing 106,000 square feet to 180,000 square feet. Those are standards and rules of thumb. We also like to look at it from a component perspective. So the state also has collection standards. This is a chart that shows that. And to hit the exemplary level for collections, you need about 42,000 square feet just for the books. There are a number of seating standards. 3 seats per 1,000 population is the lowest of those standards. 12 seats per 1,000 is the highest that I'm aware of. And so what that would mean is that build out, you would need 678 seats. You currently have 103, which starts to speak why people aren't coming in and staying in the library, because there aren't enough places to sit. Similarly, with technology, there are 2 levels of standards, one per 1,500 square feet and one per 2,000 square feet. We've used the more conservative method. Right now you have 24, you should have 38, and at build out you should have 100. So we have the subjective data. What does the community want to accomplish in a library for the city of Kyle? And we have the objective data, the standards and the benchmarks. And we combine those into some short-term goals and 4 potential options for long-term goals. These are all options. There are 30, 50, 100 different ways to parse this a little bit differently. But these are big picture to get an idea of the direction that you all want to head as a city. So we've talked about these really already as we've gone through. The library has not sat still through this years-long process. When they heard of something that needed to be done, they were on it before I could even document it. So there are a lot of things on here that have been accomplished: websites, program calendars, signage, quiet study pods. If you have been in the library recently, you know they have new carpet and new paint, and they're getting a new service desk. Lots of things happening. I think the bookmobile was delivered about a month after we started the process, and so there's starting to be a presence on the east side of 35 as well. More things that are under progress, increasing staff, adding acoustical treatments, the circ desk we talked about, the weeding and the collection, adding hotspots, checking out laptops, updating the public computers. So here's where we start with some of the short-term capital potential projects. The library is looking for a new ILS implementation that will help with that's a catalog system that helps with browsability and people to find the books. And then starting to think about how do we better serve the people on the east side of 35. There are book lockers that are an option. There could be book vending where you could have popular materials that people could browse and check out from a vending machine. The picture on the screen is from Frisco. This is a little outlet that they have in the mall. And so it's just a leased storefront space. But they have some computers, they have collection. You can see the shelving is all on casters. They roll those out of the way, have story time in the middle. So a quick and easy way to get some really good service on the east side. There's a part 2 of the master plan of conceptual design. We have not done a conceptual design for any of the options yet. And then starting to think about funding for the project. What is your bond capacity? What are grants that are available? And also researching potential sites. Midterm options, so once you see the conceptual design, deciding on the direction that you want to go, finalizing funding. A new building design process is between 12 and 16 months. So that depends on how big the building is, how complex it is, and bidding and construction 12 to 20 months. So getting into the options. The very first option, we wanted to explore the potential for the existing site. So we did a new layout and understand that we can expand the existing building by a little over 16,000 square feet and still have enough parking to support a building of that size. So the total would be, thank you. It's late, I forgot the math. So 36, almost 40,000 square feet on your existing site. There are pros and cons for all of these. Pros, you already own the site. There's room to expand. We would recommend at the same time doing about a 10,000 square foot storefront, so similar to that Frisco project on the east side, so that there is a presence over there. We met with some of the other master plan consultants, and they were actually really excited if you don't reuse the library because apparently City Hall needs some space. So even if you expanded the library, that space, and moved it in the future, that space would be really useful. So you'll see that come up on all of the recommendations. A renovation project will mean there's some interruption of services. The library's still kind of off the beaten path. There are some operational inefficiencies with having 2 locations far apart. There's an opportunity in some of the other options to be an anchor for downtown. This option would not do that, and it does not get you to the 0.8 square feet per capita doing this alone. We did meet with planning, and planning pointed us to some potential future sites within the Kyle community. And so option 2 is to be a library system, so you would have multiple branches. This map shows the star where the existing library is, and generally speaking, we're not identifying any specific site, but generally speaking where branches could be in the future. So on this one, there are 2 options. You could renovate and expand the existing library and build 3 branches, or you could build branches and turn the existing library over to City Hall spaces. The pros of this are that you would have continuous library service. There would be no interruption. It's really easy to phase this way. So you could do one branch at a time, over time, and spread the cost out. The cons are that you would have 4 different locations, and so there may be different things at each location, so it's not as efficient and convenient for the public, and you're duplicating things within 4 different branches that you wouldn't do with one central branch. You do meet all of the goals for the space program in that option. And then option 3 is to do one larger central library, and this could be located downtown, in a range between 106,000 and 143,000, along with a branch on the east side. So again, this one you would have continuous library service. You would still have 2 locations, but it would be fairly efficient for the public because the big branch would be downtown. You could phase this project again, but it would take a really big site. There are some inefficiencies with 2 locations. And the site would need to be quite large because a library would require over 400 parking spaces of this size. And then option 4 is the one that the community asked for, and that is one single location. So again, you could have continuous library services. The existing library would remain open, be a one-stop shop. All of the services would be located in one place. So really efficient for the public, for operations, for maintenance. You can also phase this. I'm going to show you a case study where that is being done for the city of Salina. The biggest con of this one is it's a really significant first cost. We talked about the sites that planning has helped us with to date, and they also identified 4 potential sites in downtown. The first case study is from the city of Salina, also a very fast-growing city in Texas. It's about 40 minutes north of Dallas. We did a master plan for them 3 years ago, and the project is now being built. They are building a 107,000 square foot building on their downtown, which is, their downtown is a square and not a main street, so a little different than here, but a similar scale. There is a basement and 4 floors. The top floor is set back. But the interesting thing about this project is that the library is planned on day 1 to be in the basement and on the first floor. And city offices will be on 2, 3, and 4. As new city spaces are built, the library will eventually take over that entire building. So plan to be phased within the building while meeting the needs of multiple departments within the city. So this project also includes a 400 space parking garage, and the total project, the guaranteed maximum price, was $102 million. And then we also wanted to share the Round Rock Downtown Library because it is on a very tight site, which would be the case if we built in your downtown area. Their building is 68,000 square feet with about a 300 space parking garage, all within one city block. And now the moment you've all been waiting for, the costs. We have done close to 400 public libraries across the country. We're based in Dallas. Most of them are in Texas. These are 6 projects in Texas with their comparative construction cost. And so at the moment, we don't have any kind of design for this building. And so what we use is a rough order of magnitude to understand the cost for your building. We do know that escalation has been pretty steady at about 6 or 7% over the years. So these are run for today's numbers because it's hard to predict what will happen next year. There are some asterisks on these. The City of Anna, the Economic Development Corporation came in with $4 million for their site work. So there's a reason why some of these are much lower. Dripping Springs, the site is sloped and 100% rock, so the site costs there are much more expensive. And so that kind of gives you an idea. So option one, we think an expansion of your existing building will be a little over $20 million. And to build a 10,000 square foot branch as a finish out, about $5 million. Option two, so the first branch library, this is the quadrant solution, of a 50,000 square foot new branch, about 42 million. And again, if you decide to expand the existing library as part of that, about $20 million. But you will need branches in the future, so planning for 2 or 3 more branches, depending on how the population continues to increase. Option 3, a branch on the east side of about 42 million, and the main central library over on this side of the city between 88 and 118 million, depending on where the size ends up. And option 4, one really big library between 110 and 130 million dollars. So our next steps are really to discuss the direction that the city wants to go with library services. One big location, branches, incremental improvements, and then start phase 2 of the master plan, conceptual design, and looking more closely at sites. That will then allow us to refine the cost and the timeline. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Councilmember Harris.
A comment. I got a call today from the Bartons that own Word Place, and they would like to propose, or they request to be added to the potential sites. They'd like to propose a public-private partnership where they would share the parking garage especially. They really, Mrs. Word was one of our first, well, created our first library, I guess. So they really feel that this is a great fit for them, because I said, hey, that's going to take a lot of your retail space up if we do that. And they said, we're willing to sacrifice that. That's fine. We just think it would be such a wonderful addition. Word Place, if you don't know where it is, goes from the traffic circle at Burleson and Marketplace, kind of north where that's not developed at all. That road's really junky. Up, and then on Marketplace up to City Lights. And they have given their, providing a lot of open space and park space as part of that development. They're very progressive in their ideas on that development, so they'd like to be included as a potential location.
Would that be if they build a new one? Because I think that there's several options, right? And one of them is to stay where we're at or to do a branch. Okay. Yeah. All right. I just want to make sure. Any other questions, comments?
I've always been interested in the Vista Park area because of I look at that as East Central of the city of Kyle. But when y'all did y'all survey, was there a larger specific type of territory or region within the city that people were requesting for a branch, or was it just we're kind of just shopping around? I know that you're proposing or the idea of the downtown, but I think it's only 6 blocks away from the original one. So do you think having a location here in the downtown area would be beneficial, or would you need to maybe move more north or more northeast?
I think libraries are really great anchors. When you think about how many people come to visit the library, for example, the Cedar Park Library, if any of you have been up there, and yes, you joined us on that, that was a public-private partnership as well. And they have 2,000 people a day come to the library. And those people are coming to the library, they're going to get some coffee, they're going to go to the park, they're going to shop. And so I think for that reason alone, even though it's only 6 blocks, the visibility for the library will increase that usage even more. A new building, more visibility, and as an anchor, you can go to the library and do lots of things. It potentially is also a really benefit of
For Wordplace, yeah, I just saw that immediately was that particular library because it just has that same concept.
Yeah, right. The Frisco Public Library, which Leslie and I have visited, and it's a project that I worked on, it's a similar size, about 160,000 square feet, and they have 4,000 people a day come into that building. So it's significant for development of whatever is most important in the city. And so that's why I think it's worth the move.
Any other questions? Councilmember Zapata?
So I think I have a couple of questions in regards to, because in several of the options, there are like opportunities for like branches and different sites and whatnot. And I think I just want to make sure that the methodology that we're using to determine sites takes a variety of things into consideration. So for example, I just want to ensure that we're not unintentionally reinforcing geographic inequities, and that future library access aligns with where families actually live today and where growth is projected. So I know that we're planning out for a 200K population, but in the presentation provided, we weren't given any maps showcasing where that projected growth is actually planned to happen. And so I would appreciate us getting that information so that way in the event that we do go with an option that has proposed branches, we're able to ensure that we're planning locations according to long-term growth expectancy versus just kind of guessing where things are expected to go. I think in addition to that, I would like to get a GIS overlay for each library option showing driving times and walking times to the sites, along with overlaying our planned sidewalks and our sidewalk gap GIS maps that I know that we have available, along with including data on crash and high injury roadway crossings near these proposed sites. I think all of that is going to be incredibly important in ensuring that as we're planning any of these sites, that we're taking the access to these sites very, very seriously. I also want to say that libraries are great. Expanding them, great. Amazing anchors, wonderful opportunities. I spent a lot of time at the library as a kid, and my mom was a teacher, but she didn't make a lot of money, and so we also got a lot of services from the public library. And while large-scale civic investments bring a lot of good and much-needed resources, we must also recognize that these investments affect land values, and this is called market-driven displacement. And so this can unintentionally hurt the underinvested areas that we might be picking on the east side, right? This is just an option. And so I want to get an analysis of historic property value increases following major civic investments in the cities that we've named, such as Round Rock, Cedar Park, is it Salina, right? Okay, I keep on saying it's Salina in my head. And I want to identify census tracts near the proposed sites, any that we plan, here in Kyle that may be vulnerable to this market-driven displacement. And if possible, getting some sort of map overlay that shows the property value impact around each proposed site location. So that way we are letting individuals know as well, hey, just so you know, this is going to be a great resource, but it is going to affect your land values. And like I said, if we're wanting to help those that are the most underserved on the east side, I also don't want to add like unintentional stress, or at least not have it be a surprise to them. And then depending on how that goes, I think that it would behoove us to consider some sort of like housing stability tools to ensure that long-term residents benefit from these new investments. So just something to consider later on down the line. Just because, like I said, I want to make sure that we're trying to take care of our individuals as much as possible. We also referenced Round Rock, Cedar Park, and Salina, and I would like to know like how many FTEs they have per capita, because I think that would help us better understand how many FTEs and kind of what our staffing needs would be based on each of the options proposed.
Is that in the main report?
It is, yes.
It is in the main report. Salina would not be in there since they're not a benchmark, but
Okay.
the other cities that we compare ourselves to, the FTEs are in there.
Okay, all right, then I'll have to go back through that. I was like focused on a whole bunch of other stuff.
And I can send it to you separately.
Okay, yeah, thank you. But really, that's all I have. Like I said, I just want to make sure that we're being very intentional about this site planning, making sure that any investments that we make, that we're also caring for our residents at the same time, knowing that it will affect land values around them. Thank you.
All right, any other? Councilmember Goza?
I just want to know where we're planning on pulling these funds from. Like, are they already budgeted in a CIP? Is this going to have to be, newly created? What does that look like?
It's coming to a Saturday near you, or multiple Saturdays near you. But it's not budgeted. This would be a new capital project, and we would have to look at this in context of the overall capital plan to see what it's all about. Priorities. Budgeting is all about priorities, to understand how you want to program this in, or do you want to wait several years? And when do you want to look at that?
This is our first master plan, strategic plan for the library, and so this is our start of anything for the future. It's a great foundational start.
I do think it's designed to be incremental in nature. There are some things that you can do immediately, and there's other things long-term that we can work on. But I do appreciate having the planning document so you actually know where to start and have at least some base level information of what you think the cost might be. We've had some discussions about doing satellite libraries or other things, and we really wanted to make sure whatever we do, it's intentional and very thoughtful.
I want to say I love this. This is a great presentation. I think our city manager hit the nail on the head when he said it's incremental. And I've been reading a book called Strong Towns, and it talks about increments, so not building out all the way. I've been to Frisco. That town is amazing, just in general. They have a really cute fire department for kids. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it was really great. But my question would be, is there any way, because we're going to be limited on the way that we can grow out, is there any way we can grow up?
Yes, for sure.
I mean, I'm sure that's going to be a little bit more expensive, but it's a way to expand to full capacity.
You mean on the existing site?
Yes.
I mean, there's always a way. It wasn't designed structurally to go up, and so it would be a challenge.
Okay.
And it would be a challenge to fit the parking to get. You saw the site was really full. That was the minimum code ordinance parking on that site. So there would be some challenges.
I just know that library is very controversial. I don't know if Councilmember W's remembers. It was, people love their library, and to get it where it's at was a big deal. So trying to honor that in return, and maybe that could be just like a branch, and then we can make a bigger one. And what I've heard time and time again is they want to have something on the east side for that. I'm not sure about devaluing. I think it's kind of like a fire department. It's going to increase the values. If you have a library in your neighborhood, I think other people are going to be jealous. And so I don't have a lot of concerns about that, but I do want to make sure we stick it in a place where it's accessible to the majority of the people. So I do like the idea of, hey, where is this growth predicted, and doing the GIS overlay. I think all those are really great ideas. So if you guys can bring that back, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, we're also looking at the infrastructure part of it, the sidewalks, the things like that. I remember when former council member Danielle Parson and I can't remember who else was on that task force, maybe Dex, or after, maybe back then, I can't remember who it was. The original spot was going to be where Vista Park was. It was gonna be on top of that hill. And I remember when, yeah, that's right, it was Robert Dex and us, we were in that meeting over there at the public library, and we were looking at designing a 5-story going up. And I don't know if I ever told you the story, and I told Paul back then, where you had your, like when you go to the book club in downtown, like Lamar, South Lamar, you had the Barnes and Nobles, you had your reading area down there. Second floor would be your children's area. Third floor would be your meeting rooms for whenever you needed to have your PTA or your HOA meetings and so forth. People could rent those out. And the fourth floor was going to be where all your periodicals were. And on the fifth floor was going to be your media room, where you could do people could rent out specific rooms, small areas to where they could do their own podcast. And then you had all the computers, and it was all going to be glass, so you could overlook the entire city at night. It was really pretty neat. So, and then in the teenage area, where the children's area was, you'd have sensory rooms for those that had sensory issues or special needs. So they had their own little area to where they can go and read and so forth. But those were just visions back then. So, but you never know.
You've hit on a lot of the trends in
Yeah.
library design right now.
Yeah,
for
right
sure.
now,
And
yeah.
multiple stories does give
Yeah,
you the
multiple
option
stories.
to zone sound.
And then you had your internal garden right inside, to where people wanted to just go out and read a book or whatever it is outside. You had that little lobby area or that little garden area.
All right, well, thank you for the
Good.
presentation. Oh,
Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
One comment. At Cedar Park, one of the things that they noted was they hate their kids' area. That it had some water features on the outside, when kids were tracking water in all the time. It was very noisy. Parents tended to just kind of not monitor the kids, and they would be climbing on things that they weren't supposed to climb on, and going down the slide and hitting each other. And so they did not like how their area was structured. The librarians were not happy with it. So I think we need to structure our kids' area so that it isn't someplace that they just bring their daycare and have the kids play. That's really not the design of the library. But there is true learning that's going on there.
So just as a final point on this, first of all, thank you guys again for staying so late and doing the presentation. We are going to be asking the council to actually formally approve the master plan. We'll look at bringing that back to you with some of this additional information. That would be an action item. We'll need to see exactly when we can get these other details that you've asked. Most likely end of March, early April, come back as an action item. Unless you have any other specific feedback, we'll come back and ask you to adopt that.
Can we add the year 2035? Because I was looking at the years, and that it's 2030, and then it's 2040. And I'm like, I don't want to build out for 2040, because it's entirely too far out, right? 2030, I feel, isn't exactly far enough. So can we do like 2035?
14 years.
For 2030?
2040.
Yeah, I know, yeah. But what I'm saying is we are limited on funds. So as much as we would like to just prepare for 2050, I think the reality is financially, and to be responsible with our taxpayer dollars, 2035 would be a good medium where we're built out far enough in the future that when 2030 comes, then we can start thinking about 2040.
And then I just have one more thing to add, sorry. Is there a potential that we could integrate the building, whatever it is that we end up choosing, can we incorporate that into a broader, like, One Water demonstration? Because I think we have the ability, for example, whether we expand our current library or whatever branches it is that we propose, I think we have an opportunity to showcase what thoughtful, long-term, water-conscious, like, public planning looks like. And I know it's possible, like, you have the Wimberley, like, One Water School, which is amazing. And like Austin Public Library, I believe, reuses their stormwater collection for, like, their toilets. And so these are ways in which we can also add, like, that STEM element to things, and yeah, just want us to be also environmentally conscious.
Yes, San Marcos also collects the rainwater off the roof and big.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, Wimberley does as well. The library's One Water. The other thing I think we need to look at is making it LEED certified. are at least very energy efficient. Maybe solar on the roof. If we're
So-
going to talk about STEM, if we're going to talk about, being an example of good use, then I think, like Councilmember Zapata was saying, One Water is the way to go, but I also think we need to include the energy aspect.
So lots of good information. Are you asking us to come back with another work session presentation before we bring it to adoption?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you need another work session prior to the adoption, so we'll look at scheduling that and bring it back to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you for staying late. Sorry. All right, up next, we have agenda item 25. Consider approval of a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a construction contract with Smith Contracting Co., Inc. for the Windy Hill Road Improvement Project in the amount of $8,207,539.12, which includes a 10% contingency of $820,753.91 for a total contract amount not to exceed $9,028,293.03. Item presenter, Mike Trimble.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike Trimble, Director of Transportation Public Works. Windy Hill Road, this is a 2022 road bond project. As you know, Cal voters approved that in 2022 for 8 transportation projects. This is one of them. The Windy Hill Road project will run northbound I-35, run from I-35 frontage road to Purple Martin Avenue. And here's a map of the project, just to reacclimate you. Project will widen existing 2-lane road to 4 lanes with a center turn lane. Project will realign the existing roadway to smooth the curves between the project limits as well. Additional improvements include illumination, sidewalk along the road, roundabout at Windy Hill and the Tradewood intersections. And project improvements will provide a safer, more efficient roadway that supports Kyle's continued growth. A little bit of the background on some of the other council review and action. In January 2024, Windy Hill Road project was approved by council, the scope of the alignment. March 2024, council approved LAN for final design, which is the consultant. We have a representative here tonight too to answer any questions. December 25, request for proposals issued, and January 15th, 2026, proposals received for the construction contract. And the scope of work is construction improvements, roadway, drainage, and pedestrian upgrades, including curb and gutter, storm sewer and sidewalks, infrastructure and utility enhancements, including overhead utilities relocated to underground, which we're doing on several road bond projects. Several mobility and safety features, including the illumination I mentioned, rectangular rapid flashing beacons as well. Some of the milestones associated with this, if we go forward, Windy Hill Road will be the 3rd project to go to construction. Again, year of construction, this will be the next one in line. And then we're working to plan a groundbreaking ceremony near the start of construction whenever we start to have that timeline refined once we bring a contractor on board. So the RFP was issued on December 8/25, as I mentioned, and then 8 responsive RFP submittals were received prior to the deadline. The 8 proposals that were evaluated for Aaron Concrete Contractors, Capital Excavation, Danucci Constructors, Easy Bell Construction, Joe Bland Construction, Jordan Foster Construction, Patton Construction, and Smith Contracting. The criteria that were used were pretty simple. One was a contractor's experience and qualifications for 25 points, the proposed schedule, which is for 15 points, and then the price, which was for 60 points. And this is just an overview of the evaluation of those proposals and how the scoring worked out. And then Smith Contractors was the highest ranked firm out of all those firms. So the cost summary comparison, total cost is $9,028,293. With $8.2 million basically for the project, and then about $820,753 for contingency. The program estimate was $11.5 million. So we're about $2.5 million below program estimate for this project. So again, as we had mentioned previously, this is one of those projects that came in below estimate, which is a positive sign for us, not for just this project, but for the program overall. So what we're recommending is council approval a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a construction contract with Smith Contracting for the Windy Hill Road improvement project in the amount of $8,207,539.12, which includes a 10% contingency of $820,753.91 for a total contract amount not to exceed $9,028,293.03 based on the RFP. And staff recommendation is, of course, to approve the resolution. And with that,
All right.
any questions?
Councilmember Harris.
Does this include any contingencies for performance? If they bring in the project like ahead of schedule, they would have a bonus, or if they are lagging, that there would be a fine?
I believe this, I don't believe this does include those specific performance-based incentives on this contract. We have looked at those for different projects, and we may include those in some of the projects. This one did not have that included as part of the contract scope.
Would it be possible to include those?
That could be something we could look at as part of the contract negotiations. Again, this is just for the award, so we still have the contract negotiation ahead of us to get the final execution, which of course we bring back to council.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Councilmember McKinney?
I think most of us have talked to Mr. Phillips at this point, if not all of us, and I think we want to be accommodating and fair to him, but we also don't want to slow down road projects because we owe a lot to the people on the east side to be able to get access to 35 and to be able to move traffic relatively quickly. I would like to make a motion to approve with the possibility for a change order if we can make a turn safely into his property.
I don't quite get that. I would like to see the motion be a little bit more detailed. And include a discussion between our staff and TextBest before they proceed. I think they just want to sit down with us, the staff, and have a conversation regarding the raised median that's going to affect their business. It's also going to affect every business that goes over there. So I think we just need to give a discussion. And so would you be willing to amend to include a required discussion with TextBest?
Sure. I'll amend my motion to include approving the agenda item with the potential change order after a conversation and a sit-down meeting with TextBest and their people and our people, and an agreeable, safe alternative is presented and
Second.
Councilmember McKinney, if I could just offer, what we would suggest is certainly we could meet as you requested, meet with the owners and their engineers to talk, and then bring you back here in this agenda. We'd come back in a council meeting and present you some options and get direction. And if necessary, then there would be a change order. So I just want to make sure that's kind of clear from a process standpoint. If that's what you're asking for, we could certainly have the meeting, but then come back and any options would be decided here by the council.
yes, I wouldn't expect that meeting to be happening like in a council meeting. Like,
No, I get what you're saying,
Yeah,
though. You
thank-
want
thank you,
council
though,
to
for
make the ultimate
clarifying.
decision.
We're going to bring you recommendations and some options, and if there is one that's different than what's been designed, you'll have the option to make that decision. But we'll see what alternatives are out there that can be done safely, that our engineers feel that they can do safely. But we can bring you some options. That's all I'm suggesting.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table, seconded by myself. Does everybody understand what the motion is? Okay, so it's a possible change order, but it's a meeting with TextBest and their staff. So, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Get this road going,
We're
guys.
almost done, all right, yes. All right, agenda item 26. Consider approval of an ordinance regarding proposed amendments to a planned unit development to revise the concept plan and zoning district boundaries of the Gray Garden subdivision. This item has a public hearing. Do we want to have that public hearing before or after?
It's up to you. We can have that first.
Do we have, nobody's here, so.
Typically, you provide the presentation and then you allow the public hearing to occur. So I
Okay.
think it'd be best to have the
All right, go ahead.
presentation.
All right. Morning, Mayor, Council. How are you all today? I'm going to go fairly quickly through this, so if I talk too fast, please pause me at any point. So we are looking at a zoning modification to an existing PUD. This is Ordinance 1028 and 1111. This is an old PUD. I believe it was done in 2019. There's three kind of zonings on the property for residential. R1T is townhomes. R1A allows attached products or detached products, and the R13 is just kind of our most dense single-family residential with the smallest lot sizes. And then there is two commercial parcels located up along Veterans Drive. Again, these changes are only being proposed for the residential zoning district, so no change to the commercial layout. As we go through, again, we had 2019 was the original PUD. There was an amendment in 2021. Kind of talked of the subdivision or zoning districts. So this property was platted, went through that process a couple years ago. They went through, built all the infrastructure. That plat was very much designed on the original zoning of the boundary for the subdivision. However, we have a new builder, Risewell Homes. They've kind of taken over this. They've seen kind of the old layout, which met the code, but not ideally. So they kind of want to revamp this to create a better product for the community. Again, it's going to amend the boundaries. I'll go through a couple of images to show where those changes are, but no changes in setbacks or height variances or anything like that. I'll go over kind of the increase or decrease in the changes of the zoning districts, and then the kind of unit count. So there will be a reduction of units for this development. So you see here, this is the project layout. It's kind of hard to see on here, but the outer boundaries are what I would call the light blue crosshatch. Inner lots are the green, and then the red kind of plan southeast is the townhomes. The green is the single family R1A, and then the blue is the R13. And I do like to call out, if you notice, there's some kind of wonky little fishtail out there that kind of goes from some lots into another. This zoning boundary was designed for a very specific site plan or concept plan that didn't come to fruition. So that's why it created some issues in the development itself. So this is what the proposed zoning would be. It would clean up those zoning boundaries. And then kind of shift all the townhomes to front or back up onto Gregg Drive instead of being on both sides of that small alley that you see come off. That's what they were calling Noah Alley on the current plat. So Noah Street goes from cul-de-sac to cul-de-sac, and it's actually Noah Alley after that. That creates, in its current configuration, creates issues with fire access, one-way, things of that nature. So the developer is looking to kind of redesign the townhome section, widen that street to meet our standard specs, hopefully alleviating issues with traffic and fire. And then based on the other side, they are losing some townhomes, so they will come back with a more single-family products in that area. So when you look at this, acreage of single-family R1A is going from 15 to 18. The R13 is going from 16 to 13, and then residential R1T goes from 5 to 5.1. The reason you don't see a lot of change in the acreage is they are providing a little bit bigger of a townhome product than the original. So even though the units are going down, the acreage is kind of staying the same. But you can see the unit count. So existing unit count, 85 in R1A, they are going to 96. Single family R13, there's no change there. And then the townhomes are dropping from 52 to 20. And so I know there's been a lot of discussion about townhomes and the need for that. And then the totals are 210 to 189. So it is a slight decrease. Again, removing some townhomes. There's an attached product that we have. I wouldn't call them townhomes per se, but the whole point of this is to kind of clean up the street. If you were to develop that subdivision currently and the way it's currently platted, you would have instances where if I'm sitting on my front porch, instead of this person has a front door that's facing me, but this person might have a backyard that's facing me, and a backyard and then a front yard. So it was very disjointed from a planning purpose, but they were trying to meet the intent of the zoning without kind of redoing the zoning. So that's kind of how we got here. Let's see. They are making some changes to the open space. So on the Plan South, all that green area, there was a lot of townhomes in there, so there was a little bit more area, but it was kind of offset. So they're cleaning that up. They're getting rid of some rear-loading alley products on the west side on this plan that goes away as well. So they are looking at 3.16 to 3.12 acres, but they've got a little another pocket park to the north. And then these will be amenitized. So the concept plan that you have in your packet shows this. There may be some modifications as they go through this. So this PUD is concept only. When this goes to get built, there may be some modifications into the layout of the playground, but generally it's going to be in the same exact spot for what they're requesting. So again, primary changes are the impact of townhomes going from 52 to 20. Reduction of townhome units allow the developer to improve Noah Street. Again, that was staff's major concern because it was only barely 20 feet of pavement. So minimum fire lane is 20, but when you're trying to get traffic in there, so we had to make that a one-way as we went through this process. Again, this will allow them to improve Noah Street. Townhomes will front on Gregg Drive, but they will access on Noah Street, so it won't affect traffic going to the school. But overall, proposed changes, again, is going to result in a slight decrease in that density. So we've reviewed the request. We do determine this to be appropriate. Proposed changes are going to maintain at least the housing mix. We are losing some of the townhome product. And then the addition of open space, we do think provides a better product for those that actually live in that community. So your options tonight are approve as presented, approve with modifications, or recommend denial. Staff is recommending approval of the proposed amendments as presented. Planning and Zoning reviewed this on February 10th, and they voted 5-0 to recommend approval as well. So I can answer any questions you have from a technical standpoint. The developer is here if you'd like to answer questions about the project itself or inside issues that they may have.
Okay, thank you. This item does have a hearing, so I'm going to open it up for hearing. Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing. Does anybody up here have any questions? Councilmember Harris.
I'm having trouble visualizing the townhomes. They face Gregg Drive. Do they have a front yard on Gregg Drive? Do they have parking on Gregg Drive? Is all the parking at the back, which is actually the street?
Yes, so all of the parking in this sorry, let me get to a better image. The parking for this product are, at this point, going to be rear-loaded products. So the front, I believe, I have not seen the home plans. I've seen a couple of copies, so I'll kind of defer to the developer, but I believe the idea is kind of front door facing Gregg, but back garage, back loading off of Noah Street. Am I correct on that? Yes.
Well, they're not apartments, so do they have a yard at the front, at the back? Where do they have some outdoor space?
I mean, it's going to be a small yard. They do still have some setbacks that they have to meet as part of the zoning district. I don't recall if that is 15 or 25 at this point.
Do you want to? Yeah, I'm concerned that it's not too many houses. I mean, it's like 210 houses or properties, but they're really kind of all together and very little green space in between them, it looks like, from this plan. I'm really concerned about the livability and the density we're looking at. And I'd like to know, do they have sidewalks down both sides of the streets?
Yes, ma'am. So all the infrastructure is in. There will be a modification on this alley. Again, that right now is designed for an alley. It's 20 feet of pavement. I don't even believe there's ribbon curb on that area, so that will have to be widened up.
Okay. Councilmember Tobias, did you have a question?
Yeah, so which school is it nearby again? I'm sorry. Wallace? Okay.
Yes, sir. So on this plan, Gregg Drive would be on your right, if you're looking at the screen.
Okay. So we're going to reduce from 52 down to 20. I thought one of the things we did was try to increase the townhomes there on this development.
I was not around for the first kind of negotiations. I don't recall those conversations. I know there's been other developments that we've increased the townhomes. The most recent, there was a.
Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Heiser was on.
Yes, that was
advocating for
Project
more.
Sahara.
Okay, that's
So
right.
there was there. We also did have some townhomes that were added to Project Two Step.
Okay, so this would be a reduction in the townhomes, but you're also widening the street by how many feet? Because I think our standard is what, 27 feet from curb to curb?
I haven't seen the full design plans yet on that, but it would have to meet our minimum. So our minimum pavement width is 28 feet. So then when you talk right away, you're going to have 5-foot sidewalk on each side.
Yeah, okay, because I want to make sure that we don't end up like a situation like South Lake and all these other ones where you can't even get a car through because you got cars parking on both sides, especially when you're picking up kids, and if it's Wallace or an elementary school. And that's one of the big issues we have now in our city when we have the new developments coming in. The streets are either getting smaller so that way they could build more homes, and then it becomes a nightmare later on when you can't even get through because you do have cars parked on both sides or on one side and you can't get a bus and so forth. So would this make that improvement for Noah Street?
Yes, so that is actually the goal of the entire kind of rezoning request. There was possibly some ways they could have done that via just plating, but it would have created some other odd development patterns in the area that could have created other issues. But yes, the Noah Alley has always been the concern from staff from just a pavement standpoint. It'd be one thing if that was an alley and it was just kind of to park the citizens that were living there. But because of the way some of the homes backed up to another street on the back, and the way the townhomes were configured, there was actually they were kind of centered in the center of the green space. And so if you were visiting that townhome, the only place you could park was either on their lot or in that alley. And so we had a lot of concerns from a fire emergency service standpoint.
Yeah. Well, this looks like it's the total opposite because normally you'd see the opposite from a developer. They want to build more units and make the street smaller. This one here wants to make an improvement on the street and reduce the townhome. So it's kind of a give and take kind of scenario on that end. So, okay. Helps me understand. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember McKinney.
Yes, do we have like approximate retail costs of what the R13 is going to be, what the R1A is going to be, and then the R1Ts? Yeah, ballpark, I'm not looking for like a down to the dollar
Give you a
amount.
roundabout number of what I expect these to be. I think the 50-foot product, given where we're at, is probably going to be in the 400 range. The R1A product will probably be in the 320-ish, and then the alley loaded, correct. And then the townhomes, I would think, is going to be on par with what's going on at Waterstone, 220 to 230 range, roughly.
I know one of the things that we were looking at from our perspective was inventory diversity, and especially for that entry level market, so that those people who are trying to transition out of an apartment into something that they can build equity in, something that they can own. And so I'm looking at 32 families who don't get to make that leap, and that's tough for me to bite off on. I understand where you guys are coming from, but
We worked with staff pretty diligently on this, and we came up with this design. We thought this would be the best thing to move forward to try to make this work, given the fact that all this infrastructure is already in place, right? We inherited this from Landsea when we acquired them.
I do understand that too, yeah.
What do we do? Where they had 8 townhomes, where you see that's now going to be a pocket park and part of the amenity that people couldn't even get to the garage on. Like, it was
Right.
townhomes, and
I do recognize that other did not work.
So you can see there that they had designed stuff that completely just wouldn't even work from a planning perspective.
Is there any way you guys would be willing to sell some of the apartments?
There's no apartments. These are all,
There's no apartments? What are the little ones in the middle? So are these just homes?
no, those are R1A. Those are garden style homes.
So there's going to be.
So they'll end up being zero lot line.
That's the low 300 price point.
So we added more R1A to hit that diversity. We wanted to add more R1A homes, right? Before we had more of the townhomes, so we weren't gonna say, hey, let's try to go and cram as many more R13, which is the larger product. Let's go give something back, and that R1A would kind of give that give and take. So that's kind of how we looked at it.
Would you be fundamentally opposed? I'm just kind of looking at this map here on the screen. I don't know if you're looking at the same thing we are. Kind of where that alley is on the backside behind the townhomes, that 46 through 52, which I believe is R13, is that right?
Correct.
Would you be opposed to swapping those out with R1T? I think you could get more units in the space. I think it would
We don't really
satisfy
want more
our
units.
diversity requirements. I'm looking from an affordability standpoint. 'Cause
I understand that, but also from a project standpoint, it puts the project at risk, and I'll tell you why. Waterstone, if you're familiar with that project, they are selling less than 0.75 a month. So that's, now we're looking at 32 months of inventory. And that's a problem, especially for a project like this size. What that states is there's not that much drive going there. They've had to reduce price significantly. I don't know if you've seen what's going on with Waterstone, but you see those prices just drop and drop and drop, and they still can't turn them over. So that's why we're just like, hey, let's do something that we know we can hit and we know we can do, and that's the project we came up with. So that's where we stand.
Well, my question is going to be, what type of amenities are you guys going to provide? I mean, I kind of see them, but I want to know, I want to like.
Also, I want to say that there is a park right across the street too. Pool. Yeah.
Right, but I don't, here's the deal. I don't want my 5-year-old walking across the street. So for this tight-knit neighborhood, I think it's going to be important to have, I see that you have a pocket park and you have a little park over here. I just want to make sure there's going to be a lot of people in this one area. And without them having to go to Great Clark Park, or Wallace is probably off limits, I don't know. But I would like to make sure that they have some amenities, which would also help sell you these houses.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
This is largely what we plan on doing here is some sort of playground, some sort of active space, active adult space, but kind of separate them, right? So the idea was that little spot where we had those townhomes that you couldn't get back into, that's going to be more kid-centric. And then the space that's just north of the townhomes right there, that was going to be more adult, active type stuff, gathering spaces. So we definitely did plan on activating this. That was the whole plan when we looked at this.
So what activities are you guys going to have for the adults?
We haven't gone into all that programming yet. I don't want to just say what we're going to do because we're still going through that charrette. But it would be stuff like possibly bocce ball, just outdoor gathering, hangout spaces. Would we do some sort of barbecue spaces? Sure. There's other things that we're looking at, but that's kind of the idea. We looked at maybe doing some sort of trail connectivity and doing, if it's possible, it's a limited amount of space, but some sort of outdoor workout type connecting.
Fitness court.
But again, it is a very small constrained space. So we're working what we can.
I pass this area 5 days a week, so I know exactly. I know exactly what the constraint is, and I just want. If for some reason this doesn't pass, then what happens to this area?
Well, right now that area doesn't really exist as much because there's the old configuration. If you want to pull that up. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Are you going to
Yeah.
build what was already approved?
It'll be different because there's townhomes there. If it doesn't get approved, there's townhomes there now. So it's reconfigured differently.
So yeah, I think barring any, say this would be recommend or approved for denial tonight moving forward. The plat is recorded, it's constructed, taps are in, so the developer would have to move forward with, there's possibly they could make some minor modifications via replat and kind of play with some of the units within those districts. So there is a possibility it could change a little bit, but most likely the developer would either move forward or have other conversations.
I don't like that these are my only two options.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of hesitant. I want there to be something there because as I see, there's sidewalks that we
Same.
can't use,
Yeah.
and there's water meters out there, and it's already. For me, I think it's easier as well, and I think I've said this before, to see a whole big picture. And like what we're looking at, I kind of get it's okay. We understand the numbers, but having a full scale of like where it is to Great Clark Park, where it is to the bank, where it is to the streets and all that. That to me is a lot easier to digest, and I'm a little bit uncomfortable just saying yes when we just see these colored pictures.
It says Wallace Elementary School too, right?
Yeah, like where there's Wallace.
Yeah. And then the green is Great Clark Park.
And where is the bank in this?
Yeah, the short red corner plans south of the subject property, which is in black. And that one's the post office.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
post
the
office
corner's
and
the
bank.
post office, and
Okay,
then the one
okay.
above it's
Now
the
we're-
bank.
Okay, I get it.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
And I'm not sure how many homes this would account for, but there's the space between, I think, and you can go back to the larger one where it was, or I guess right here, yeah, where we have like the bank and the post office, I believe, like are on the either side, and there's like an area where it like kind of divvies in, and there's approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe, I'm not even sure how many exactly, would be considered kind of in that gap space. But I'm wondering if we cut down, I guess that would be the single family attached on the outer edge by like 6 or 7 to open that space up to make it a larger park area, to have more amenities for folks. Would that be something that y'all are like just trimming it down enough to build a larger amenity space right there instead of just having the amenities located right here on Gregg to include some of that up here on
Up north?
Rebel?
Are you talking the Plan North Pocket Park, the green one at the very top? Just so we can, I want to make sure we're talking the same area. Or are you just thinking as you come in, or are you thinking kind of mid-block on that east side?
I think it's off of, I'm looking at the Rebel Drive part, because that's where like the bank and the post office. And so I'm talking about that, there's like that area where it caves in, kind of like.
So the cave in the center?
Yes. Yes, exactly, and removing.
Drive, that is actually the
Commercial property.
The commercial property that's.
It's First Lockhart Bank.
Okay.
I think this is a bank and this is a post office. That's a bank and that's a post office.
Okay.
So they look like they're blank, but really they should be colored in.
Okay, yeah, okay, I guess I was a little bit confused like that. Okay.
So I think just as you all kind of go down this conversation, just one thing to point out is I think that you and the developer can have those discussions. I just want to caution on where the changes are made because of how we did our notice. So because it's a public hearing, we picked those kind of boundaries. So you can approve a more restrictive zoning, you just can't go less restrictive. So as long as we don't kind of violate that, I think you're kind of free to pick and choose around there.
I guess since the conversation was kind of headed in that direction and y'all thought I was talking about the north end with the pocket park, would y'all be willing to make that a little bit bigger, like by
So-
cutting down like 1 or 2?
Talking about that little green space
Yes.
Plan North? It's actually a drainage area, so we can't.
There's
sorry.
no winning in this.
No, I'm sorry. Again, all this infrastructure is already put in. We would have laid this out very differently, I think, if from our planning standpoint.
Are there no detention ponds not required here?
There are
And where they at?
The small pocket park in the north is a detention feature, and then in the plan southeast, the big open space is a detention feature as well. Which is, they're both already there and built, so.
Okay. And so, for example, if we were to say no, we'd end up with the worst option. Okay. Well, I appreciate y'all for trying.
I can tell you it's been a long road to try and get here and claw back from. Once infrastructure's in the ground like that, it's a little bit difficult.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 26.
Second.
I got a motion by Mayor Yvonne Flores Kale, and it's seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
That's one. All right, this was a hard vote, but I do appreciate you guys coming back with something better, less homes. It's not, we did the best, so thank you.
Thank you, council.
All right. With that said, we are on to agenda item number 27. Consider designating a City of Kyle representative to serve on the Hayes County Mental Health Coordinating Committee. Item presenter, Rosie Truelove.
Good morning. Hopefully this will be a fairly short item. This is an item for you to designate a replacement member to the Hayes County Mental Health Coordinating Committee. This committee was established in June of 2024. It's an independent advisory committee for Hayes County and the partner cities of Buda, Dripping Springs, Kyle, San Marcos, and Wimberley, as well as the Behavioral Advisory Team, the Adult Mental Health Work Group, and the Youth Mental Health Work Group. This group encourages and guides action plans for systemic behavioral health change. The mission is to coordinate initiatives, use local data, pool resources to improve behavioral health services countywide with a vision of behavioral health equity for Hayes County residents. Does the mental health
a prominent component might be a playground at a given park. A less prominent asset might be, say, a trailhead for something on the Vibe system. I do want to note that small furnishings like park benches or drinking fountains would not be included in this. They would be more aptly suited for a donation or a plaque policy. Excuse me. So some general criteria for naming. It's got to support the city's reputation. We want to also reflect adjacent geographical or historical or cultural assets within the city. For instance, if it's near a creek or within a certain subdivision. We also want to ensure we honor individuals or entities that have a lasting contribution, that those have been properly vetted. There's nothing controversial. We also want to avoid naming after living persons except in special circumstances. Reason being, you can't control what a person may or may not do after an asset has been named after them. Benefactor naming. So this is, as I mentioned earlier, more of a monetary contribution. And so if somebody were to deed some land that were to be accepted by the city, there might be a consideration there. Or if they're paying for a percentage of the asset, some examples of what that could look like could be if they're funding 80% of a new building, that might be for consideration. I'll talk more about the types of agencies or institutions that might make that kind of a contribution later. But same with prominent components. It could be an endowment if they give some kind of a corpus of a body and the endowment is to sustain the maintenance over the life of the asset. That might be a consideration. Also, we want to build some guardrails in even on the lesser prominent assets so that maybe that it doesn't, we keep $50,000 as a minimum. For honorific naming, again, this is more the community-driven aspect, and so we want to honor individuals with lasting impacts, significant to the city, making positive contributions. That we standardize a petition process. For instance, maybe neighborhood parks have 300 signature minimum. Regional parks might have a 500, whereas your special use facilities or your municipal buildings might require 1,000 signatures, just to show a strong evidence of community support. You all might have some other input. I'll come back to this slide as well on some other things you would like to see to go toward honorific naming and some deepened parameters. So for road naming, I thought the owners of 2/3 of the adjacent properties along the linear route of the road This is important to have a notarized list and also to restrict the naming for where a historic district is involved. Time horizon for naming is important. You don't want an asset to be named in perpetuity, especially if it's for a benefactory type of naming. For instance, naming a municipal building the Blockbuster Video Municipal Center might not age well, or a La La Land Park. But this allows for future planning and asset life cycle changes and appropriate to the asset. Restrictions and safeguards, we want to really discourage renaming an asset. If you go through this process, it's very lengthy, and to honor the individual, you don't want to do it within that, whatever that time-bound range is. Also, no naming after city staff or city officials that are currently in office. That was a common practice from some of our benchmarking studies. And then also restriction on the corporate naming. You don't want like taglines for their business or fire sale on 1212 Loop 12. But if you need a placeholder name for an asset, for instance, like there's a donation being made, a department director may choose a placeholder name in some cases if we need it for paperwork filing, but build some guardrails where it wouldn't be named for an adjacent asset or a neighborhood, just to simplify it and make it appropriate. Again, these are just for placeholders. Also, if there's a new building that has been constructed and there's been no name that's been brought forth by benefactor or by a community-driven process that council would recommend a name, and that you could use any number of creative process for that, including nominations or contests. So we wanted to make sure that council had a lot of latitude within this policy to bring things forward. As I mentioned earlier, there are some restrictions when it comes to geographic namings. For instance, if there are some creeks or tributaries that have not been named in our city, before we officially adopt the name, we have to go through the U.S. Board on Geographic Names. Once the U.S. Board on Geographic Names says you're in the clear for this asset, then it would be brought back through the process laid out in the policy. And at this time, I will take questions or feedback from this body.
All right, does anybody have any questions? Feedback. One, I think we're really
Pretty great
tired.
presentation. I mean,
yeah.
yeah.
Things I'd never thought about, right? So I do appreciate all this
Not
information.
naming the wastewater bulkhead after any of us anytime soon.
No, I appreciate it. I think this is something that we kind of just put out to the residents and see, what they say, not in a formal thing, just informal, and then we get feedback and what they think. This was good for us to see, but this is just a presentation, right? You're not asking for any feedback?
Yeah, if you feel like we're going in the right direction, if you have any feedback when it comes to like percentages of like donations or assets, like you see here.
Will you go back a couple slides? I think.
Sure.
I saw signatures for names.
Signatures. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, because 1,000, that's a lot. That's a lot. I mean, we don't get that. I think I think it should be much lower numbers for neighborhoods, because I know 300 people don't even show up for their HOA meetings. So maybe half of that. I would like to see all those smaller numbers, just because for some reason right now in the city of Kyle, we don't have very much action from the residents. 1,000, I think, would be really, really hard to get. So maybe
but
make it 500.
Renaming something like renaming City Hall or renaming a park. I mean,
yeah, but even
I agree
500 is a lot.
But is it a lot that's reasonable?
So it would
that's
still
kind of what
not
I'm looking at.
It would still not be required that you name it. So if we get 500 signatures that want to name this place Oscar Mayer City Hall, we still don't have to do it. It would just then come to council and there would be a public hearing.
Right. And I think getting 500 names is kind of a big deal. I mean, people have to go around and knock on doors. And so, again, I think 1,000 is way too high.
Can't even get 500 people to vote.
I know.
So
You want to just cut all those numbers in
yes.
half then?
Yeah, can we cut those numbers in half? I think that would be realistic, right? And then if we see that there's just a significant amount of them, then that's when we can up the numbers as we go along.
So we're looking at bringing this back to you to actually have you adopt the naming policy. And if you're the direction is to take these numbers and just half them, we could put that in the policy, if that's what you're asking, but that's the direction we're looking for this evening is what changes do you want to make, if any?
That was the only one that I saw that I was really concerned about.
I think.
So I'm sorry, go ahead and finish, sorry.
Oh, no, you can go ahead and
So
finish.
go for 1,000 and make it 500 across on the parks, and then also 500 for the civic parks?
No, I would just take all those
City Hall?
numbers and cut them in half. Because you're like, I mean, 150 people in your neighborhood, that would be that'd be awesome.
I mean, yeah, I guess, there's always been that controversial one that I was always been part of, day one. But, I'm glad that we have something in policy moving forward, so that way, because, we're already getting feedback from the seniors about a specific building, even though we don't own the entire building itself. So that would be a little confusing, because you still have another tenant that owns another percentage of it. So I'm just glad that we got something in place, and we can just go with whatever recommendations that the city has, and I don't think we would have a lot of feedback. I think the online portion of, like, whenever we did the streets with the Chavo Pastrano, that helped, because we got more feedback that way, and we promoted it, so we gave more feedback from the community. And those type of things, I know we got new roads that are coming, so I'm glad we have something in place, because there's one road that I'm maybe considering, I just thought of, but I'd have to get with that family first. But as we get these roads done, we get new ones being built, I'm glad we got something in policy to where when we start looking at streets, we can go from there.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zapata.
Do we have any examples of where instead of setting like a hard number of signatures, it's like percentage based? Like based on like the for example, for like the neighborhood park renaming, instead of saying, oh, you have to get 150 no matter the size of the neighborhood, could we have it so where it's proportionate?
Oh, like a percentage.
Yes, exactly. Just so that way it I think would be more fair, because for example, if you have a neighborhood of 200 people and they want to rename their park and they have to get 150 signatures, but then you have a neighborhood of 550 people and they only have to get 150 signatures, that's a large difference in that proportion. So could we do percentage based?
We haven't seen it that way. We could do whatever the council wishes. I think it's more based on if you're a resident of Kyle, that you could sign off petition, because you have some parks that are neighborhood classification, but they, say Steeplechase Park or might fit in that classification, but you have it servicing a few neighborhoods. And so it just kind of was more inclusive by a number.
Okay, so if we lower this threshold, like it's not for that specific neighborhood to gather, it's for like, okay, it's for
Kyle
like the
residents, yeah.
entire.
You might start by like this initiative through the surrounding HOAs, but if they said, hey, we need a little more signature support, they could reach out to other residents within the city who also use the park. The beautiful thing about Kyle Parks and Rec, and especially as we built up the Vibe system, you got a lot more connectivity between neighborhoods and people benefiting from those improvements.
Okay, I think I worry about cutting it down so much, only because we are consistently growing, and so like the population proportion that will then determine the names of these places. Because also, what is the policy to like undo it, for example, right? Like, in case it goes south. Like I'm thinking of, I pulled up and I had to Google weird spider drawing thing won vote. Because I don't know if y'all remember, but in Ulster County, New York, there was a competition for an I voted sticker that the county was going to put out. And it ended up being like the most crass, weird spider thing that you could imagine, and that's what ended up getting the most signatures and won, and that's ultimately what the county used. And so I want to make sure that we are setting higher standards in proportion to where our population is expected to grow. And so I think the required signatures seem fair, because like, for example, if we were going to expand City Hall or tear this place down and rebuild it or whatnot, it should be very difficult to pick a name for it. Like, there has to be an overwhelming majority of people who are engaged who want to name it a certain thing. I think I also would like to see something added to where it's like, you know, kind of like you said, and then I also think we're getting a bit delulu up here because we kind of chuckled at this, but at how we might be able to undo something, for example, because like if we named like a neighborhood park after someone and they're still alive and then they do something absolutely crazy and we're like, oh, actually, we might not want to do that anymore. Is there a way that we can work that into this policy as well?
Yeah, the heaviest restriction, I guess, from the proposed policy would be to not name after someone who's still living, unless under some rare circumstance. And we would try to build up some buffers to prevent that in the policy or discourage it. If you all feel that is sufficient, then we'll move forward with that.
Well, to address her concerns, I think one of the policies is not to name something after somebody who's alive. And then two, just because you collect the signatures doesn't mean you're going to get the name, right? It's just a suggestion. So if 5 people collected
recommendation.
100, then now we have an option for 5 names. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah, you'd have to go through an ad hoc committee or through a parks board and then ultimately back to city council for approval. Also, if there's a new asset that is important enough that council feels like they want to initiate the naming, there's a lot more latitude for city council to do that. That doesn't necessarily have to go through these strict parameters.
So in the policy, will it specifically state that to where there's a building that's being built that we're naming it City Kyle, whatever, recreation building, but there's a call for naming it after someone who's, of course, deceased or whatever it is, then they would have to follow the specific policy of putting it through, and then they'd have to go and get the signatures. And then it's listed in here as far as the steps, where it's then recommended through a vetting system. Then it goes through the parks, and then it goes through another city administration before it gets to us. And then also, once the building is named, that we have a timeline that says, okay, it cannot be changed for whatever reason, because let's say 5 years from now, I want to rename this building. Let's say we come back for Mr. Atkins' swimming pool, that somebody else wants to name it something totally different. You know, what would be that process there? Because if not, we'd have this continuous naming of buildings and so forth, and especially with streets, that I think that, you know, we're considering on renaming, like if it's County Road 168 or 150, a specific area. You know, I'm just trying to make sure. I know it's getting late. But
Your assessment is spot on, though. Yeah, you would have something that's time bound, whether it's honorific or benefactor naming, to prevent that. Also, if council wanted to name something as a placeholder name, it could be listed in inventory as placeholder to say if it's something really generic, like, you know, Kyle Recreation Center, for instance, and it's meant to be generic, but there's nothing community driven that's come up at this point. Or if council wants to go through a process where you take some unique path or input and you want to name it in an honorific way to have some long-term guardrails, you can do that as well.
Or adding on, because I know one of the big debates we had, and Yvonne was here at the time, was the Public Safety Center. And then we went and finally made the change and voted the change to actually have police department on there when it was originally just going to be Public Safety Center across. So it's us going through that process as well. So
Is there any, can we set a time limit? Like say, okay, you can only change it once every 10 years? Like once you change it, we can't go back and change it again for X amount of time.
Yeah, we're proposing somewhere around 40 years for that. That seems to be like what's in the with the benchmark cities. That seems to be a general consensus.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's good.
A generation, yeah.
Any other feedback? Okay.
Again, this needs to be brought forward for adoption, so we can bring it back a policy with a few of those minor tweaks. Sounds like I wasn't clear on the numbers. Did you want to reduce the numbers? Yes. Half of what was listed?
Yes.
Any other significant changes? Okay, and then bring that policy forward, so we'll bring that forward in most likely March 24th.
Okay, meeting's adjourned.
Thank you.
Good job, guys.